morning, everybody. Good morning, Your Royal Highness, President Calvino, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, meine Damen und Herren, señoras y señores. It's a great honor to be with you today in Luxembourg. And on behalf of the European Investment Bank Group, it is my pleasure to welcome you to Luxembourg if it's your first time here, and to warmly welcome all of you joining us online across Europe and, in fact, across the world as well. Welcome to the EIB Group Forum 2026. Now, this year's theme is a strong Europe in a changing world. And of course, it could not be more timely. We meet a profound plethora of events on the doorstep: global transformation, geopolitical shifts, technology, disruption, climate urgency, and security challenges, all of which will be discussed over the next 3 days. But it is also a moment rich with opportunity for Europe to lead, to invest, and to act together. My name is Lisa Burke, and it really is an honor to be your Master of Ceremony over the next few days. I will also be your timekeeper, both for the speakers and for you, dear participants. So if you're a speaker or a moderator and I slowly walk to the stage, that will mean time is up. And also for participants, please do come back into the room on time. We have plenty of opportunity for networking through the lunch breaks, through the coffee breaks, and in the evenings as well. But we have a very full and rich, diverse program. Now, to connect, engage, and to stay informed, you can make full use of the app. There's a QR code on the back of your badges as well. And members of the EIB team are all around. They're easily identifiable, not because the EIB breeds a certain type of person, but because they are wearing a light blue scarf. And they will have all sorts of knowledge to share with you as well. And they're there to help you, support you, and answer any questions you may have. This year, we're also trying to be as inclusive as possible. So on the screens, we're going to have subtitles. It's the first time we're going to do this, so they may not be 100% accurate. But of course, we strive for 100% accuracy. But just bear with us if it's not. Over the next few days, you will all have the opportunity to be amongst leaders in finance, business, politics, and civil society as well. The program is dense, it's ambitious, and deliberately so, but at its core, at its heart, the forum is about impact, turning ambition into action and investment into real outcomes for people, for citizens of Europe and the world. But to formally open, please let's watch a video which has been developed and produced by the EIB team.
What makes us strong in a changing world? What drives our ability to stay competitive, autonomous, and resilient? It's about nurturing our unity as Europeans, as global partners. It's about staying connected at home and across the borders. It's about improving our energy security under the sea, as well as on land. It's about securing access to critical raw materials.
This is where we're building Project Lionheart, Europe's first carbon-neutral lithium project.
And yes, it's about harnessing space technology to stay prepared.
Welcome to Eurotech. We're now in the heart of Munich, and this is where the future of Earth observation is being built.
It's about modernizing and boosting our defense industries to protect our citizens and to reinforce our security.
We really found that you don't need to be in Silicon Valley to find top talent.
It's about driving innovation, backing disruptive technologies that power our digital economy. Building for better health, affordable housing, and investing in new solutions for the construction industry.
With our invention, we are contributing to healthier and environmentally sounder construction materials.
Building what Europe needs now. That's what makes us stronger. A strong Europe in a changing world.
Please welcome your host to formally open this event. It is President Nadia Calvino.
Your Royal Highness, Monseigneur, ladies and gentlemen, Executive Vice President, dear Raffaele, well, there's so many colleagues that you will excuse that I'm not going to address each and every one of you. Welcome. Welcome to this year's EIB Group Forum. It is such a pleasure to be in the company of so many friends, committed policymakers, business leaders, innovators, civil society champions in this annual gathering in Luxembourg. And let me start by thanking the teams in the EIB, in the EIF that have made it possible, that organize this great event. Because like every year, they put a great effort, they put their heart in the preparation of this impressive event. It's an impressive lineup that we have of speakers, thinkers, doers. And I think they also put their heart and their brains into making you feel at home, and for some days making Luxembourg the place to be. So if I can ask you for a round of applause for this invisible work. And I also want to thank personally the speakers that have come, because with so many things happening, with so many points of attention right now around the world, the fact that you are here, the fact that we have the Executive Vice President, that we have a number of speakers that have come from around the world and that they will be participating in our forum. In my view, it shows that this has been consolidated as a key event to discuss and to exchange views on current challenges and opportunities, but also that there is a need for people to get together, to speak, to share views, to try to find solutions, acting in a consensual manner, trying to build win-win partnerships. And that, I think, is the main deliverable that we have for us this week. And in previous occasions, we have exchanged a lot about these challenges, opportunities, the way forward, and there is unanimous agreement on what are the 4 things that Europe needs to do at this juncture. Deepen European integration, including of capital markets, large-scale investment in critical infrastructure, in strategic technologies and capabilities like the ones that have been reflected in the video, simplification to make the EU more agile, more efficient, and more win-win partnerships and global alliances to diversify our supply chains, to open new markets, also to build strong partnerships and friendships in this brave new world. Now, since our last gathering 1 year ago, momentum is building in all these areas. Minds are focused, things are moving, and the European Investment Bank Group, as the financial arm of the European Union, is playing a strategic role, a key role in delivering results with impact that businesses and people can feel and our partners can trust. To help frame the discussion of the next few days, I would like to make 3 points. First, as the reshaping of the geopolitical context enters a new phase, we feel we're entering a new phase every day, or at different points of each and every day. Europe has the capacity, the resources, the financial, diplomatic and economic muscle to lead and contribute to shaping the new global order as a beacon of stability, security and values. Europe's strength and resilience is actually one of the key takeaways of the EIB Group's annual investment report, to be presented later today by our excellent economics department. Based on a survey of 13,000 firms across the EU and the US, the report shows that European firms are weathering well the tariff shock. They continue to invest and innovate, diversifying their supply chains and trade flows, and benefiting from the world's biggest and ever-expanding network of free trade agreements. And these findings are also reflected in the performance of financial markets. European stock markets outperformed US exchanges in 2025, rewarding investors that put their trust in our economy, and they continue to perform better than the other side of the Atlantic in the current year. The economy has remained resilient despite the multiple shocks. Opinion polls show record levels of public support for the EU and for the euro. And global surveys indicate that majorities around the world see the EU as a great power on an equal footing with the US and China. Sometimes others see things clearer than we can do. Europe is a global superpower, a 19 trillion euros economy with a vast single market of nearly 500 million people, ahead of a new wave of enlargement. In nominal terms, Europe's economy is bigger than China's. In purchasing power terms, it is about as big as the US. A manufacturing and export powerhouse, home to world-class universities and research centers, as well as a vibrant ecosystem of startups. Equally important, Europe is emerging as a sanctuary for science, democracy and the rule of law, a magnet for global talent in these volatile times, and an anchor of trust for our partners. The investment report also shows that the adoption by European companies of new technologies like artificial intelligence matches what we see across the Atlantic. And the European Union is already a center of excellence in key technologies like quantum and high-performance computing, like health tech and biotech, advanced manufacturing and industrial robotics, clean tech, and aerospace. I don't need to explain here in this venue and in this country how important the capacity of European companies is in this key area. And this brings me to my second point, and it is that scale and speed are essential to capitalize on these strengths. I was in Brussels and Munich some days ago where I could see the impressive potential of European pioneer companies in new technologies, many of which, by the way, let me have a brief moment to highlight these, many of which have received support by the European Investment Bank Group, by the way. Like Candela from France, which builds industry-grade quantum computings, ISAR Aerospace from Germany, which is developing a new generation of rockets, boosting Europe's autonomous access to space. We have a rich gathering of such pioneers at the forum this week, and their message is loud and clear. We need to mobilize capital at scale so that ideas, technologies, and companies that are born European can also grow and thrive here in Europe. And this means a large internal market without barriers or different regulations, and it also means pan-European financing instruments that can channel savings into productive investment. The European Investment Bank Group is in itself a capital market union instrument, pan-European by design, with projects and presence in every corner of our union, in every region of our union, as we were just discussing with the Executive Vice President, and in 160 countries around the world. With a 600 billion balance sheet, a robust AAA rating, 100 billion euros in annual business last year, it will be maintained in 2026, and perfectly matching and aligned with Europe's political and policy priorities. Owned by the 27 member states of the European Union, not more, not less, and with a diversified portfolio that enables large-scale investment and at the same time high-risk innovative ventures, mobilizing private finance. The European Investment Bank Group is leveraging every euro of the European budget to mobilize 15 euros of total investment, the bulk of it from the private sector. And it also has a very successful experience in introducing financial instruments that put Europe's capital to work. Let me give you one example. Green bonds, an asset class that the European Investment Bank Group pioneered back in 2007, with a very close partnership with the Luxembourg Stock Exchange, by the way, and which has mobilized trillions of euros in investment towards sustainable projects since then, boosting the international role of the euro and deepening European bond markets. The European Investment Bank Group is also Europe's biggest venture finance trigger, with a 30% market share in European venture debt and a 25% in European venture capital last year. We're signing deals in these areas every week. TechEU, our flagship finance program to support 250 billion euros of investment into new technologies by 2027. When we announced it, it looks very far away, but it is actually round the corner. This target of 2027 is on track to achieve these results. And in less than 3 years, our instruments have already doubled the number of European mega funds investing into scale-ups and anchored the creation of 11 European unicorns, fast-growing companies with at least 1 billion euros in capital. And today I can announce that the EIB Group is going a step further. This year, we plan to extend the reach of the European Tech Champions Initiative, the biggest fund of funds of its kind in Europe, fully dedicated to supporting scale-ups. Our aim is to mobilize private institutional investors in supporting European innovators, complementing Commission initiatives like the Scale Up Europe Fund and the upcoming 28th regime for pan-European investors and companies. We are also working on an exit toolbox, scaling up venture debt, convertible instruments, acquisition finance, and tailored support to facilitate listings in European markets. We are very interested to hear your views and proposals this week as we finalize the design of these instruments to respond to market needs. We will also be organizing shortly a roundtable with investors to fine-tune our instruments. And this brings me to my third point. And it is that when we stick together, we are unstoppable. And that is why building these partnerships here and in everything we do is so important to achieve our objectives. The European Union, time and again, has shown that it can go big and move fast. And my confidence, because many times people tell me, but you look so confident, but my confidence is based on real evidence. Let me give you a couple of examples. In 2020, it was a European biotech company that developed a vaccine against COVID in a matter of months, helping the world put down a once-in-a-lifetime, I hope, pandemic. European leaders launched a massive recovery and resilience program financed by joint debt, an unprecedented show of solidarity and unity. And then, when Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine caused a massive spike in energy prices, the Eurozone's GDP grew faster than China's and the US. Investment in clean energy is booming, and Europe is irreversibly cutting off the dependence to Russian gas. The European Investment Bank Group is proud to finance half of the projects going on in Europe to reinforce energy grids. 1 in 5 solar energy plants, 1 in 3 onshore wind projects, and the majority of offshore wind projects in Europe. So from interconnectors and transmission networks in Spain, France, Italy, and Greece, you saw some of the examples in the video, to nuclear facilities in Finland, new railways in Czechia, energy efficiency investments in Croatia and for SMEs throughout the whole EU, decarbonization of heavy industries in Portugal, offshore wind parks in Poland. These are towering symbols of European manufacturing excellence and industrial might. And they are creating thousands of jobs across the supply chain and supporting industries where Europe is a global champion. Producing clean power also cuts the dependence of our economies to fossil fuel imports and their volatile price swings, and cements EU's energy sovereignty and independence. I don't need to emphasize the importance of this very core objective of the European Investment Bank in these troubling times. European renewable energy stocks are up more than 50% in the last year, reflecting increased demand for clean power. And major European car manufacturers reported an annual increase of more than 60% in their electric vehicle sales in Europe. So my main message is that political rhetoric may shift. There may be high-level debates about these issues, but the business case is clear. And an energy revolution is in full swing, and Europe is leading the way into tomorrow's world. We also need to move together fast and at scale to defend democracy in this new geopolitical order. And when it comes to security and defense investment, 2025 was a turning point for the European Investment Bank Group. It was from this podium exactly 1 year ago where I announced the change of our policies, expanding beyond dual use to start investing into pure defense projects. Our financing volumes have multiplied by 4 in 2 years. We reached already the 5% target of our total business inside the EU in 2025. And the EIB Group has a robust pipeline of flagship projects in 5 key areas. Large critical infrastructure, including military mobility, such as a flagship military base in Lithuania's border with Belarus, that was also signed, that was also in the video we just watched. Second area is reinforcing homegrown industrial capabilities, supporting leading players in the areas of drones and aerospace. Research and development of new security technologies. Only a few weeks ago, we signed another groundbreaking research program, and we are supporting large European contractors. Fourthly, we are supporting the small and medium-sized companies in the supply chain of European defense contractors, partnering up with commercial banks, from the German Deutsche Bank to Santander in Spain or the Erste Bank in Austria and other countries. And finally, we're also nurturing the development of a venture capital ecosystem, investing in European security and defense. And I can also announce today that we will expand the successful defense equity facility going forward, through which the European Investment Fund acts as an anchor investor, mobilizing capital into specialized private funds in the area of security and defense. And in the course of the forum, we will be also announcing another major investment into a pan-European venture capital fund devoted to investments in deep tech in this area of defense. Obviously, security is not just a matter of defense capabilities, it is also linked to energy, technology, our social infrastructures, and trade agreements that are underpinning reliable supply chains and strong partnerships around the world. And I am really happy that we will be also having very interesting panels here, and we have high-level speakers that are going to continue to support these strong win-win partnerships that we want to build around the world. As a proud member of the Multilateral Development Bank family, the European Investment Bank Group is supporting many excellent projects that contribute to a more stable, more peaceful, more prosperous world, as I had the chance to exchange yesterday with the head of the African Development Bank. Final word before I close. This fight for our strategic autonomy and prosperity is at the heart, and I think you have heard it throughout my introductory remarks. It is at its core a fight for our values. It's about what defines us as Europeans, like the social infrastructure that underpins our way of life, like high quality healthcare and education, like our food and agricultural products, good homes for our people. It's a fight for a more inclusive society with equal opportunities for everyone, bringing opportunities to each and every one of the regions of our union, every community, every group. As we approach the International Women's Day, we're announcing a new gender action plan to further empower women and support gender equality, politically, economically, financially, because when words like climate, inclusion, equality, even women are banned and they become revolutionary in some places, we see them as a call for action, and we see them as our compass. Because this is what makes Europe great. Our strength is a forward-looking strength. It is based on progress, not nostalgia. And let me close with the very inspiring words of a song by Leonard Cohen that I think about very often. It is time to ring the bells that still can ring. For there is a crack. There is a crack in everything. And that's how the light gets in. So let's ring our bells. Thank you very much. Let's move forward.
Thank you so much, President Calvino. It's now my honor to welcome to the stage His Royal Highness, the Grand Duke of Luxembourg.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. You may wonder why a constitutional monarch is addressing a forum devoted to our most pressing political challenges. Yet perhaps this is precisely the moment when a long-term perspective might be welcomed. My role has shaped me to always acknowledge a sense of continuity that stretches across generations. A continuity that mirrors Europe's own journey, as well as my own family history. My grandfather fought for Europe's freedom on the beaches of Normandy and lived as head of state through the birth of what would become the European Union. My father accompanied the steady progress towards an ever closer union. These experiences shaped my understanding of Europe not as an abstract project, but as a living commitment passed from one generation to the next. Europe's journey has never been linear, but it has always been purposeful. This sense of purpose gives perspective, and above all, it gave hope to many generations. This should serve as a reminder to look beyond the headlines that confront us daily and that perhaps give rise to indignation, mistrust, even disbelief. This is the reason why that very purpose, which has inspired so many generations, must be paired with honesty and responsibility. It should remind us that Europe has always advanced by pairing realism with ambition, always trying to put the human being at the center of its decisions. Today, as we face renewed geopolitical rivalry, a war of aggression on our continent, an escalation of hostilities in the Middle East, and the rise of extremist and Eurosceptic movements, we must once again lift our gaze beyond the immediate. Recent debates at Davos and Munich have shown how sharply the world is questioning the role of values in international affairs. Some argue that partnerships should rest solely on interests. Yet Europe's strength has always come from something deeper. As Enlightenment thinker, such as Immanuel Kant once rightly said, lasting peace is built not on power, but on cooperation among free states bound by law. That conviction also shaped the foundations of our union, and it remains essential today. Europe's strength has always come from this shared moral compass, not as an abstract ideal, but as a guide through uncertainty. It meant therefore so much to me and to all the members of my family to have the heads of two major European institutions at our side last October when I took my oath as new Grand Duke. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to take the floor at the European Investment Bank's annual forum. This institution fully embodies the ambition and solidarity of the European project. The EIB is not only a vital source of financing that drives economic development. It has also consistently shown foresight and vision. Through its ability to adapt, to innovate, and anticipate the challenges ahead, it has become an indispensable pillar of our common endeavor. Today, the EIB strengthens European economic resilience, accelerates our transition towards a sustainable and climate-secure future, and underpins our collective security by directing investment where it is most strategically needed. Its work is a powerful expression of what Europe can achieve when we align our resources with our shared purpose. Investment is indeed the defining word here. Investment is never merely financial. It is strategic, it is human, and above all, it is a collective endeavor. The great thinkers who shaped the foundations of Europe's values, our economic principles, and the functioning of our societies remind us that true investment extends far beyond capital. Investment in people, in knowledge, in the institutions that safeguard our freedoms is the bedrock of a stable, prosperous, and peaceful society. It is this deeper, more enduring form of investment that has allowed Europe to thrive, and it must continue to guide us as we navigate the challenges of our time. Investing in our competitiveness means reinforcing the very foundation of Europe's economic resilience. If we want the European Union to remain the place where our young people can envision their future and where businesses can innovate and thrive, then strengthening our competitiveness is nothing short of essential. Competitiveness is indeed not simply an economic imperative. It is the foundation that enables the Union to protect its social model, uphold its values, and offer opportunities to all its citizens. At the heart of this endeavor lies our greatest strategic asset, the single market. It is the engine of our prosperity, the platform that enables scale, innovation, and opportunity across our continent. Keeping the internal market at the center of our actions is not simply an economic choice. It is a commitment to Europe's long-term vitality and global relevance. In May, Mario Draghi will be awarded the Karlspreis in Aachen in recognition not only of the clarity and conviction with which he has guided Europe's thinking on competitiveness and its long-term future, but also of his pivotal role as president of the European Central Bank in safeguarding the euro at a moment of profound uncertainty. I greatly look forward to this ceremony. His works are a powerful reminder that Europe's ability to prosper and to ensure a bright future for our children depends on our willingness to act decisively today. Investing in research and innovation is essential to strengthening Europe's competitiveness. Through strategic investment in research, digital transformation, and talent, we are equipping our economy not only to meet the demands of today, but also to flourish in tomorrow's landscape. Innovation and research matter a lot to me, and I have had the privilege of engaging directly with many of those who are pushing the boundaries of knowledge. Time and again, I have seen how they must persevere in a challenging and complicated environment. Innovation and research thrive in an environment that celebrates courage and self-confidence. I am certain that Europe can give rise to true pioneers. We need consciously to foster a culture of creativity and innovation. Investing in social cohesion is essential to safeguard the unity and stability of our union. It is also one of the core values the EU has inherited from its Franco-Luxembourgish founding father, Robert Schuman, and a value that is essential to a country like Luxembourg with its multicultural and multilingual society. The European Union has succeeded in building a true community, one grounded in a sense of belonging, mutual respect, and solidarity. This has never been a simple task, yet by fostering an environment where people meet, connect, and build trust, we have achieved something remarkable. A Europe in which diverse communities can engage fully, participate confidently, and thrive together. At the heart of this success lies the Schengen Treaty. By removing internal borders, it created a space where freedom of movement is not an abstract principle, but a lived reality. It has profoundly shaped daily life, enabling millions to live, work, and travel across borders with ease. This openness strengthens our social fabric, deepens our interactions, and ensures that talent can flourish wherever in Europe it is most needed. It sustains our competitiveness and reinforces the trust that binds our nations to one another. Schengen is more than a policy. It is a powerful expression of the confidence we place in our shared future. And the beauty of it all, is that when people ask me if Luxembourg is in Schengen, I can respond with a big smile that Schengen is in Luxembourg. Let us return to the essence, investing in peace and security. The European Union is the most ambitious and successful peace project of modern times. Not because it sought to eliminate differences, but because it turned them into collective strength. Nations that once stood opposed stand together as partners, allies, and friends. Borders that once instilled fear have become bridges of connection. And the idea of never again took shape in institutions, laws, and everyday practices of cooperation. As we remember that peace was the EU's first and greatest achievement, we must also recognize that it can never be taken for granted. Each generation has a duty to protect it, to renew it, and to cherish it. The conflict on our eastern borders reminds us with painful clarity that peace is fragile, and that the values on which our union was built are as indispensable today as they were at its birth. Investing in multilateralism is investing in peace. At a time when global tensions rise and international norms have come under increasing strain, the European Union continues to stand as one of the world's most committed champions in multilateralism. We must remember that cooperation is not a constraint, but a catalyst, one that enables us to confront the challenges no member state can face alone, and to grasp the opportunity that only a shared ambition can unlock. Europe is neither an island, nor should it become a fortress. Our prosperity has never grown in isolation, but in the exchanges and partnerships that have shaped our continent for centuries. When international rule-based order is attacked, it is not the moment to retreat or waver. On the contrary, it is precisely then that we must reaffirm Europe's role as a responsible and reliable actor on the global stage. An actor committed to upholding international law, strengthening cooperation, and building bridges. When the foundations of order are challenged, our resolve to defend them must only grow stronger. For any country in the world, like Luxembourg, that cannot rely on sheer force to protect itself and to thrive, multilateralism is not a theoretical idea. It is a strategic imperative. Our security, prosperity, and the well-being of our people depend on strong international rules, reliable partnerships, and a multilateral system that functions effectively and fairly. Investing in sustainability and our climate future is a firm commitment. It is not a short-term undertaking. It is a solemn responsibility to the generations that will follow us. Investing in our climate future means accelerating the transition to clean energy, fostering innovation in green technologies, and the responsible use of our natural resources. These efforts are essential, not only to safeguard our planet, but to ensure that young Europeans inherit an economy that is competitive, resilient, and prosperous. In this common endeavor, the European Investment Bank plays a key and strategic role. As the EU's climate bank, the EIB has the unique capacity to mobilize the investment required to drive the green transition, to support breakthrough technologies, and to accompany regions and industries through the transformation that lie ahead. Our collective ambition must be clear. No generation should be left to shoulder the burden alone. And this leads me to my last point, which is particularly dear to me: investing in the youth. The spirit of cooperation that lies at the heart of the European project is carried forward most powerfully by our young people. They embody the hope, energy, and determination required to build a better future for Europe. While we, as head of states, governments, institutions, and businesses, take today's decision, it is they who will shape the Europe of tomorrow. Their aspiration, Their creativity and their profound sense of justice are indispensable to keeping the European project alive in a world undergoing rapid change. It is therefore our collective responsibility to offer them a European Union worthy of their expectations, one that provides the opportunities and the future they deserve. Born into the European Union, today's young people are truly European citizens, as they study, work, and travel across borders through programs such as Erasmus. They grow into a generation shaped by openness, curiosity, and opportunity. Their lives remind us of the true meaning and the enduring value of European unity. And they do not hesitate to hold us to account when we fall short. They challenge our institutions to live up to the values the European Union proclaims and to respond with courage and integrity to injustice and intimidation. We must ensure not only that they are heard, but that they also participate meaningfully in shaping public policy. Their engagement will enrich our decisions, strengthen our democracies, and fortify the European Union as a whole, as long as we, European leaders, continue to inspire them to do so. We cannot let them down. Ladies and gentlemen, ultimately, all these efforts converge towards a single shared ambition: investing in our common European project to ensure a peaceful and prosperous life for our citizens. A project built on cooperation, on mutual respect, and on the conviction that our collective strength is far greater than the sum of our individual endeavors. The European Investment Bank and the institutional and private partners gathered here today have laid the stone of this path, and you are giving it strength and direction. I am proud to be the head of state of the country that hosts the European Investment Bank, and I thank you for your trust in my country that is your home. Even in today's challenging international climate, I remain convinced that progress can only be achieved through cooperation. This is why we must reaffirm our unwavering commitment to multilateralism, to international partnerships, and to European integration. This is the path that has brought us here, and it is the path that will carry us forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for honouring us with your presence and also for your outlooks and your remarks for the future from Luxembourg. Now, we are also honoured to be joined by Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, by video message.
President Calvino, dear Nadia, ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to speak about opportunities in challenging times, because we must use this as a moment of opportunity. We're all aware of the profound geopolitical shifts we face, and our mission is clear. Europe must become more independent and more competitive. And in this, the EIB is an indispensable partner, because your investments multiply opportunities and will help us to deliver on our goals. So let me focus on 3 points. The first is clean technologies. We know that we must build and scale them here in Europe. And that is exactly where the EIB steps in. Last year, about 60% of EIB group financing supported the clean transition, from wind energy to power grids and energy efficiency. These investments bring down energy costs across Europe and create new opportunities. And they give us an edge so that Europe can lead the technologies of tomorrow. The same principle holds true for defense, and this is my second example. Europe is taking greater responsibility for its own defense. And when we stepped up, EIB stepped up too. It quadruples financing for security and defense, reaching nearly 5% in 2025. And this financing includes a military base in Lithuania, cutting-edge drone systems, and new aeronautics and radar technologies, just to name a few. These investments not only improve our defense, but allow for innovation and crucial new technologies. Which brings me to my third point. Technological independence is more important than ever. Not only do we want to develop tomorrow's technologies here in Europe, we want companies that are born here to flourish here. And therefore, EIB funding fuels Europe's innovation engine. From rolling out AI gigafactories to mobilizing capital for tech startups and scale-ups. But more has to be done. We need the right financing at the right scale and the right time. And this is why we must make the Savings and Investment Union a reality. And I'm glad to have you as a strong ally in this effort. We need one large, deep and liquid capital market. This is key to strengthening our competitiveness. It will give our businesses the capital they need to innovate and grow. And this creates quality jobs in Europe. We have made proposals on market integration, securitization and supervision, and now I count on the co-legislators to complete this work. Ladies and gentlemen, we know Europe has what it takes to build a strong and independent union. So let's work together to turn opportunities into reality. Thank you, and long live Europe.
So we've had all the formal opening speeches, and we're now going to move on to our first panel discussion, and it's going to extend upon some of the 3 points that President von der Leyen has just laid out. Delivering Europe's priorities. In shifting global landscapes, Europe faces, as you have heard in 3 speeches now, demanding agenda on strengthening security, boosting competitiveness, advancing climate action, and accelerating innovation and digital transformation. So achieving this is going to require an awful lot of unity, ambition, and smart investment. To discuss all of this in just 1 hour, 15 minutes, please welcome to the stage moderator Jamil Anderlini, and he is Regional Director at Politico. He's going to guide the discussion, and please also welcome his panelists to the stage, who are Raffaella Fitto, Executive Vice President for Cohesion and Reforms at the European Commission, Helene von Röder, Member of the Executive Board and Chief Financial Officer at Merck, Fredrik Persson, President at Business Europe, Stine Bosse, Member of the European Parliament, and Dragoș Pișlaru, Minister of Investments and European Projects in Romania. Jamil.
Thank you so much, Karen, and Your Royal Highness, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Jamil Anderlini. I'm the Regional Director for Politico here in Europe. I've been based in Brussels for the last 4 years, and I would like to just say what a great, refreshing message we heard from Madam President and from His Royal Highness. I've been to so many conferences, I've been to so many discussions in the last few years, and it tends to be much more pessimistic. And I just wanted to say thank you for the optimism, thank you for the uplifting feeling, because I have to say, the world that we're in today, we are in an unprecedented time of disruption and upheaval. What is Europe's role in this world where the world order we've known for several decades is collapsing around us? What is Europe's role? How can we ensure Europe's stability, security, and prosperity? What are the reforms that Europe needs to make in order to ensure that we have a bright future, and in order to validate this optimism that is so welcome but needs to be backed up, I think, with action? We watched over the weekend some truly extraordinary world-changing events. Donald J. Trump, no matter what you think of him and what you think of America and the presidency of America, is a revolutionary and transformative president, possibly the most revolutionary and transformative we've seen in a century. That's not a value judgment. I'm not saying it's a great thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying objectively, the world is changing and the presidency of the United States is making that change, accelerating those changes. China, Russia, and other authoritarian countries are absolutely trying to upend the current world order or the world order we've seen over the last few decades. Oftentimes, Europe seems caught in inaction. Oftentimes, we see Europe responding. It's a meme, I'm sure all of you have seen it, a meme on social media. Europe has responded with a strongly worded letter. We hear this over and over, and it's not just on the geopolitical stage. It's also when it comes to the economy. It's also when it comes to innovation. Often we hear and we feel that the future is being decided elsewhere and by other people. So in order to validate that optimism, which, as I say, I personally happen to share on many levels, I want to ask this very, very distinguished panel, this excellent gathering of top European leaders from business, politics. I would like to ask each of you to start this session by telling me what you think the most urgent and important reforms are that we need to deliver here in Europe to achieve our priorities. Maybe I'll start with you, Executive Vice President. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Roy. Highness, authorities, dear President Calvino, it is a great pleasure for me to be here today, and I accepted with a great pleasure this invitation because I think that it is very important to strengthen our cooperation, as President von der Leyen said, and as you know, we are working very well for many dossiers, and I believe that is a very important, crucial moment, as you said. I would like also to underline that it is important to validate this optimism, because I think that it is important to give this message and also to create the condition also to understand how it's possible for the European institutions to create this condition. From my side, I would like to underline some points for the work that the European Commission is doing, in particular about my portfolio, and I think that is very important because we are in the crucial moment, because we are in the middle of the current budget, but we are working also for the next MFF. This is very important because the European Commission presented last July this proposal, and I think it is important to go in the direction to modernize our budget, to modernize our policies, to adapt our policies to this new situation. And following this approach, I think it is important also to explain how is possible to using these resources also to give it some positive message. For example, adapting the policies that we have for the new priorities. I would like to do one clear example in this direction. In the coming weeks, I will present the final results of the midterm of the current cohesion programs. We presented last year this opportunity to the Member State. The Member State presented their proposals, and the coming weeks we can present this important result where a few tens billion euros we can use for the real and concrete situation that we have in front of us. For example, it is the first example where it's possible to transform the resources of cohesion with a concrete approach to use for defense. And we will have several member states that will present this opportunity, following the approach for the dual use of these resources, for example, military and civilian approaches. And I believe that this is also another important opportunity for the other priorities that we decide. And for example, water, housing, competitiveness, this is one of the most important points, and STEP program is a great opportunity that we are giving to the companies, the big companies, the member states. And I believe that we have in this kind of approach the new method that we are following to modernize And I would like to conclude with this point. My first responsibility is cohesion policy. Cohesion policy is 1/3 of the European budget. We have to continue to give the right answers to the social cohesion policy, seeing the single territories, adapting these policies to the specificities that we have in each territory. But at the same time, it is important also to use these resources in the right way and also in the right time, because this is the moment that we have. And for this reason, I think that the next steps of the next MFF will be the opportunity to continue this work. And the priorities that I mentioned are a great opportunity to work together, also to create a new instrument with AIB, and also to give the right answer to these new needs, and to go in the direction that President von der Leyen said in her intervention regarding in particular the point where we have to strengthen our internal market, creating also the condition to see all territories, and also to create the strategic autonomy for our Europe for the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. So, Helen, can I turn to you? You're one of the leaders of one of the biggest, most important companies, innovative, long history. This is a very important company here in Europe. From your perspective, from the perspective of big business, what do you think are the most urgent reforms that need to be made in Europe to help Europe to meet its full potential and to be this sort of shining beacon for the rest of the world, which we know it is and can be even more?
Yeah, good morning and greetings from Merck Darmstadt. We are a 350-year-old company. We specialize in pharma, in life sciences, biotech, and also semiconductor materials, which help to build all of these AI chips that we are so dependent upon. I think we know it all. We know everything that we need to do. There's no lack of knowing what to do. And because we're in the pharma sector, I would like to take a picture, because it feels a little bit like we've now been to the doctor. The doctor has told us, you need to move more, you need to invest more in your health, a little bit of more vegetarian food and things like that. And the key question is now, how do we get out of the, yeah, we should, into let's go? And I'm so grateful, because with the speeches this morning, it really feels like we've now started to do some strolls. We're going out in the open, we are doing a bit of exercise. But in order to get really good at this, we now need to create a mental frame of this is going to be Europe running a triathlon. We need to go into serious training. And I totally agree we need to invest. But what I believe is we need to invest into action. One big word which is everywhere is the idea about simplification. Now, what does simplification mean from a business point of view? And let's just look at the sectors we're doing. It takes about 3 times as long to get a drug into Europe compared to the US, twice as long in China. What does that mean for a patient desperately waiting for a cure? It takes around 12 to 18 months longer to get a building permission for a semiconductor production site. What does that mean for our European independence around the digital war that we're seeing is starting? And that's why I'm saying let's invest into action. I think the time is over where we write nice long policies and align and align and align. I would really like to urge you to go out and basically say, okay, what does it mean to get a building permission? I need to ask the local state, the federal state, the government of Germany, the EU. We have created a monster of bureaucracy. And actually mapping, and now I'm CFO, so that's the type of things I do, the process from the idea to the execution and understanding all of the issues that somebody faces trying to get this done. And maybe also the point where they say, oh, you know what, I just go to China, it doesn't take that long. That is where we now need to go. We need to go into action, because only action will create simplification. And my message is, this is not about money. This is not about more policies. This is really about actually restricting resources, time, money, and external pressure. And we have all of these resources right now, so I'm super confident we can get it done.
Thank you very much. Frederick, would you agree with Helene about the monster of bureaucracy that has been created since you're in charge of Business Europe? I'd love to hear your perspective from a broader range of companies.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, dear Nadia. I think the good starting point here is what we're talking about are homegrown problems. Business Europe represents some 25 million companies across Europe, the big ones, but 95% of them are the SMEs. These are great companies, world-leading companies, companies that are prepared to take the next step. We just need to unleash that power. And what that concretely means is there is a lot of ambition, and we've spoken about ambition today. We need to turn that ambition into delivery. And I think that is what you're alluding to. And that goes for the regulatory burden. And quite honestly, we have 1.7% of the European workforce working within R&D. 4% working in fulfilling regulatory obligations. That just needs to rebalance. Imagine the power if you could move some of those 4 million into R&D. So we need to deliver concretely on the omnibuses that have been presented, which are not felt on the ground yet. So we need to speed up that. We need a true single market, the one market. Cross-border trade in Europe is stagnated around 20%. In the US, it's 70%. If we can unleash one true market, that is a homegrown problem. So we need to fulfill the single market strategy. Your Royal Highness, you talked about not being an island and, God forbid, a fortress. It's about an open trade agenda, signing up new free trade agreements, which is something the Commission is now really delivering on. And finally, it's about addressing the high energy costs. European companies are paying 2 to 3 times more for electricity, and God forbid, currently even more, 4 to 5 times higher on natural gas. We need to address that and create a homegrown energy sector, which I know Nadia and the team is working really hard on. So the good news, we have a really strong industry and business in Europe. The challenges we have are homegrown. We do not need to ask the US administration or Beijing for that. The tough question is we need to get down to the delivery. Because to your point, the ambition is there, but the delivery is not felt on the ground for those 25 million companies across Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Member of the European Parliament, Madam Boss, could you tell us what you think is the most urgent reform that's needed here in Europe for us to meet our full potential?
Thank you very much, and I think it is most fair to say which group I stem from. I stem from the Renew group, and I am a liberal thinker, but I also have great sense of responsibility towards the social issues that we always face as society. And as you very well quoted, and I loved your positiveness about Europe, and I share it completely. And you quoted Leonard Cohen, and I want all of us to start thinking about ourselves in the area that Hans Christian Andersen would have done. I'm a Dane, so Hans Christian Andersen sits right with me. I mean, we are not an ugly duckling. We are actually a beautiful swan. And we need to get on board a completely different sentiment. And as much as I agree that there are many areas that we could be frustrated about, I understand it completely. Yes, to simplification, deregulation, I get more cautious because we also want to look after our citizens. We also want to look after our environment. We also want to make sure that we still strive towards a more sustainable future, not only for Europe, but also globally, but at least what we can do is to strive for this here in Europe. And what are the tools that I really think that we actually right now are sitting with and where we can make a difference and where we should make a difference. Let me start with the ECF and the InvestEU. And this is work that I'm sitting with right now. And InvestEU, and we should really celebrate this, also celebrate the big efforts done by the EIB in this area, pays back 14 times. And why on earth should we not gear ourselves more aggressively? This is why we're trying to lift the ambitions. We see what the Commission's, the proposal from the Commission is to lower the investments through InvestEU program, and we want to lift this back to a higher level. And I cannot find the logic arguments for why not doing this, to be quite honest. I spent 35 years of my career before I went into politics in the financial sector, and it seems to me a good idea. If you get your money back 14 times, why on earth should you not go down that route? So that's an area. Let's invest more. Let's talk about more own resources. Let's also be clear that for areas of strategic importance, that is the grid, for example. That is the infrastructure in the bigger picture, but it's also defense. Why should we not there also borrow money to invest? I mean, the payback period will probably be 50 years, perhaps even 100 years, and it is all in the benefit of the younger generations that are facing exactly the same, of course, very severe situations that we are. And then one comment on also this area of I mean, how do we go around all this? We need to be much more bold in our thinking, and we need to be much more energetic in the way that we actually design things. I'm completely with you, and we are working with this. We did it with the pharma package, and now we're going to do it again with the Biotech Act. We're going to make sure that the time from idea to you actually get approval has to be much shorter, obviously. But we also need to be much more bold around how do we get approval. Why are we having approvals in 27 countries? Why isn't EMA beefed up to be the place where we get approval? We have to look at ourselves differently. And that's why, as much as I think the whole omnibus idea is okay, but it's not going to solve our problems. Our problems stem with the 27 different regimes that all businesses, especially SMEs, suffer from, and we need to get around to and dealing with this. That is unfortunately not the Commission, it's not the Parliament, it is the Council, but somebody has to speak up.
Thank you very much. Minister, from your perspective, from the perspective of Romania, what would you say is most needed in terms of reform to the structures of Europe for Europe to fulfill its potential?
First of all, thank you very much for having me, Your Royal Highness, President Calvino, dear Nadia. I am going to share the optimism that was put forward at the beginning. I believe that, as the honorable member mentioned, we do have right now white swans, but I mean, the problem is that we have a lot of, black swans coming, if you look at what Nicolas Nassim Taleb mentioned. So there are a lot of events outside Europe that are happening right now with a, more or less on a regular basis. That gives us the feeling that our performance in Europe is the result of what is happening outside, what China does, what the US does. And the reality is that, indeed, I'm going to accentuate that, we do need to put, and we can put our house in order and become the competitiveness ideal that we are looking at. Why I'm saying that from Romania, and I shared that yesterday evening in a lovely context. Romania entered the European Union with a 41% GDP per capita purchasing power standard. Right now we are at 80. So 19 years of the European Union meant for us doubling basically this particular figure. I mean, of course, there are still issues. The growth is uneven, and of course I'm sharing that as a common goal to look at region and a place-based approach, because averages are not reflecting everything. But still, this is really a success story that explains why accession is so powerful, so much in line with our values, but also an economic story, a competitiveness story as well. And this is another yet argument that cohesion and competitiveness are going not against each other, but they are actually the same thing and the same agenda. And I mean, it's very important to understand that part of this success story is the fact that first, we used our resources without necessarily multiplying too much, including the cohesion funds, taking €1 from the EU funds and then investing €1 mainly in public investment, because of course there was a gap. But more and more, and right now this is exactly the place to talk about that, we've got in touch with the EIB and EIF, and then we've developed leveraging or multiplying. And let me just give you one particular figure. I mean, we had no private equity fund that was established in Romania just a couple of years ago. And with the support of the EIF and EIB, we have right now 18. And within the Recovery and Resilience framework, we've developed a 400 million equity fund that had a multiplier of 5.8, which is one of the highest, if not the highest, in Central and Eastern Europe. So that meant 2.3 billion out of 400. So, I mean, to start to respond to the question, do we have the money to do it? Yes, if we are actually going to leverage it, use the private sector as well, and have the kind of approach that is putting cohesion and competitiveness as the same goal and not two different goals. I mean, we have just last year cooperated with the EIB worth of 1.6 billion that led to 5 billion consolidated investment. So these are exactly the figures. I mean, sometimes we are forgetting the picture and looking, how much money do we have allocated for, that particular budget? And then the reality is that we can have the EIB group at the cornerstone, the heart of multiplying the effects and the results of that. Now, of course, there are things to be done, and I will try to conclude with that. First of all, simplification. I believe indeed that we need to increase the speed and performance while consolidating the good things that we have already done, as I mentioned. I mean, my idea is to reflect on maybe instead of, the distinguished names of gentlemen and ladies like Jaspers and Elena, programs that are well beyond the money itself. It's about technical assistance that for us were so critical and important. We might actually look at simplifying everything and putting in one source of technical assistance with one-stop shop, one single advisory hub that will also allow the EIB and Romania and member states to have better transparency of what the EIB is doing. Because if you ask the general public in Romania what the EIB is doing, or EIF, there's not so much knowledge about it, despite the amazing figures that I put forward. So simplifying, putting more transparency, putting things together, I mean, this goes exactly in the direction that I'm in. And of course, last but not least, we do have right now an amazing opportunity with 2028, 2034. And we have the alternative of, just looking in the past and trying to just consolidate only, in a conservative way how things are, or have this amazing, new mindset where countries such as Romania, we are looking more and not receiving just money, but contributing to the EU project. And I mean, the solution is not too much to change Europe, but to deliver the things that we had there in the rule book, at the capital market union, the banking union, exactly the type of things that we have here. And we do have the instrument. I'm really delightful to look at the consolidation of our relation with the EIB and EIF. And again, I mean, things are not looking particularly good outside Europe, but, taking a stoic approach, do not care that much about things that you cannot control, but focus on those things that we can control and deliver the Europe that everyone is expecting right now through ourselves and more cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Commissioner, I want to slightly put you on the spot and to quote Helene here, this idea of the monster of bureaucracy, is this something that you feel and your other members of the cabinet feel an urgency to tackle? We've obviously seen a shift to competitiveness in the rhetoric, and we've seen the omnibus, several omnibuses coming along. Could you tell us, how urgently do you feel this sense of tackling the monster of bureaucracy?
Yes, probably I am now a part of this monster, I don't know. But I believe that it is important to underline 3 points on simplification. First is that we have for the first time one commissioner with this competence. I think it is the first important message of the way that the European Commission is following. Second is the proposal of the omnibus that you mentioned, and we have 10 omnibus now. And these omnibus, several of these omnibus go in the direction of the companies, and I think it is a very good message. And I know that we are working with the European Parliament, with the Council to close this process, but I believe that is another important message in this way. The third point is the next MFF, because it is important to explain better also the proposal that we have in the next MFF. Because in the next MFF we have, for example, only 4 chapters in the budget. One is internal chapter, the other 3 are the National and Regional Partnership Plan, the second is the Competitive Fund, and the third is the Global Europe. And in this way we are following also the strategic role of Europe for the internal market. The National and Regional Partnership Plan goes in the direction to put together with an integrated approach all funds that the European Commission gives to the member states. And we want also to realize in this way a new method, as I said before, and also with Minister Pizarro said, not to change all, but to modernize cohesion policy, to adapt to these new priorities. And this is, I think, a good message also to reduce the bureaucracy, and also to give also the opportunity to have more simplification and to have also more flexibility. And the midterm review that I mentioned in the current program is one clear example how it's possible to give the message, to give more simplification and to give more flexibility, moving the resources between the previous program, because I would like also to say that, for example, one big problem is the rigidity of the budget, because the current budget, for example, cohesion programs, were decided from 2019 to 2021. The partnership agreement between European Commission and member states were signed in 2022, but the program are starting now in the last months, and I think it is that was necessary to readapt this program, because the world is all are saying is changing, and it is fundamental to give the right answer in this direction. And the proposal of the next MFF is another important example for the National and Regional Partnership Plan, also for the innovation funds. This is another important opportunity to give more competitiveness to Europe. And the third is Global Europe, to follow the approach for the external dimension of Europe. This approach demonstrates how it's possible to adapt our budget in this direction, also to create the condition to overcome the bureaucracy. And I know that it's not simple, this message. I was a minister before this current role, and I was also member of the European Parliament. I know the different angles. I know that is this discussion, kind of discussion, but it's important also to give the final message, is to create the condition to share, to go fast, to solve the problems together, all the European institutions, because democracy is a great opportunity, but now in this moment we have to be ready to give the right answer immediately. This is the message that from my side I can say now in this work that we are doing. Thank you.
Maybe I'll open to the entire panel. Frederick, I think you made a very important point about the obstacles that still remain to the single market. And so I want to ask all of the panelists, frankly, all of you, what can we do to increase, to lower the barriers and to increase the cohesion amongst the single market? What are the sort of specific things that policymakers need to do? And I see the honourable member has already reached for her microphone, so I will give you the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And this is, of course, a very, very difficult question, because it is up to each and every member state to make their own rules. But we could start by saying, should we favor direct lawmaking so that it's law and there's no, it's not a directive, so you can't sort of translate it into your own way of doing things. There is still an implementation, yes, but there we could also police the implementation efforts much firmer, and we should give the Commission a police cap to say, it comes with a penalty. It's not just something you can do 20 years down the road. If you take the Water Framework Directive that's now being debated, it's 25 years old, and it's in Denmark where this is embarrassing, but in Denmark it's only 16% implemented, and the quality of our water is now really under pressure. So perhaps we should have listened to what came from the Commission 25 years ago.
But is that realistic in the current environment? Is it realistic to expect member states to agree that these laws are not just directives to be implemented how you like, but do you think that is possible in the current environment?
That's why I said before, somebody has to talk about this. It's like the small child in saying to the emperor, you don't have any clothes on. That's another Hans Christian Andersen. I'm sorry, but it is, somebody has to say it. The emperor being the council and all the countries. You are not really well dressed at the moment, because you need to implement differently. And I mean, the whole idea of the single market was to make it easier, and especially for SMEs, to grow and to flourish throughout Europe. But nowadays, we have to explain to young people that want to start a business, we have to explain to them, yes, there is this idea of a single market, but you have to know that it's not quite how it works. And that's not how it should be. It should be a single market. And if we really want to grow Europe, and I think that's for all of us to think about, if we really want to grow Europe, then we have to get over this hurdle. And I mentioned one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is actually to sit down systematically from the Commission side and go through all the main areas, the key areas, and take that up and discuss it with the countries. I mean, why not? We need to get this done. And another point, and then I'll stay quiet. Another point is, again, back to, is it really that gloomy? Is it really that terrible to be a European and a European business and so on? And yes, we should do much more, but we are the place where countries are queuing to get in, right? Think about that. In US, I haven't seen the countries queue to get into the US. I haven't seen countries queuing to get into China.
They're queuing.
But more want to be members here with us.
May I please... I would love to add the perspective from a corporate, because we frankly have the same problem. And of course, in the corporate world, you need to be a radical pragmatist. So what do? We would simply have a big map and a big sheet where you can see who has actually implemented. And on top of that, I mean, what we're basically telling the countries, you need to explain why you haven't taken the shortest version of the enactment. Now, what does that mean? Because, for example, in Germany, we hear often is like, yes, but we couldn't do anything about this law because it came from the European Union. But if you actually look how it has been implemented, it had a number of German tweaks on top of that. Actually, making transparent how many additional tweaks have been added under the helmet of the European Union would, in my opinion, help getting a more positive picture of the European Union, but also face transparency and clarity about the additional enactments that have been done. So that's the corporate world. I don't know whether that helps, but it does help us a lot in terms of stopping the additional bells and whistles that people want to put on top.
Thank you very much. Maybe Frederick, you raised the question, now you can answer your own question.
No, and so to speak, not to rain on the parade, and I think it's great that we're positive, but we also need to be realistic. And if you look over the 3 past decades, Europe has fallen behind in terms of growth compared to the US and Asia, and we've been falling behind big time. And that's not the only way to measure success, but it has a huge impact on your economic resilience and the way you can spend on defense, the welfare system, and R&D. I think we just need to be honest with that. And I mean, as an example, if we would have grown at the same pace as the US over the last 2 decades, with the same percentage spent on defense, we could have had another full German defense budget, another full French defense budget, and I will even throw in the Italian one. So size and growth matters, and I think it's important to call that out. I think an important point you have is we need to stop the blame game. Is it the council? Is it the commission? Is it the parliament? I think is it business? We're all responsible, and we all have to pull our weight. One thing that the commission president recently called out was gold plating. And one thing is not implementing law, but the other one is over-implementing it. And I think, honestly, we need to stop being self-destructive and gold plating beyond what the expectations are on EU level. The Commission has mentioned the terrible 10. Don't even try to ask me which is my sort of favorite one to get done. But we need to get the 10 done by 2027. And if you're in business, you're really key on sort of setting KPIs and following up that things gets done. Of course, that will always be our solution, but I think it would be helpful. So we just sort of follow through on it. Because we have the strategy, we have the plan, now it's about the execution. And unfortunately, things are moving at such higher speed than they did 5 years ago, and we can notice that in business. So we need to get faster. And I think we can, but we need to measure, and we don't need new plans, just deliver on the ones we have. They're far good enough.
Thank you. Minister.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with my fellow panel colleagues are mentioning. One important thing is that I would just like to make a caveat that it's not just enough to have a plan and have the will. Of course, leadership is very, very important. And it is a period where we need the kind of visionary leaders to go to more federal Europe and understand exactly what we are talking about. And gold plating is true. We see that everywhere. I would add the important thing that His Royal Highness actually mentioned as well, people. We, in order to push with its plan and, understand what people are thinking about Europe, we need to, be sure that we are winning their minds and hearts. And this is a crucial thing, because if we, change, deregulate or simplify or whatever, I mean, things are not very, very clear for, people in some of the regions of Europe. And we need to work more in explaining exactly what Europe is, what the values are, what's the meaning of all these investments and so on and so forth. I mean, I would like to give you an example in Romania to understand that we are right now, people are saying there is war at our eastern border. And I will say no. There is war with us from Russia. And this is something that we need to be aware. In Romania, 4 years ago, when the Russian aggression started, we had people going on a voluntary basis at the border, helping as the way they could from their, small revenues, the Ukrainian temporary displaced people, the refugees. There was more than 85–90% support, feeling for Ukraine. Now we have a recent opinion poll with 40% of Romanians questioning if Russia is to be blamed or not about this thing. And that's because we are at war. Russia is doing a hybrid war and influencing in all ways possible how Europe is doing. Are we talking about, Green Deal and clean? Russia is actually undermining this discourse, saying that this is a costly thing for the regular, European. Are we talking about, of course, war? I mean, clearly, talking about energy, renewables. I mean, this is undermined as well. The far-right discourse right now is actually growing because of Russian interference. And these are important things. The only way to go with that is recognizing, for instance, that the eastern frontier is at the core of Europe right now. We need to pull ourselves together in this exercise and have the leadership to explain the people what is happening all the time with all the channels that we have. And that's very, very important. Yes. I would dare to say that this is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You didn't really answer my question about the single market, but that was very passionate and very, very important topic. Thank you. We heard a bit earlier in the formal part of the opening. We did hear about the topic of the Savings Investment Union. President von der Leyen mentioned it specifically. I've interviewed Madam President Nadia Calvino several times, and each time I always ask her about this topic. And I remember a year and a half ago, she was more optimistic about it, and then about 3 or 4 months ago, she was a little less optimistic about it. I would also note that we are here in Luxembourg, which I think is a little more ambivalent about the topic of the Savings and Investment Union than maybe some of the other member states. So I'd be very interested to hear from our panelists, how important is this topic? What used to be called the Capital Markets Union is now rebranded as the Savings Investment Union. But effectively what we're talking about is much more coherent, cohesive capital markets. This is a topic that comes up over and over again when I talk to people in business. How important is it to get the Savings and Investment Union done? And what could that do in terms of unlocking our potential here in Europe? So do you want to start? Or, yeah, why not?
It is very important, and the European Commission is working in this direction, as you know, for several proposals. It's not simple, because also when we speak to strengthen our internal market, this is a big challenge, but it is important also to say that it is important also to share with all member states. For example, we will present the 18th of March, I think, and I hope, the new proposal for the 28th regime. This is a great message, but I believe that it's not simple to have a close connection and to share with all this approach. Because when we speak to strengthen the internal market is one thing, but when we want to realize this is another issues. And the problems that we have now are these, and I hope that it will be possible to continue in this direction. And for example, also the saving investment, I think it is a great opportunity for Europe. And I know that Commissioner Albuquerque is working very close with the member states and to present this proposal, and we will see. But from our side, I would like also to underline, back to the point of the omnibus, it is fundamental to go fast. Yes, I hope that it will be possible to close by 2027 the proposal that we did, and I hope that for all the points that we are saying, it is possible to close the process. But I think it is important also to underline that we have this process. I want to be clear, because sometimes when we speak, seems that it is possible to solve the problem immediately. But we know that we have the different institutions that the European Commission proposes, and then we have the other steps. It is important to underline this, because for me it is an excellent result to close immediately the proposals. But it is important to say that if you want a strong Europe, if you want this process, if we want to respect the all European institutions, we have to underline this particular situation that we know very, very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else on the panel like to, maybe I'll start with you, Helen.
I'd love to go. We in Europe are incredibly good when we see threat. And I'm surprised that it's actually a question whether we need this union. Because frankly, finance and finance streams are a key part of our defense. And just to give you a few practical examples, what if I want to do a takeover of a US company and I'm faced with only potential US banks that can advise and help me? And US administration decides like they don't like this takeover. I'm not going to be able to do so because actually our European banks are maybe not strong enough to support me as a company in order to do this strategic move. Let me look at my schedule when I go on roadshow. I do 1 day in Europe, and then I will do 2 days in Boston, 2 days now in Miami. It sounds good, but it's not. And then also another 2 days in the US, in New York. It shows where the capital is. Again, if you want to have investments into key strategic areas in Europe, which may be not of the interest of other regions, we need to have a strong finance pool in order to support our growth and future. And hence, we need to have it now because it's part of our defense plan for the future.
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, I really believe that small things matter. Yesterday, it was the first time that I have been able to do an instant transfer in euro from Romania to Brussels in 2 accounts. It never happened, 2 months ago, it was, taking 1 day to actually do the operations. Yesterday, it was instant. I mean, these are the small things that really show the people in Europe, the Europeans, our citizens, that things are working to their interest, simplifying their lives, proving to them, and of course to our entrepreneurs, that this reality, the capital market union, or how you want to rebaptize it right now, it's working. And just to explain what I'm saying, right now, we are having people questioning, Europe as a project and coming up with this sovereign idea that, separately it could be better. And this is growing, it's not, diminishing. And that's why we need to explain those people that the most patriotic thing that you can do today in order to increase the standard of living, to improve, Europeans' life, is a stronger, a better, a modernized, a faster and accelerated Europe. And that's our project. But for that, we need to explain to our citizens what we are talking about. And one important thing is that there are situations, that has been also in my country, where the government, whenever something good happens, said it's our merit, and when something was bad, it was Brussels. With this kind of double standard and narratives and lack of leadership, we are not going to get to our common and shared project. So we need basically the kind of leadership that projects at a stronger, better, well-financed Europe, that we work together and of course simplified. I mean, it's actually the desire and the end goal to do. And the citizens need to understand that. It's very, very important to have them on board. So that's actually the explanation.
Yes, thank you. I just completely agree on every word you said there. So that's really wonderful. No, on the capital markets and to make that is an obvious. And I can echo what you just said. I mean, I did that as a CEO many years ago, and it was always like that. But we have to change that. And while we change it, and this is hopefully for the Commission to think carefully about, the way that it is structured, that we don't skip and say, now we'll do it in a way that all the countries will think that it's nearly the same as it is now. It has to be one point of contact. It has to be governed in a European manner so that we get beyond this idea of having a center and then some countries. It has to be a true European capital and savings market. Otherwise, it will not fly in the way that it should do. So that's the one pledge. The other one is exactly the one that you are alluding to. I have a second home in Greece, and when I get all this through this process annually, where I have to, because I'm a political associated person, it's very complicated, and I have to explain who I am and my passport and all this. I do that in Denmark, and then I have to do it again in Greece. But that's silly, right? So if there was a process where the Greek bank just said we needed to have it from the Danish bank, approved, stamped, everything, That's the way that Europe should function. And that is for me as a private person, but think of the businesses, all the struggle that they have to go through. So that is, for I think everybody, it is a no-brainer, but it is difficult to get there, and it's difficult to get there in the right manner.
I feel your pain, but imagine being an American. I'm an American citizen. It's even worse, I can tell you. No one wants to even talk to me when I tell them that. So I would like to open this opportunity to the audience to give you a chance to ask questions to this truly impressive panel. We have microphones, I believe, that are there's a microphone there and there's another one over there. So if you are able to introduce yourself briefly, say who you are, and then ask your question and maybe mention who you're asking the question to. And can I just stress, we've only got about 10 minutes, so this is the moment for questions, not for statements or advertisements, just questions. Thank you.
Thank you. No advert. I'm not even going to say my name. Hi, Ciprian Stănescu from Romania. Great panel. This is my fourth forum, and in the past 4 years, I've heard the same conversation, looking at SMEs. And the first year I asked this question, how can we support SMEs to do business in Europe more? And I ask again the same question. Is there anything in reality that you see happening in the next years so that SMEs in our countries really sell better to other countries in Europe and outside Europe as well? Thank you.
Great question. Who wants to? Yeah, Frederick, I think that's a natural one for you.
Super question. And as I said, of the 25 million companies we represent, 95% plus are SMEs. I don't know what answers you got before, so I'll try to at least bring a new one. The 28th regime. Maybe you shouldn't have too high hopes, but at least reasonable hopes. And I think that could be, if not a game changer, so a game starter at least, where you can easily establish a company across Europe, a Europe Inc., because...
Do you want to explain exactly, for those in the audience maybe not fully familiar, tell us what is the 28th regime?
So basically a 28th country of the EU. So if you register in one place, it's valid across Europe. And also not too high cost of establishing a company. It's supposed to, according to the Commission, be done within 24 to 48 hours. I see you shaking your heads. It's good to be a skeptic. Trust us, we're pushing like crazy for the Commission to get it simple and clear. And also we're getting a lot of pushback from NGOs saying that, no, this will kill workers' rights. Let me just be crystal clear on that one. We've said exclude labor law, exclude taxation from this one. Let's keep it simple and get it done. So maybe sort of a spring-like piece of hope for you and maybe a new answer. Thank you.
Again, in the spirit of optimism, I love it. Another question? Sorry, there we go.
Yes, this is Maximo Micini, Lee Fleischmann Hillard, leading the largest energy portfolio in Brussels. I'd like to ask a question about where do we start? Do we need one big flagship? We need a Marshall Plan, like, grids on defense. Because my perception is we have a lot of ideas, very strategic, but we don't have time to lose about where are we going. And we need to replace the climate 2040, 50 is not working anymore. We need a political drive beyond 1, 2, 3 commissions and think long term. If you have any suggestion, I would love to hear. Thanks.
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you got the feeling in this room that we are not talking about the fact that we lack ideas. I would start by saying that we had the Letta and Draghi reports. We had a very, clear underlining of the steps that we need to take forward. The 28th regime was alluded in the, or not alluded, mentioned in the Draghi report. So I mean, let's just do the things that we have there. And it's a very good starting point. The banking union, the savings union. I mean, these are the things that we need to do. Pushing for a revolutionary 28 to 34, where we, take care of cohesion and at the same time provide for competitiveness and defense. I mean, these are the kind of things that we can deliver. The only major constraint right now, I think, it's still with the, sovereignty thing, with the fact that governments need to, give up to some of their prerogatives of control. So this is a question of, do we want more Europe or do we want the status quo? And everyone knows that that status quo cannot provide for the challenges that we have. So just do the things that we have on our table. And that's a very good start, I would say. Thank you.
I have a very practical one. Kill ESEF tagging. I don't know whether you know what it is, but it's basically any annual report, and now going forward also the sustainability report, is being tagged into an HTML format and uploaded into various formats which people can download. It's very expensive, costs roughly 2 to 3 million per company per year, just added up across all European companies. We would love to invest that into R&D, into research, into our people. Nobody is reading it, nobody is using it. Actually, you can simply use any normal box standard artificial intelligence LLM model to read annual reports better. So maybe as a token of willingness, please kill ESEF.
There is a very, very practical step that the Commission could take. Do we have another question? Anybody? You're also overawed by the... Yeah, there's a question in the back. Thank you. I think this will be the last one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda Zelina Cross, CEO of a think tank. My question is actually about the European Green Deal and about sustainability regulation. With the omnibus, we've had a lot of bad press for good reasons, but also maybe some of them quite unfair. My question would be actually to Mr. Persson and also some of the others. So what was it that prevented European companies to invest a lot more money in R&D that was available before the green sustainability reporting rules, etc., came along? And is there any benefit that you can see in terms of transparency from what the investors are asking from European companies? Because we get calls from the US, from Asia, with family offices asking, will we have this data? Is there transparency? We would like to park a lot more of our money out of the US into Europe. Thank you.
We can do it together. Thank you so much for that question. And I think an important starting point is to call out the discussion. Are we talking simplification, deregulation, and everything? For me, it's about enabling. And what business are standing firm behind the climate goals. What we're asking are for the simplification to be able to reach those goals. That is what's key here. We're not asking the Commission to change the goals. We're asking them to help us achieve them. What has happened is that the transition has been much slower. So companies have invested massively in new technologies and in new products, but there hasn't really been a market for it. That's just a fact. So the question now is, how can we adapt to the reality we're seeing? How can we see enabling decisions that make that market appear? So for me, it's like the calendar says it's April, you're in Stockholm and suddenly it's -10 and it's snowing. Do you walk without a coat and just look at the calendar, or do you put out the coat and see, okay, it's cold outside? So we need the enabling conditions to be able to sell those products. And in a situation where we spend more on complying to rules than we invest in R&D, I just don't think that is sustainable. Help us to move money from filling out forms to filling out patent applications. Then we will reach what you are looking for. And honestly, we talked about the transparency. I think there's ample information from the companies, but we do not need overlapping information or information that no one uses that just creates cost. So that, I think, is the key point.
You want to very...
Yeah. Just a short comment to that. I agree with most of what you said there, but, and there is a very big but, we do have a very big need for transitions. We have a very big need for green transitions, including, of course, climate transitions. Look at the oil and gas price right now. We're still in the middle of the mud because we don't have our own energy systems, right? We need to get beyond that. And all the rules and all the regimes have to push in that direction. So that's one. Second, we also need to make sure that we still live in a clean environment. And as much as I want to deregulate or simplify or whatever, but we still have to look after and make sure that we don't use dangerous chemicals in a not fruitful way, and so on and so forth. So let's please find a model where we say we will stay on the European way of doing things, that we actually look after our citizens, we look after our climate, we make sure that the bill for the climate as is not just going in that direction. Ask the financial sector about that. It is going to be devastating if we don't get this right at this moment.
Thank you. And we're out of time, but Helene, please.
Just quickly throw a few numbers and a few acronyms at you. So at the moment in the European Union, we're reporting under the EU taxonomy. We've got the ISSB looking at another type of taxonomy. We're looking at the CSRD reporting. We're actually going to tag all of that. We're trying to estimate how much that costs for us as a company, which is fundamentally grounded in a sustainable view and vision, just giving our long past and our view to the future. And I'm estimating roughly double-digit million. Now, there's a farmer's saying, which is just by weighing, the pig doesn't get fat. We want to invest in fat pigs. We want to invest in the future in green technologies. But we don't need to weigh it in many different ways. And again, if you could help us as a company, as a corporate, to basically say, okay, I will take now, today, and simplify it, standardize it, have only one way to look at it, it would be hugely helpful. And it would free up resources, money, and capacity to basically go into R&D for the future.
Can I just I completely agree. I completely agree, but that is unfortunately not what we are doing. That's unfortunate. We are still in the silos. And that's why I think as much as the omnibuses are welcome, of course, but some of them are not necessarily thought through in the way exactly you want. Put yourself in the business's seat and then make the omnibuses from that position. They would look a bit different.
There's a great way to end. Thank you so much to my fabulous panel. And thank you to all of you. And look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move directly on. Thank you. It was obviously a very engaging panel, and obviously there's a lot to do and a lot to be discussed, and a lot moving forward as well. So no shortage of work and reforms that need to be made in order to have more competitiveness. And also, as was mentioned a few times, we will have a panel on climate and competitiveness at 2 o'clock. I can see there's a little bit of movement. Don't move too much because we have one short but very important segment before the lunch break, and it is Deborah Revoltella, the Chief Economist of the European Investment Bank, and she is going to officially launch the EIB Group Investment Report 2026. So I'm just going to wait for the movement to die down, and then please welcome to the stage Deborah, who is going to launch the report.
Thank you very much. It's a real honor to have the opportunity to present the investment report today. This is our flagship economic report at the European Investment Bank. And every year we take the pulse of the dynamics of investment activities in Europe. And this report set the stage for the European Investment Bank Group contribution to the economic policy debate. And if you think that we are the EIB, the institution for investment, what we say in investment as an institution that actually is aiming to make a difference and to be an institution of doers, as the President was mentioning. This is quite an interesting work. So if I have to summarize in 1 second, this year we were focusing on capitalizing on Europe's strengths. We have seen many things happening in the last years, but investment in Europe somehow surprised, showing resilience. But this is the good news, but investment needs to accelerate at the European level. And what we have seen is that actually the resilience of the last year was mostly dependent on the very strong focus of public investment, while actually private investment was more stable, if you want, in real term. So going forward, what we need to see is really a decisive push on private investment. And that's complicated because a private investment actually responds to business opportunities. So what we need to see is more business opportunity emerging. And that's where the untapped potential of EU integration is key. Everything that we say single market, that we say in terms of simplification, etc., those are the untapped business opportunities that will lead private investment to accelerate. If we look at the policy point of view, we think that the policy support will need to focus even more on impact and private capital mobilization. Resources are not infinitive at the public sector level, so making sure that they really deliver in terms of impact and private capital mobilization is key. And that's why also in the report we go very granular, if you looking at the experience of the European Investment Bank group. We also look at what works, what doesn't work. We think most of the things work. But actually what we see is that for investment in Europe to accelerate the policy support, it's better to have it pan-European based and targeted, with targeted clear objectives. And that's what I will quickly go through it. I will try to show some of the analysis behind the report, and when you go out, you will see the report at the entrance. It's a nice 400-page report, so it's something you may want to read over time. But what do I start with? So we monitor investment in Europe, and as I was saying, Europe in the last year, with all what we have seen, has kept a stronger focus on investment and transformation. We can always see the glass half empty, half full. We like the half full version, so actually a number of things that went well. We see a resilient supply chain. With all what happened, supply chain were actually resilient. We see, and that's come from our survey, that European firms were concerned about tariff, but US firms were more concerned about the tariff effect and actually paid the biggest cost. We also see that Europe and European firms, and we have many examples here around among you, are actually leading in key technologies and in key sectors. And that's quite a good starting point. And we also see that the energy market, which is clearly a concern today, even more after this last weekend, but the energy market is starting to transform. We see the enormous deployment of renewable. We see that things are missing and development has to continue, but actually we are moving toward more energy security and also with a positive effect in terms of competitiveness. And then the bigger challenge of defense. Europe has scaled up in terms of ambition on the defense and security spending, remains Ukraine's main financial supported. European assets in market remain in high demand, and that's quite important. And Europe, through the many trade agreement and cooperation agreement, is actually becoming more and more a catalytic element at the global level. So that's all good story. The other element is what we see in terms of investment dynamic, and here, as an economist, you will always see graph coming out, but what we see is what I was mentioning at the beginning. So we have seen investment resilience with all these shocks. The investment resilience was mostly supported by public investment and public support to private investment. But then if you look at the corporate investment side, that's the side on the right, and you look in a real term, corporate investment in Europe has been at best stable. It's somehow the same thing that you see in the US, but in US you have this very strong effect of private investment in information processing equipment that is related to artificial intelligence and all what we are reading now. So actually this is really the basis for us to say going forward that we really need to see an acceleration of the private investment component. In the diagnostic part, we continue to look at the sectors, and you will find a lot more in the report, but I go very, very quickly. The main message is, starting on security and defense, Europe has been good in scaling up its ambition and also expenditure in terms of security and defense with the support of temporary measures. We think that the needs are not so temporary. They are here, unfortunately, to stay. So finding the best way to deliver and also having the spillover effect of this investment is quite important. We see, and in the report, we look at the spillover effect on defense spending. They are more important when we talk about investment, when we talk about R&D spending. This is clear, but it's also clear that the objective of defense and security is to have defense and security. So you cannot always choose what to spend on. But what Europe can do is really addressing the self-found capability gaps, the need of coordination, also standard harmonization, and working on the European supply chains. And here on the European supply chain, we see that something is moving. Actually, we look at M&A activities, and we see that in the last year, 50% is intra-European. So it's true there are a lot of dependencies, but it's also true that a more integrated intra-European supply chain in defense and security is emerging. We look always on the diagnostic side on artificial intelligence. And here as well, we know the global competition on large language model is mostly, not only, but mostly US and China. But Europe has a strong competitive advantage, if you want, in the development of application and integration and diffusion of application, also leveraging on the strong industrial base. And in our analysis, we have the privilege of having a lot of firm-level data, and we know what is the effect of adoption of artificial intelligence of firms. We see that firms in Europe actually are adopting artificial intelligence. We already see an effect in terms of productivity. 12% of productivity recorded since 2019 comes from artificial intelligence adoption. So we already see it happening. We see the importance of enabling environment that actually at the European level for this stage of adoption is actually quite good. We see the need of looking at the strategic dependencies that emerge and the importance of a coordinated approach in aligning initiative for frontier computational infrastructure, data spaces, and cybersecurity. The energy sector I was mentioning before, it's transforming. We see the very strong investment in renewable, and we also look at the fact that bottlenecks are emerging that require more investment to complement the renewable development in terms of cross-border interconnector, flexibility of the system, electricity grid, and wider electrification. And as I was mentioning before, what we have seen during the last week and what we will see in the next weeks, it's the importance of looking at energy security and competitiveness, and so continuing to push on the transformation of the energy sector. Critical and fast-moving sector, as I was mentioning, Europe has important competitive advantage and companies that are leading a player in many critical sectors. A time of very strong industrial policies that are put in place in various parts of the world, we think that it's important to leverage on three elements. On the one side, existing and unexploited industrial capabilities, the innovation and vibrant ecosystem, which also support to innovation continuing and leveraging on the scale of the European market. And then I come to the end, the last point, if you want, what all this diagnostic means in terms of policy action. And here, as I was saying, we think that it's very important to see an acceleration of investment, mostly on the private investment and corporate investment point of view, which will respond to new business opportunity. And then with limited policy available resources, looking at the public sector investment, the focus on impact and mobilization of private resources. And then when I talk about business opportunities, the single market and simplification take a central stage. In our report, we show actually the effect of the single market in the last year. 25% of investment growth since 1980 is explained by the integration of the market. So we see it in the past. We also see that when we ask firms in Europe if they have a problem when they export to another European country, in theory, in a perfect market, they should say never. 62% of firms in Europe are saying we have a friction. And if you take out this friction, it's coming from our model, you would see already an increase of investment activities by 10%. So you could have with this stronger, maybe it's the gold plating that people were talking before. You take out this gold plating, you have a really homogeneous market, single market, and then investment activities and business opportunity would increase. And also the single market is very important in terms of economic security. Simplification as well is something that we can quantify actually. In our analysis, we see that for SME, bureaucracy costs account in Europe for almost 2% of their revenues. And if you think that energy costs account for 4%, you see what the impact is. I go to the last point. What should policy support do? And here, maybe I start looking at also our own experience. The first graph is just showing European level money available. It's not much. We know what the size of the European budget is. We know that the Recovery Resilience Facility was a temporary measure, so it's expiring. We still have resources available, and we know the rule also of the EIB that is playing an important role. But then if you have a kind of a limited European money for a European public good, how to do it and use them in the most impactful way? The EIB experience shows the importance of financial instruments. Actually, our data going very granular show this effect on mobilization, which InvestEU guarantee €1 of EU guarantee capital support €15 of investment in the real economy. We also look at, and here in the report, I really invite you to have a look. We look at the experience with the EIB data, and actually with many cases, what we find out is that what is most effective is when incentive to private investment are targeted. When there is a label for, if you have a clear policy objective, you tell the counterpart what to do, and a targeted measure works best. Pan-European instruments work best because they actually protect the single market. And then the last point is that the business environment, availability of skills, best practice sharing, but also, and that's maybe something that we don't talk enough about, competitiveness and innovation in the construction sector, they can really help to deliver more in terms of investment. And that's all on my side. So I invite you going out for lunch to take the report. And the key message, if I can summarize, we really need still to see an acceleration of investment, decisive push for private investment that will follow business opportunity, and that's the importance of EU integration and the single market. And then in terms of public sector support, impact and private capital mobilization are critical, and the EIB group can show some example of what works. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deborah, and thank you for remaining with us for a very packed morning. Before you leave, please could I ask you to remain seated so that we can very kindly ask all guests just to stay in the seats. Thank you so much for your presence, Your Royal Highness. It's been an honor to have you with us for the opening of the EIB Group Forum 2026. And thank you also for your wonderful words this morning. And we will allow you to leave and continue with your duties this afternoon. And thank you, everybody. I will now release you for lunch, and we will start at precisely 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. Before we formally start the afternoon, I just want to encourage anybody to come and sit at the front. We have some seats available at the front, and we always have seats available on the side furthest from the door. So please fill out closest to the stage. It's always lovely to have you and have faces close to the stage. So there's some seats right here in the front, also on the front row over here. Thank you very much for sitting there. And please don't let him sit alone. We've got plenty of opportunity to make new friends in the front row. And we'll start in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. There'll be plenty more opportunities for networking and meeting new contacts and just having wonderful conversations this evening as well. But again, as you have already seen from the program, we do have a very special and charged agenda. We're going to talk about climate. We're going to talk about energy transitions. And for that, first of all, I welcome Teresa Ribera onto the stage, because at the moment, Europe, as we all know, we've heard it all morning and we know it anyhow, is pressing ahead with ambitious climate action, even as the global dynamics shift. And the coming years are decisive for cutting emissions, reinforcing industrial resilience, and ensuring sustainable growth. And so Teresa Ribera is Executive Vice President for a clean, just and competitive transition with the European Commission, and she's going to elaborate further.
Good afternoon, everybody. Dear President of the European Investment Bank, dear President of the African Development Bank, dear friends and colleagues, it is my great pleasure to be here. Thanks for this timely invitation to discuss priorities and adequate response in these challenging times. I grew up trusting democracy, solidarity, international law, human rights, respect. And I am convinced that these are still the main things to fight for. These are topics that do matter to our citizens, business, to investors. And they also matter to our neighbors and partners. This is what we could call part of our European dream: peace, prosperity. And this week proves once again how deeply interrelated the different aspects of reality are. You asked me to comment on energy and climate, on how to support reliable and effective decisions to back affordable, clean solutions, resilience, security, competitiveness, stories of growth and prosperity. We could not know that geopolitics were going to come in our changes in such a powerful way. During the weekend, the whole MENA region has once again gone through hardship and pain. So allow me to express my deep solidarity to all those suffering the impacts, and allow me to make a new appeal to de-escalate and find peaceful ways to defend people and people's rights. Bombs and pain didn't come alone. Markets reacted, energy price surge, and confidence, that fragile but essential foundation of investments, may go down. Risk is priced daily into oil futures, into gas contracts, into sovereign spreads. The Strait of Hormuz is a systemic artery of the global economy, including, of course, LNG supply. Any disruption sends shockwaves through oil markets, gas prices, inflation expectations, and ultimately growth, jobs, prosperity of normal people. Energy shocks do not stay confined. They test the resilience of our economies. They test the credibility of our institutions. And they test the unity of our union. So allow me to provide some comfort and relax by sharing with you a small joke I read this morning. The problem of fossil fuels is its intermittency, its lack of reliability. Let's start thinking differently. Because once again, the case for stability, affordability, and resilience is directly linked to our capacity to accelerate the transformation of our energy systems. The risk is not moving too fast. The real risk is moving too slowly. 4 years ago, natural gas from Russia started to phase out in the aftermath of the aggression against Ukraine. We Europeans work to ensure diversification, and it was a shock, both in Europe and in many other parts of the world. But the opportunities for further diversification are over. Qatar and United Arab Emirates shipping is being affected by the closure on the Strait of Hormuz. The US, from which we import 4 times more compared to 2021, gets the big share of our imports. Going from one dependency to another can't be Europe's model for resilience and competitiveness. That could have precisely the opposite effect of what we intend. We want to provide clear and predictable context for investors. But if we fail to go decisively with the clean transition, we risk freezing investments, discouraging those companies, innovators, financial institutions that have already aligned their capital with Europe's long-term strategy or are seriously willing to do so. What we don't want is a race to the bottom. We don't want a race to the bottom in labor standards, in environmental health. We don't want to identify as main priorities protected stranded assets, undermining those who invested early in clean technologies, electrification, efficiency, and resilience. The industrial and energy ecosystems have moved a lot. Those who trusted us and invested in green steel, in clean hydrogen, in battery value chains, in electrification, in new clean tech, those that did it in Europe, those that did it in the rest of the world, deserve that we stay the course. This is not the moment for ambiguity or for radical shift in our rule setting. Of course, we need flexibility. We need to be humble because we are learning. But we don't need pendular swings. This is why we like the idea to build a deeper union. One Europe, one market. To complete the capital markets union, to deepen energy integration and building the right infrastructures. To build a clean and electrified smart energy system based on homegrown solutions. To channel savings into productive, sustainable investment. And we don't want to do this alone. We need to work with our partners all over the world. The clean transition and the age of electricity is an opportunity for all to lower prices, to increase resilience, to decarbonize, to invest in our future. And this transition is accelerating across the world, with regions capturing the benefits. Africa's solar installation increased 54% in 2025 compared to the previous year. Renewables installed capacity is expected to double by 2030. And for every euro being invested in fossil fuels globally, 2 euros are now invested in clean energy. Last October, we adopted our global climate and energy vision, committing to keep on working with our partners in developing their own ambitious climate and energy policies, fostering carbon pricing, promoting standards for a fair transition, paying attention to resilience, building resilience, water, food security, health, resilient infrastructures, good services at the urban scale. Building new alliance and trade partnerships, as recently we have seen with different partners all over the world, is a much better idea than imposing models or retreating from cooperation and united efforts. The Global Gateway, for which we have proposed to increase budget to 200 billion euros for 2028 to 2034, is our most important bet in this field. 30% of the whole amount to be reallocated to climate and environmental goals. Africa is our neighbor. It is the continent of the youth. It is the land of opportunities. It is our partner, and we cannot forget about that. We want to stand ready to continue building coalitions, deepen our partnerships, accelerate the global clean transition, drive sustainable growth worldwide as a forward-looking and trusted partner. But we need to be clear. We need to build bridges, not cliffs. We need to join forces, not using the force. We need to come along with you, and we count on you. It may be not easy, but it's worth to fight for this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much to Teresa for opening up the afternoon sessions with such depth and positive outlooks as well. Now to move into the first panel discussion of the afternoon, which will be moderated by Ambroise Fayol, who's Vice President of the European Investment Bank. He will be joined on stage by Sidi Ould Tah, who's President of the African Development Bank, Damiola Ogubiyi, Special Representative of the UN Secretary General and CEO for Sustainable Energy for All and co-chair of UN Energy, and Bertrand Piccard, chairman of Solar Impulse Foundation.
Good afternoon, dear friends, and it's really a pleasure to moderate this panel after the quite remarkable speech from Executive Vice President Ribera. And actually, I would just like to make one comment on what we do at EIB on climate, because we are very proud that our strategy for the next 5 years, which is called our Climate Bank Roadmap #2, has been approved unanimously in last September. And it's very good news because not only it means that our objectives, our targets in terms of climate are shared by all European member states, which are the shareholders of the EIB, but also it means that they agree on something we have stressed in our strategy, which is the links between climate and competitiveness. And the fact that when we do climate projects, we also need to think in terms of how does it fit with smart economics, with the Clean Industrial Deal, with the strategies that are also behind this. And actually, it's also valid for simplification, especially for SMEs that we are implementing in the framework of this new strategy. But climate change is not a European problem, it is a global problem. And that's why we are extremely pleased to have here with us these great panelists, starting with Dr. Sidi Tah. Sidi is the new, we can still say that, Sidi, new president of the African Development Bank. I mean, he has been brilliantly elected 6 months ago. And it's going to be extremely interesting, Dr. Sidi, to hear your views about how climate works in, and how the African Development Bank helps climate developments in Africa. Damilola Ogubiyi is also well known from many of you, and you will give us a more global perspective, even if as a Nigerian citizen, you also live in Lagos. but that's going to be also very interesting from us to hear your views from a more UN-like perspective. And Bertrand Piccard, of course, is not to be presented in this room. You were, Bertrand, the first speaker at the first forum that we had 3 years ago, and we are very thankful for your cooperation, and you will tell us a bit more about innovation, the way you feel about, and also the initiative that we work together with the Solar Impulse Foundation at EIB to develop energy efficiency in SMEs. Let me start with you, Sidi. I would just like to be interested in how you see opportunities in climate projects in Africa. How does the African Development Bank work on it? And how do you see the prospect for a stronger partnership with institutions like the European Investment Bank?
Thank you very much. Let me first commend the European Investment Bank for organizing this forum and also praise the quality of the partnership between the African Development Bank and EIB. It's really a very good example of MDBs working together, partnering to support the most vulnerable population in Africa. So thank you very much for your support and thank you for your partnership. So back to your question, let me start by recalling a few figures. So as you know, Africa accounts for around 3% of the global emission, but yet the continent is the most affected part of the world by extreme events linked to climate. So every day in Africa, we see floods, we see hurricanes, we see drought in various regions of Africa. So it's a reality in the continent. And this is affecting many sectors, affecting the agriculture, which is the basis for our food security. But it's also affecting our infrastructure. And this is why at the African Development Bank, we are focusing on resilient infrastructure. And this is one of my 4 cardinal points for the vision for the African Development Bank. Now let us talk about the opportunities, the challenges, but and the opportunities. So as rightly mentioned by the Vice President of the European Commission, so we are neighbors. We are very close to each other and we have too many things to share. And we do believe that today Africa represents an opportunity for European investors and for European technology to contribute not only to the supplying the needed energy for the continent, the European continent, but also supporting the 600 million Africans who don't have access to electricity as we speak. So if we take solar energy, for instance, Africa has almost the sun 365 days a year. And in all parts of Africa, we have a huge potential for solar energy. If we take wind energy, most of the coastal part of Africa are really great areas for investment in wind energy. We have also hydro and geothermal energy potential. But unfortunately, so far, Africa is receiving only 2% of the investment in climate-related projects. And this has to change. And we are working together with the EIB and with other African partners, but also European partners. And this morning I had a very good meeting with the CEO of Cassa Depositi, which is another partner working with us on as part of the Mattei plan on renewable energies. So we do believe that today Africa, with more than 30% of the minerals, the world minerals deposits, and particularly critical minerals who are key for the energy transition. So Africa can provide the right place for European investors to invest. To invest not only to provide energy for Africa, but also to help to develop what is needed for the energy transition. Another area of potential investment in Africa is the green hydrogen. And countries like Namibia, Egypt, Morocco, Mauritania, and others can really provide huge opportunities for developing this green hydrogen, which is key for heavy industries in Europe. For instance, if we want to develop green steels, we need green hydrogen. So these are really key opportunities in the continent, and the fact that we are neighbors, we are very close to each other. It's just tens of miles which separate some part of Europe to some part of Africa. We need really to develop this partnership, and it can be a great source of supply for energy for the continent.
Thank you, CD. And actually, at TIB, we try to develop also this partnership. Ukraine is the first country of operation outside the European Union, but Africa is the first continent, and we have invested last year 3 billion euros in Africa, and half of that was to support climate-friendly investment, also investment in SMEs that are trying to do resilient investments. Thanks a lot, Sidi. Damilola, you are the representative, the Secretary General of the UN on SDG 7. So you're working on energy, sustainable energy for all. We would be very interested to listen from you about what you feel about the development of climate investment and competitiveness, but also which are the things that work less good, where we need to improve, and also which are your views more broadly, maybe not only Europe, Africa, but more broadly.
Okay, thank you so much. And just like President Ta, thank you for having me here today. I think I'll start with the positive note. One of the positive notes is that the energy transition cannot really be slowed down at this rate. Currently, in terms of electricity being generated globally by solar, hydro, geothermal, and some other types of renewable energy, we saw from 2020, where we had about 2,886 terawatt hours of electricity generated by that, to now where we're seeing over 10,700 terawatts of energy being generated by renewable forms like that, of which Europe is also leading the way. You know, the EU this year actually spent more on renewables than on fossil fuel for 2025. This is a huge signal of the fact that it's not just about climate, it also makes a really good business sense in terms of moving forward. We've also seen capital shift, you know, roughly according to the IEA, you have 3.3 trillion that was spent on the energy sector for electricity especially, and other energies, and 2.2 trillion of that was spent on renewables, again, because it makes a good business sense. So that's what's really the global outlook. But as the president of the AFDB said, that money isn't coming to all parts of the world, right? Asia is barely getting 4%, and in clean energy investment, I would struggle to see how we can say Africa is even getting 1% of that money, you know, and that is where the issue lies. A lot of money is concentrated in a certain place, but like you said, climate affects everyone. You can't just say, I did energy transition in my country, so I'm safe. You actually have to think about how it affects us as a global good. So I think those things are really important. The other part that's not important, that I feel like we're all failing behind, is in terms of clean infrastructure, especially grids. So already there's not enough financing going into grid infrastructure, even in the EU. But more importantly, the time it takes in terms of permitting and the bureaucracy around getting, you know, permits. These are just like basic things that's needed to build out these services, if we continue in this rate, it doesn't matter how much we spend on generation. If we don't have a specific focus on transmission, distribution, down to the last mile metering, right, to you actually connect the customer, you would have failed. So those are the things that keep me up at night, that there's a lot of money being pumped into generation, but there's not enough money being pumped and a lot of time and speed and scale onto the last mile of connecting the customer. I think that is important. So as we speak about energy transition and green growth, we have to also realize we're speaking to the privileged. We're speaking to, it's really nice to have energy and say, how can I make it cleaner? The truth is a lot of people around the world don't have that. In my continent, almost 600 million cannot say, you know, that they have any forms of electricity at all. So as we're doing that, we also have to understand that getting access to electricity and getting access to clean cooking is also part of the climate challenge. Because if that population of people get access using dirtier fuels, we're just going to come back and have to transition it. And that's why the work of AFDB is so important, because they want people to get access to clean energy from the start instead of coming back to transition. And that's why, you know, a program they're working on along with the World Bank, Mission 300, to provide electricity to 300 million Africans by 2030, of which, because I check the stats every single Friday, 44 million have already been connected. And there's an open dashboard for any of you guys to see how well things have been doing are so important. And I think this is where Europe really can also, you know, bridge that relationship with Africa as well. There's a lot of technology. In my days as a young engineer, I remember going around Europe, especially Germany, using SMA inverters and things like that. That was critical, but now you have players in China ready to do vendor financing for that. EIB also plays a role in getting the European equipment there, European vendors to Africa, so we can have a win-win situation, because the opportunity is there, and the average African is also not waiting. They want this electricity now, especially for the small businesses. Finally, I think what I would say is that, especially in the world we live in, collaborations are so key now. So no institutions, no organizations can do any of these things by themselves. And that's why I was so encouraged, I think last night we were speaking as well, of the AFDB and EIB relationship coming, so we have a force that can not only support things in Africa and other continents, but what happens in Europe is so important for the global good of how climate and decarbonization happens. And I feel like that is a key responsibility of the EU. And I'd really like to see how it materializes more moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me just say that we too in Europe see the importance of grids. And this is one of the biggest investment needs that we have, and I like very much. Actually, we invest at EIB 50% of the total investments in grids in Europe, which means we are really investing a lot of financing, because it is absolutely key to get to the energy transition. Sidi, would you like to say a few words about because Damilola spoke about that, about the M300 initiative?
I was about to jump in to talk about M300. So M300 is a very important initiative launched by the African Development Bank and the World Bank. And as we speak, more than 40 million African has received electricity for the first time. We still have a very long way to go. But what is important also is that we are expecting EIB to join us to support this great initiative. And the beauty of this initiative is that it is really changing the life and livelihood of hundreds of millions of Africans. And not only that, also enabling businesses to grow, and particularly micro, small, and medium enterprises in various parts of Africa, particularly in the countrysides, in rural areas and in suburbs. And we really also see MS300 an opportunity to start with renewable energy instead of having to transition from fossil to clean energy. So we have the standalone solution, which are very, very, very relevant for rural areas where it will be difficult or sometimes very costly to bring the network, the grid. So sometimes standalone solution and based on solar and wind can really be very effective and very efficient.
Thank you very much, and you will not have to wait too long for seeing EIB joining. Actually, there is going to be an event later today with President Calvino and you, actually. Bertrand. Actually, Bertrand, thank you also because you and Damilola, you are members of our advisory council on climate, which is chaired by the president of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde, and that helps us shape our climate strategy, and that's really very, very useful to have your views in all those meetings to have EIB make a better climate policy. But my question to you would be, you meet with a lot of innovators, a lot of entrepreneurs. Do they see that clean investments are good for economics? Do they see the thing that you are promoting a lot, which is this is smart economics, this is modernization is key? Are they convinced of that, or are there still doubts?
Yeah, thank you, Ambroise. Good afternoon to everyone. The answer is yes and no, and I'm going to explain why. You have to notice that the name of this panel is Climate and Competitiveness. If you speak of climate, you say that you have to decarbonize with renewable energies, clean technologies, and be more energy efficient to save energy. And in a lot of countries, a lot of companies, when you say that, you have the answer that you are a green activist from the left wing, that you want to fight against capitalism, you want to fight against the industry, you want to degrow the economy, and you want the ruin of our system. But when you speak of competitiveness, what do you say? Exactly the same thing. We need renewable energies, we need clean technologies, and we need energy efficiency. It's interesting to see that you create a complete different result when you just change the name of what you're speaking about. If you want to be competitive in Europe, you need to get rid of fossil fuels. It's not a question of climate, it's a question of survival. If we invest hundreds of billions of euros into fossil fuels, what do we have at the end of the year? Smoke and CO2. It has been burned, you have nothing left, and you have to buy it again for the following year. If you invest into renewable energies, the same amount of money, what do you have at the end of the year? You have local facilities producing electricity at the cheapest price in the world with local workers and local jobs. If you invest in clean technologies, you have the result here in the way of being more energy efficient. What is energy efficiency? Energy efficiency is not sobriety. It's not about consuming less and reaching less. Energy efficiency is reaching more and better with less consumption and less waste, which means that you have a higher profit margin because you are more profitable and you save all the additional costs that you would have in wasting money, resources, and energy. You know, I don't know exactly for Europe, but for the entire world, the energy that is wasted every year costs $4.6 trillion. It's not a question of climate, it's a question of money. We need to go into a society in order to be more competitive and more rich, a society that is efficient, running on renewables. So this is economic, it's policy, its competitiveness, its independence, its sovereignty. Now the question is, how do we reach it? And it's interesting to see that when we speak like this, a lot of companies, a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of big multinationals will say, okay, if it's not for climate, but it's for competitiveness, then we're interested. But we have to invest an upfront investment. We have to change everything. Basically, we have to change everything. We have to change our industrial processes, our motors, our engines, our grid, everything. And it needs a lot of investment. So maybe we'll do it, but later. And this is a survey that we have done with the 1,650 innovators that the Solar Impulse Foundation has labeled, identified, and is promoting now. We went to see them and said, you have these solutions. They allow the world to be efficient. Why are they not implemented? And this is really the answer, because the clients don't want to invest the upfront investment, even if it is profitable on the total time of ownership. So we need to solve this, exactly this. And I got a fantastic welcome by Ambroise and Nadia when I came 2 years ago, and I spoke about my dream. Having a company providing efficient solutions, arriving to the customer and say, we install it for free. You don't want to invest? No problem. We put it for free. You will save 10, 20, 30% in your energy bill, and a part of it will be paid to a fund that has invested into this product in order for you to use it for free. Basically, you allow the customer to buy the service instead of buying the ownership. So you have no upfront investment. You just pay back a part of your saving to the fund, who will earn between 4 and 6%, 4 to 8% in return every year. And the EIB was fascinated by the idea, thought that they could launch a project, and within 2 years, they have appointed Solas and FL, two fund managers, with respectively 100 million and 60 million, to make two lighthouse projects, lighthouse funds, to prove that it works. And the European Commission has promised that if it works, they will put in money in order to support 350,000 SMEs in Europe with a total of 65 billion euros. So you see, we are not here in a vague idea of knowing if maybe we are more competitive, if we are more efficient, if we are more sovereign, if we have more renewables. No, we are in the heart of the action, investing money to bring the solutions to the SMEs, allowing them to be more profitable, allowing them to be richer, and all this is a virtuous circle, because if it works on these type of SMEs, it will work on the others, and we can make a real change. And a real change, that means to make Europe not only more competitive, but to make it more efficient, more modern. And then, if we are more modern, decarbonization will just be the logical consequence of modernization. So you reach the end goal, but through another circle that will create much more support, much more wealth, and much more success.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. And it's true that it has been really a fascinating journey to put in place this, what we hope will not be only pilot operations with FL and Solas, but recipe for success that can be implemented and scaled up, because at the end of the day, what does matter is scale up. We have a few minutes left if there are questions. Do you want my microphone, sir?
Merci beaucoup. Hello, hi. Ciprian Stănescu from Romania. I have a question to all of you, but it also deals with what you said and what you said at the beginning. There's another word which we couldn't put in the panel, which is strategic autonomy, I think we call it these days, right? And one part of strategic autonomy comes from critical minerals. What is your view on getting from the earth, through mining usually, critical minerals, to push for autonomy in clean tech? Because if you talk about wind turbines, if you talk about batteries, it doesn't matter. You still need cobalt, nickel, etc., etc. So it sort of almost defies the purpose if you just look at it simplistically. But how can we create strategic autonomy for Europe and Africa, why not, through critical minerals, but paying attention not to add more pressure on the climate by building clean tech? So, you know, it's a bit twisted, but I think the question is quite obvious. Thank you.
Today, Europe is able to buy critical materials at a good price. I have no idea what it will be in 5 or 10 years. But what I know is that if we wait for 5 or 10 years to buy these critical materials, to buy more solar panels, to buy more wind turbines, to buy more permanent magnets and electric motors, we might be in trouble and might be dependent, and there might be some blackmail on Europe. This is why we have to do it now. We have to buy as much as we can of all these technologies now, because they last for 30 years. They last for 30 years. In 30 years, the world will be different anyway. So we need to be independent for the next 30 years and not wait at all. Because now we are dependent on oil, but we are sovereign for everything else. We can get the supply everywhere. We have to keep this in mind. I think it's really important.
I have a slightly different view, obviously, because I'm not in Europe just buying stuff and not have enough money to do that. I think we need to be really responsible about our mining practices. I think there's a kind of, as long as it turns up in my show, it doesn't really matter how it was done, where it was done, especially in the global south. I think it's also really responsible and imminent to make sure that countries in the global south, of which many of this equipment already comes from Africa, does some level of beneficiation in continent. So some level of production. So in my country, Nigeria, lithium is taken out, sent to China, and then sold back to Nigeria for 100% the price. That doesn't make sense to me. There needs to be a win-win situation. Again, I'm not saying that Nigeria becomes a new battery hub, but there are other parts of Africa that can do that. But there needs to be some level of beneficiation in that country before it goes out. So the pricing then does actually reflect what you're actually buying. Right now, unfortunately, some countries have got used to just buying cheap raw materials and critical minerals. And I think if we are responsible and if we do have a true Africa-Europe partnership, we have to look at that and make sure it's win-win moving forward.
No, so thank you, Damilola, for taking that point, which I was also planning to take. But let me, since we are talking about competitiveness, so a feasibility study done by Bloomberg for AFDB and other African financial institutions shows that it is more efficient and more economical to produce battery precursor in DRC and Zambia than in any other place in the world. So this is an invite for a partnership between European investors and African owners of minerals to develop a win-win partnership where some type of beneficiation is started in Africa, and then we can move to Europe to have more sophisticated output. But it's key for Africa at this stage not to continue to export raw materials. because that really is depriving Africa from a huge potential, and it's not competitive. So let me stop there.
Thank you very much. And let me also add one thing. There was a summit between the European Union and the African Union in November, I think, in Luanda, Angola. And clearly one of the key items for strategic partnerships between the European Union and Africa was on critical raw material and how we can both develop this project of this kind and also indeed develop the industry that could go around in Africa. Can I ask you to join me in thanking a lot our panelists for this great panel?
Thank you so much. Thank you to all our panelists and that wonderful conversation. And I know we have an increase in numbers now coming into the room. I can see people standing at the door. So as always, I'm going to encourage you to move towards this side of the room where we have the gaps over in the front. And I know exactly why you're here because our next keynote speaker is an astronaut. We have the great pleasure to be joined by somebody here on Earth. And as we also saw in some of the figures from Deborah Revoltella earlier, money put into defense in Poland is moving up to 4.5%. And I know lots of interesting things are happening in Poland, and I'm going to have to get better at pronunciation of Polish names. So I'm going to do my very, very best. So it is a great honor to have you here with us. It is Sławomir Wisniewski. And he's, thank you, yes, I tried very hard. Did my best. And we're going to start with a wonderful video, so we're delighted to have him.
Thank you. I have to say I'm always a bit emotional watching these videos. These memories live in my head very vividly. So it's been just last year, and I can't believe that all the mission happened, and now I can tell you about that a bit. Let me start that I was born in Łódź, in Poland, in the 80s. And as you can imagine, back in the day, in that era, in that place, it was difficult to imagine to become an astronaut. It was, there was just simply no opportunities like this in Poland, and it was, there was no infrastructure in place to make these dreams a reality. I started my studies in 2003. Poland was not in the European Union yet. Everything changed in 1st of May, 2004. This is when Poland accessed the European Union. I was at the first year of my university. And from that moment, the world opened. The borders stopped existing. I had a chance from Poland to go and continue my studies in France, thanks to the Erasmus program. Then I started my PhD working in the French industry, co-financed by the French government. Then later on, I found myself working at the European Organization for Nuclear Research at CERN, building and operating one of the most complex scientific machines on Earth, the Large Hadron Collider. Working alongside 17,000 scientists and engineers, in the organization of 100 nationalities with one common goal: to advance the frontiers of science, of knowledge that we have. And then in 2022, after 14 years of waiting for the selection of astronauts, I could apply, and I was selected among 22,500 applicants as one of the finalists, and then Poland decided to fund a space mission to the International Space Station. That was the first mission for Poland to the ISS in history, and the second spaceflight for a Polish citizen. For the country that joined the European Union just 20 years ago, it is a tremendous road. And not only for myself as a single individual, as one career, but really for the country. It is a result of deliberate choices, but mostly the result of funded programs, open borders, shared infrastructure, and long-term investment in people. CERN taught me what no textbook could teach me, that big goals are achievable. You can achieve them, but when you work with other people. That's when, working for the organization of 100 nationalities, but with one goal, this is not a compromise. This is an added advantage when you can work together to achieve common goals. ESA is built on the same principle. Myself as Polish, but this is an organization where Polish, French, Italian, British, German, Swiss engineers and scientists work together on a shared project with a goal to achieve these goals that are not achievable by a single nation. Axiom 4 mission was no different, my mission. We were 4 nationalities, an American, an Indian, a Hungarian, and a Polish, working together among our 4 countries and 3 continents. Our flags represented 27% of the global population. We went to the International Space Station with this motto, space for everyone. And I think this is the Europe's superpower, is not one single nation. It is really the open Europe with its mobility, shared infrastructure, and this long-term political will to invest, to develop all the countries together. This morning, this early afternoon, we discussed the climate and the competitiveness. This afternoon, after my talk, we are turning the discussion into defense, security, the industrial technology, sovereignty, and autonomy. But running beneath all these discussions, silently and invisibly, is space technology. Space underpins every aspect of modern life. The precise timing signals, they synchronize our stock markets. They allowed trains to work together. They synchronize power grids and telecom systems. Satellite infrastructure nowadays helps us with weather forecasting, with sustainability and climate change, broadband connectivity of internet access, and as well what we discuss nowadays in Europe in the past months and past years, security, defense coordination, crisis management, and disaster response. We don't think about this on a daily basis. We don't think about this like we don't think about electricity in that room, in this convention center. We don't think about waters in the pipes, but you know, when you remove it, everything stops. And space is not a benefit from Europe. It is really an invisible, critical infrastructure that runs modern societies. And as each infrastructure, it needs to be maintained, it needs to be built, it needs to be modernized, it needs to be funded and protected. Europe from space is beautiful. This is a beautiful continent where you can see interconnected countries. And especially at night, you can see these lights that appear. But can we maintain this beautiful view in the future of interconnected infrastructure? Europe has all the ingredients for that to happen. We have talent, we have education systems, we have good research networks, values, European values, but what Europe needs is acceleration. Acceleration in technology adoption, in technology production, in turning ideas from ideas into mature products that are competitive, and then create European champions that could scale globally and connect to end users and end customers, connect these services really where it is needed. This is where the institutions in this room become decisive. The breakthroughs of the next 30 years are not going to be built in 2045. They are being built and funded today. A significant step forward was made during the Ministerial Council of ESA last November, together with the EIB, the European Investment Bank, and the European Commission, and the European Space Agency, on funding the new program, the Space Tech EU program, that is 500 million in order to fund ideas, fund companies in Poland, in Europe through commercial banks. This is to improve the financing mostly to SMEs, mid-caps, to be able to scale, and also the companies that have the engineering brains, engineers, to bring services into the market. This is not a grant program, it uses commercial banks to be able to channel, to funnel funding into building space technologies. For the moment, this funding is, as far as I know, available in France, Germany, and Italy through the commercial banks, but we hope this funding can be extended to other countries. So maybe 27 countries of the European Union. I think Poland is an interesting example, and we had already this discussion about Romania today. But Poland became, in the past 30 years of development, became the 20th largest economy globally, surpassing $1 trillion of GDP last year. And this is not a coincidence. This is what happens when you plug in the country into the European infrastructure and European ecosystem where country can develop and use its people to grow the economy. I think on this picture, as you can see, the Europe is beautifully interconnected with all these lights, but there is still some room of improvement in Central and Eastern Europe. I think this is where the development happens quite fast. There is a tremendous talent of people still to be harvested. Maybe there is not enough technology presence in the economies, but there is modern infrastructure and this willingness and need to actually contribute and build the future of technology of Europe. So I did not become an astronaut simply because I dreamed hard enough. I became an astronaut because in Europe, we built an environment where a student from Łódź in Poland can go study in France, work for the biggest European scientific organization, for CERN, and then execute a multinational mission to the International Space Station. I think this is just in itself, it's a tremendous achievement. But Europe doesn't need only dreamers. Europe needs builders, people who are going to build the technology, who are going to build the future and bring these services to the market. And the space sector is one of the clearest expressions of what Europe can be at its best. Collaborative, thinking long-term, technically ambitious, and also strategically sovereign and autonomous. We can build this solution. EIB has a role in that. And it goes beyond the funding. It is about not only bringing capital, but signaling to the market, to entrepreneurs, to member states, to investors, that Europe is serious in building the technological future of the old continent. And this infrastructure of the future can be and will be built here. So I think this is Europe worth building and worth investing the life to bring to light. And I think this room here has more power to build that than almost any other. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing your wonderful story. It's really, really deeply inspiring to all of us. And I know you're going to get photo fatigue very soon. Moving on to the next panel discussion, Europe's energy transition. It's going to explore how the EIB is financing Europe's energy transition, boosting sustainability, security, and innovation. And to moderate this discussion, we have Anna Brovzar, who has years of experience herself in the energy sector and now moderates conversations with leaders shaping Europe's clean energy transition. And so, along with Anna, please welcome her panelists to the stage, who are Marcus Raramo, President and CEO of Fortum, President of Euroelectric as well, Jean-Christophe Laloux, Director General, Head of EU Lending and Advisory Operations at the European Investment Bank, Nicholas Davidson, CEO of Meva Energy, Dorota Zawadzka-Stepniak, President of the Polish National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, and Francesco Gattei, Chief Transition and Financial Officer at ENI.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for the kind introduction. Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon, and welcome to this panel on Europe's energy transition. We're coming to you live from the EIB Forum right here in the heart of Luxembourg. Warm welcome to everyone here in the room and also to those who are joining us online. Now, this EIB Forum looks at a strong Europe in a changing world. And there can be no doubt about the central role that energy plays within that strong Europe. Because Europe's energy transition, we've heard it in the opening remarks this morning, is in full swing, make no mistake. But we are increasingly going from one phase to the next, from a phase of setting targets and ambitions to now a phase of system delivery, of investment, of implementation, and of course of infrastructure. And to set the context a little bit, there are a few drivers at play here. The first is electrification. In the words of the International Energy Agency, the age of electricity is here. Power demand in Europe is up, expected to grow. Electrification is too, as data centers, electric vehicles, heat pumps, and a whole host of other technologies come online. And that power is increasingly coming from renewables. But second, the infrastructure meant to get us that power from where it's produced to where it is consumed is going in variable directions, and some of it is outdated. 40% of Europe's grids are older than 4 decades. So they need to be modernized, digitalized, expanded, and made more resilient too when it comes to new challenges, cybersecurity, extreme weather events and the impacts of that, peak demand. We have a range of different aspects also in other technology challenges. I've forgotten a few, but we'll get to that. That's why we're here with the panel. And then third, electrons is one part of our energy system. Molecules is another. And here, what happens in that space, in the decarbonization journey, in our clean energy transition is vastly important as well. So that means investment, it means infrastructure, it means talking about the financial architecture to get that all done. So what better place than the EIB Forum to discuss all that? And certainly no better company to be discussing that with than our panelists here today. So thank you for being here. And I would like to kick us off with a bit of a risk assessment together. We know there's many risks that energy infrastructure in Europe faces today: permitting, security of supply, capital allocation, plenty. But I would love to hear it from you, from your vantage point, each of you, just to get us started. What do you think is the single biggest risk, if you were to pick just one, facing Europe's energy infrastructure today? Marcus, I want you to start us first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Well, you mentioned actually many of the risks already. So I see that the potential to deploy new capital to generate the energy, it is there, and that can be done. The bottleneck is how to get it to the right places, so grid infrastructure.
Grid infrastructure. Okay, great. We'll build on that point as we come further. Jean-Christophe, if I can go to you.
Thank you, Anna. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I'll pick one. If I have to pick one, it will be the fragmentation of the European electricity market landscape at the moment. And I pick this one specifically because the system dynamics are changing from a variable cost system to a fixed cost system. And in such a system, the fact that we optimize locally is really going to cost us a lot of money, and in the end will not help us solve the affordability issue that we have in Europe. So fragmentation it is.
Okay, from grids to fragmentation of that electricity landscape. Dorota, can I ask you for your risk?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. And of course, the first point is the grid modernization and grid development. And the second one, of course, is the energy storage. I mean, we have to build a system of the big-scale energy storage, also in terms of energy, electricity, but also in terms of heating. And the second point, which I have to mention already at the beginning, is that we have to build a resilient infrastructure. I mean, we have this discussion in the previous panel. We have to have our infrastructure resilient to the floods, to the high temperature, and so on and so on. So really the new ecosystem, new model of the building of infrastructure in terms of energy system.
Right, what is that infrastructure going to look like, as resilient as possible to one of the few challenges you mentioned there? May I go to you, Niklas, please?
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, the EIB, for having me here as well. So I'd like to move the perspective a little bit to the most recent events we've seen in the world. This was mentioned already earlier today. LNG prices in the Dutch TFF hub are up with almost 80% in a few days. We are back in a situation where we were in 2022 with potentially a gas crisis. We can't neglect the fact that Europe is extremely dependent on imports of fossil gas. We have now, happily, must say, decided to ban imports from Russia. Nobody wants to import from the United States now, of course, but we are set to do that. And now we also have the issue in the Middle East. So we mustn't forget about the importance of this dependency and the need for Europe to move away from those dependencies.
Right, thank you for mentioning, of course, these are very rapidly developing events, and so the impact geopolitically then on our energy realities is here with us in the room. Thank you for that. Francesco, may I go to you for your risk?
Thank you, I'm the last one. And thank you to the audience attendees.
For me, is the immaturity of the infrastructure. It's a paradox. You mentioned there is a very old infrastructure, but this infrastructure were built with completely different logic. Were built, I'm speaking about molecules, with an assumption of flows coming from east to west, and now these flows is clearly impacted by the Ukraine invasion, by the Russian war, and assuming a certain, let's say, structure of the energy mix based on central big plants of power with nodes that distribute around this. And now we are building instead an infrastructure that is related to diffused production capacity. So both sides, the molecules, the electrons, are built with wrong flows, without redundancy, without diversification, with limited storage. Think what, for example, is available in the Northern Europe in terms of storage, extremely low, because there was no need. There was a UK North Sea, and there was Groningen. You don't need to build storage capacity or large storage capacity. Germany is very small for its need in terms of gas capacity. And as Spain has demonstrated, even the new energy coming in are created a potential disruption if not managed through right infrastructure and battery solutions. This means that the reason is an immature system.
So we have the challenge of the grids front and center, and we'll pick up on that in the time we have together, both in terms of resilience and also maturity of infrastructure, whether on electron side or molecule side, the fragmentation of that electricity reality, the geopolitical aspect of this, and then how we just make it all more resilient, more future-proof. So we have quite a bit to unpack. Marcus, can I ask you to start us off with that? Because you're CEO and president of Fortum, but also the president of Eurelectric. Speak to us a bit about the future power mix backbone that we see developing in Europe, more particularly from the Nordics point of view, because you know them like no other, of course. What have been some of the lessons learned there that can help us create that future-proof and future landscape from your perspective?
Thanks. A couple of angles there, and I thought that I'll make this really practical, so hands-on, like customer-driven examples. So to give you the context of Fortum, we have about 9.5 gigawatts of hydropower and nuclear power, a little bit of wind, 200 hydropower plants, nine nuclear reactors. What we see is that we have a massive customer pipeline from steel, aluminium, hydrogen derivatives, chemicals, data centers, battery factories who are looking at the Nordics as a place to locate their businesses. So then the question, how will that be supplied? Of course, primarily from our existing capacity, but going forward, we have identified what the customers need and when they need it. So how we are as a company preparing is that we are developing new clean megawatt hours to the extent customers need them. And through that, we have now 8 gigawatts of solar and wind under development in permitting and more in earlier stages. Well, obviously, as we heard already, intermittent renewables are not enough. So customers need some profile, maybe even full load profile. So this has to be complemented with flexible assets, flexible production, storage, and demand response. So we have 2.5 gigawatt target to bring new flexibility online. In addition to that, the renewables will not be enough if the European demand grows as much as we are expecting. So in addition to this, we are also developing new nuclear, both large conventional plants and SMRs. So these all are in the pipeline. This is what the future will look like. More intermittent energy combined with flexibility, with storage, potentially even new nuclear. One point I thought of bringing here as well is that about the speed of how to get to market. So what can we do to speed up things? Well, we identified with our customers that what they need is sites, access to grid, and power. And about 10 years ago, we started to develop generic sites that could fit many of our customers. And through that, we have, for example, found Microsoft, who is now building a data center cluster in the capital region in Finland. and we have agreed to do the world's largest heat offtake from these plants. Through this site development, we have now 5 gigawatts of powered land that we can offer to our customers, and a big part of it right away. So this is one way to go around the slowness in permitting and getting sites zoned. You pre-plan them, and then customers can come faster. But this is the future, so intermittency combined with flexibility and also stable power.
So would you say that's the recipe, let's say, that was applied within the Nordics, and that really can now serve as a transferable lesson learned for the rest of the continent? Is that a carbon copy?
Yeah, so some of the lessons from the Nordics is that the Nordics are now practically CO2 free, but that was not the case always. So even in Fortum, we had gigawatts of coal-fired capacity in the Nordics. But with the determined policies of the governments, this has been phased out completely and replaced with renewables and with both flexibility in production, but also flexibility in consumption. One key lesson from a Euroelectric point of view for the continent is that as an electricity industry, we are extremely keen to mobilize capital and technology for our customers' benefit. That is the best thing in the world. That is what companies really love to do, build new things. So we have increased our customer intimacy. We arrange continuously roundtables with our customers, meet them, ask that what is it that you need, and answer that. But a key thing there is bankability. So what we need is a bit of visibility from our customers as an industry. Again, 3,500 utilities across Europe. A bit of visibility through PPAs with our customers, shorter or longer term. And where the governments, but also EIB can step in, is risk sharing and making contracts bankable. So a tripartite approach. Customers, us as utilities, and then governments and governmental institutions who have the ability to absorb and manage and warehouse long-term risk.
So you show it can be done. Also that this is all about focusing on building new things. So a lot of optimism within that, to echo what was said in the opening remarks of this morning, and that bankability is absolutely key. Also to get the intermittent and flexible storage online and accompany all of this. So a lot is already put in motion there. Jean-Christophe, can I turn to you to complement this from the investment point of view of EIB's home perspective? We heard your president this morning say EIB finances half of all grid reinforcement projects going on in Europe right now, a vast majority of, or a vast amount of solar projects, also in wind. Speak to us a bit about the capital that's being made available, earmarked even, for energy infrastructure in the few years ahead, in the medium term.
Okay. First, if you allow me just to
absolutely
go back on the impressive figures you just gave, as saying safe for everyone in every power-hungry part of the economy to move to the Nordics, which I don't think everybody will want to do, no offense. We are going to have to find a way to also channel some of this energy in an incredible source of long-term additional energy development, to find a way to distribute that efficiently across Europe. And therefore I wanted to echo on the main risk that I was talking about, and the fact that at the moment it's great to know that a lot is planned. I just put a question mark out there. Are we sure that we are planning optimally? And that we are going to make best use of everybody's competitive advantage in developing this additional capacity. Now, to your point, Anna, it is true that everybody can see a lot of investments need to go to the energy sector. Around 3 or 4 years ago, the European Investment Bank was financing around 10 billion euros roughly per year in the energy sector. We have nearly tripled, and you gave some of the stats of last year. Why have we done this? Because we all realize that there's a problem of affordability in Europe, most of all, a problem of competitiveness linked to the competitiveness of our economy. And now is the time when the game is played. Now is the time where we try to move the needle. And we are starting to see that the needle is really moving in a number of areas. Now, when you step back and you look a little bit ahead, energy investments should nearly double in the next decade or so. We should go from around 250 billion euros currently to, some say, up to 600 billion euros. Right, and of that, you can say three big chunks. One is energy production. I mean, you just talked about this, around 150 to 200 billion euros a year of additional energy production. Two, a lot on the demand side, and we don't talk very often about the demand side measures, but it is really important that we continue to talk about it. Renewable energy production is one thing, but on the demand side, we need to improve on energy efficiency a lot. And three is on infrastructure. That sits roughly in the middle for around 70 to 90 billion euros, depending on the figures that you take a year. So on the production, renewable energy production side, we are going to continue to hyper boost, and this is actually where most of the demand is coming. It's actually quite in line with what you just said. We see a very continuous demand for more long-term EIB finance on the energy production side. We have a number of supply-side measures that we have implemented recently, the wind package. We need to help also our European industry to produce more, also on the cable side, on the transmission side. We don't have enough capacity, so there are a number of supply-side measures that we need to continue to implement. So we are roughly going to remain around the same speed in the coming 1 to 3 years. On the demand side of things, I think it's probably, I would say, at least from our point of view, the parent pauvre, so the bit of the forgotten child out there. We have very little demand coming for the decarbonization of the heavy industry. Remarkably, in the 30 billion euro financing that we have provided last year, I would be at pain to give you more than 2 examples for decarbonization of the heavy industry. And we have also difficulty to scale up our efforts into energy efficiency. We have launched a few pilots, and some of them have been announced recently with Bertrand Piccard, who is here today, also Solar Impulse. We're trying to develop energy as a service, to try to develop these models where the energy savings finance actually the investments, but it's small scale, and we have a lot of difficulty progressing on this. So I guess there we have to start scratching our heads and thinking, okay, are there new mechanisms like blending, for example, that we could potentially use to progress? And we must do more. And finally, on the infrastructure, I mean, we talked a lot about it. Grids, super important, and I'm sure everybody will agree to this. Our infrastructure needs to be improved. I think there, the main bottleneck will be what do we do to help the transmission system operators and the distribution system operators to overcome the natural financial barriers that they have and the fact that they're already quite leveraged, and how do we finance and explore new financing models, off-balance sheet, project finance, other types of structures to allow them to do more, actually, because not everything can be financed on balance sheet. So maybe I'll have the opportunity to come back to this later.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thank you for laying this out. The EIB has increased its focus on energy infrastructure the past few years. And now really looking at the demand side, the generation side, of course, and infrastructure too. So let's come back to that on how that will go forward in the years to come. Dorota, if I might come to you. We hear from the electron side, of course, we hear from the investment side. The government perspective is absolutely front and center here too. You represent Poland's largest institutional funding actor here. And a lot of what we're asking for to deal with those risks, ultimately, are member state driven, are country driven. Speak to us a bit about the government perspective here and also your role as the fund to advance that agenda on infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And yes, indeed, my institution for nearly 37 years finances different type of projects, not only, of course, from the transformation, and once we started, we financed different type of projects in terms of sustainable development, in terms of wastewater, in terms of also waste modernization installations. But now we are absolutely sure, and 80% of the budget coming from European budget, also from the modernization fund, and thank you very much for supporting us in also this challenge. I mean, this 80% of funds coming from the energy transformation. But how I understand energy transformation, and I fully agree with what you said, I mean, it's absolutely the development of new capacities in terms of production. And we are supporting renewables. We are supporting renewables in terms of energy sector, but we are also supporting renewables in heating sector and also in industry. I mean, there is no net zero goals in terms of Polish conditions without all the sectors being on board. And second one, we also support a lot of projects, a lot of programs dedicated to the energy efficiency in terms of buildings, in terms of industry, in terms of transport. We know that the cheapest energy is that one which has never been produced. And we really want to, to make this goal as a goal in terms of net zero. And the third one, which is also crucial, and as I mentioned at the beginning, in terms of grids. Especially in Poland, once the new installations in terms of onshore, offshore wind farms, in terms of new nuclear power plants, which is ongoing in the north part of Poland, we know that a lot of new grids should be developed, and also a lot of new grids should be also replaced. So the third part, which is also under our agenda, is also dedicated to grids, as I mentioned, also energy storage. But I have to also mention something which we very often not touch in this sort of discussion. We are discussing the infrastructure, we are discussing the financing, and I fully agree also with you. You said the risk sharing in terms of new infrastructure being developed. But what we very often not touch is the social aspect of the transformation. I truly believe that we will not have the really transformation in Europe, also transformation in Poland, without the social support in terms of actions, in terms of new capacities, but also in terms of changing the social patterns, in terms of also production of energy at the local level. So the social part is also crucial. And really the last point which I wanted to mention in this intervention is that I also believe that the institution like mine, which distributes public funds, newly public funds, as I mentioned, cohesion policy funds, recovery and resilience facility, also modernization fund, Norwegian funds, a lot of external, I would say, funds. These funds should be spent, should be disbursed to high-risk projects. These projects which will never be been allocated or never been produced without the public support. That's why in our new strategy, we start to support innovations, innovative projects, and we really want to, to see this as a role of the public fund, public institution like mine.
Thank you for that, Dorota. Markus, I believe you wanted to comment briefly.
Yes, if I can pick on Dorota's excellent point about the social patterns and the social impact. So definitely this is a big thing for European citizens, but we also see it with like B2B customers. And my point there is that on the back of what I mentioned, we all know what is happening. So more intermittent energy, more volatility, flexibility has a value. When we talk with our large B2B, like global B2B customers and ask them, what do you want? they all want clean, very low cost and stable energy. And if we ask them, do you want to be flexible? They say no. But if we say, okay, but how about if it's X% cheaper? Would you then flex? Okay, then there's a different discussion. So that's my point also with regards to the social acceptance for Europeans, that if we need to continuously and persistently explain what is going to happen, and then people are very smart. So citizens are extremely smart, and they will arrange their own life if they're given the parameters, if they're given the information that what is going to happen.
Please. That's why it's so important to use the language of benefits for the civil servants, for the societies, yeah, for the scientists, and so on. So really, this language of benefits, also in terms of the goals, not only economic goals, but also in terms of environmental goals, climate goals, because really everybody, probably all of us, want to live in a clean environment, breathe clean air, and really live to a nice and comfortable environment.
No, thank you so much for bringing in the just energy transition perspective to the panel, because it's vital and it's going to be important also for taking this forward. Maybe to continue on the energy system landscape here towards the molecule side of the story. Niklas, you were CEO of Swedish cleantech that invests in and heavily pushes next generation biogas. Tell us a bit about that part of the energy system and what solutions this will provide on the harder to abate and on the industrial side of energy use. Give us a sneak peek there.
Absolutely, thank you, Anna. So most of you probably haven't heard about MEV Energy before, and I'll just take the opportunity to say a couple of words about this company. So we are a Sweden-based green tech scale-up company, having developed a new method to produce biogas, a novel type of biogas production, as you say. And we address the hard-to-abate sector, in particular the manufacturing industry that are heavily reliant on natural gas and LPG. On that question of yours, and also on the emphasis of the grids and power here, electrification, we need to remember that Europe is a big place. There will not be the same conditions in every part of Europe for a particular technology. Some places will be well fit for heavy electrification, other ones will not. And we need to recognize that. I should mention this perspective too, that we shouldn't think that there's a silver bullet here. We shouldn't ask our policymakers to just put forward one or two solutions and expect to apply them everywhere, because that will not work. I'm meeting customers on a regular basis, and they look at their conditions, they look at their existing assets, the fact that they have invested in, as in our case, heavily in a gas-based supply chain. It's not an easy thing for a big industry to change to electrification, so easily. So that needs to be recognized by policymakers. And also in that context, I think it is worthwhile mentioning the dilemma that we are in now in Europe. Since a few years back, we have an increased focus on competitiveness, on affordability, and on the fact that energy needs to be cheap. That is really at the core of every customer discussion out there today. It must be remembered also from a policy-making perspective. And picking up on the discussion, on the point that you made here, Jean-Christophe, on demand side, we need to make sure to keep the ETS, the EU ETS system intact. A few voices have been heard and raised the last few weeks about a reduced impact of the ETS system in terms of transitioning European industry. And let me just say that this system has been around for 25 years. It is at the core of global warming and climate change mitigation in Europe. So we must really support that. MEV Energy, as well as a number of other green tech scale-ups and also more mature business, are relying on that system to be there to support the demand side of it. So that needs to be said in this context, I think.
Yeah, so thanks for mentioning that ETS part of the storyline. We might circle back on that, in fact, because we've mentioned affordability before. There's a lot of links that we can unpack there. But I want to close our first round by going to Francesco and staying on the molecule side of this story, because of course, you're Chief Transition and Financial Officer from ENI, from an oil and gas major. Tell us a bit about the evolution of thinking on transition infrastructure, especially in light of carbon neutrality goals of Europe, your company's own. What is in store there?
First of all, it is important to understand that energy is not a name that is singular, but is plural. Because the energy is just an element that is what you need to satisfy the uses that you have to do in your life. So there are energy sources or vectors. Electrons are vectors, other are sources that are fitting for the different scope. So electrons are very good if you want to transfer data, if you want to cool down. It's difficult to use molecule to cool down because you are generating heat, so it's the wrong side to move to reduce temperature. It's good for lightning or enlightening. While once you move to molecules is, let's say, has different logical physical principle. So molecules, carbon is molecules that try to create links as soon as it's possible. It's linked to another molecules, so it's good for building. On the other side, the molecules release a lot of energy once they are cooked. So for cooking, for creating or building stuff, for transforming. Think that from hydrocarbon you build the fertilizer. Probably almost over 5 of people in the world will not survive without the support of artificial fertilizing. So all this stuff is something that cannot be forgotten. It is essential for human being and improvement of our lifestyle. Unfortunately, we had a narrative in the last 5-7 years where everything was focused on electrons. Electrons and renewable electrons, so even a specific side of electrons, because clearly you remove the fossil side of the electron. Because once you decide to have this transformation, this is an addition, is an improvement, is an efficiency, is something that could be absolutely necessary, but on the other side requires, for example, new tools, new engines, new machines, and this have to be done by molecules. You requires backup that is done by molecules, and substantially you require industry that use these tools, they use these molecules to transform and generate the new cars, electrical cars, or the other stuff related to transition, the windmill, etc. So the idea that we can, let's say, skip away from molecules and hydrocarbon as a consequence is, unfortunately, is a naive approach to transition. Transition requires energy, requires molecules, cheap molecules, requires industrialization, and this is a word that in Europe became extremely negative in terms of content, and requires, as much as possible, decarbonized molecules. Decarbonized molecules means that you use all the tools that technology will provide you, and technology is not a fixed element. Technology is changing every day. 5 years ago, 4 years ago, nobody of us was hearing about ChatGPT. There was 1 or 2 versions at the time. Now ChatGPT is practically used by all of us every day. And this is a new source of technology that is potentially adding more efficiency, but also adding much more consumption, changing the pattern of the, again, electrons use in the future. So we have to be open-minded. We were not in the past. We had to find all the solution. We had to buy time. So if there is a good solution for the short term, as the offset, we should use it. If there is a carbon capture for hard-to-abate industry, we should use it. And on the other side, building the alternative and the other technology that will improve the renewable side of the overall spectrum. So this is where we have to invest, and this is what actually, as an energy company, not a molecule, let's say, lover in a sense, but they say that we are substantially selling what the market requires. We continue to invest on the both sides of this world. Just as a last figure, electrons cover just 20% of the primary energy consumption. So there is still 80% that comes from something else.
Thanks for illustrating, in fact, the complexity of that. Marcus, please do comment.
Yeah, just reflecting on that, and again, you asked about the Nordic experience. So, reflecting on the point that Francesco just raised. So, in Nordics, we have had long-term technology-neutral policies. So, accepting that the change takes a long time, and that you have to accept, and you have to make room for solutions. And the enormity is really big. So, to get to the EU's climate targets, we need twice the amount of electricity, and all of that needs to be clean. And we would need half of the molecules we have today, and all of those would have to be clean. Are we explaining this to the European voters, what it means in land use, volatility, grid expansion, costs, how life is changing, how our daily life is changing? I don't think we have done a perfect job in that. But time is needed. Then also on national level, governments need to either commit to the change, or then in EU have the discussion that, so what are the timelines, what are the steepness of the change curves if we don't realistically, if we're not going to make it or don't want to make it, what are the consequences? But we can't have a narrative where we say that something is going to happen and then we don't actually follow track.
Now, here I'd like to stay with you, Marcus, to pick up on what we've heard already in the panel. Affordability, the competitiveness aspect, another word that we hear every day, the necessity to address those issues. Energy pricing is becoming a very politically central issue, from Antwerp to Aldenbiesen to the Council in 3 weeks. Industry is really beating the drums over competitiveness on energy pricing here. Can you speak to us a bit about where policymakers should act, what margin of maneuver they have to bring that particular issue down in the context of this transition journey?
Again, I refer to the Nordic example. So a system that is more than 90% CO2 free is based on hydropower, nuclear power, and high acceptance of renewables, which then means that then industries and consumers will need to flex in order to take the benefit of those low-cost hours. What that means for the continent is that we as an electricity industry, we can, and historically we have mobilized hundreds of billions, if not trillions of capital, and that can be done to bring the low-cost electrons into the market. But what that then means is that we need to get PPAs with our customers, we need to make the projects bankable, and then what we can do as Europe, for example, EIB, is to enhance the bankability of these investments and get them going through guarantees, through CFDs, risk sharing, long-term loans. Again, I go back to the tripartite. So this can be done. It will take some time, but the investments can be done, and that is the best thing we know as an energy industry, deploying capital and deploy our competencies and technology.
So deploying capital here, Jean-Christophe, on grids, I want to circle back to your point earlier. The grid readiness is important here. EIB is already doing a lot of work on that. Historically, as a sector, we really need to get to parity in investment here. For every euro that's gone to renewables investment in the past decade, only 40 cents in Europe went to grids and storage. So there are historic reasons for this. I'd love to hear actually your views on that, as to why we missed the boat on that. And more particularly, how that now needs to be scaled up. You're doing work on that. How do you see, with the same clarity as you've had in the past few years, to invest more in new clean tech companies, on the generation side, on the demand side? What is to be expected next, specifically on grid infrastructure?
Okay, before I come to your question, I just wanted to echo a little bit what was said on, and just say a word on affordability and competitiveness. I think we shouldn't fool ourselves. Yes, in Europe we have expensive energy compared to many other continents. no, there is no other solution but to continue on the trajectory that we are and to continue to invest in renewables and with a smart mix of whatever molecules will stay in there, because they will indeed continue to be part of the picture, together with other energy sources. Maybe we will talk about small modular reactors as well at some point. But I think what is absolutely clear and crystal clear for us is that whatever we do, rowing back and depending more on fossil fuel is definitely not the way to go.
Stay the course. Yeah.
And we see it with the very unfortunate events that we're having at the moment. And you reminded us of the futures prices for gas that are a very good translation of that. So that has to be said. So okay. So this all said, what now with grids in particular, where grids are at the intersection between supply and demand side of for electrons, for electricity. I think why has there been potentially an underinvestment? Well, they're also a bit to what you were saying. Electricity demand has been flat for a very long period of time. I mean, frankly, still 2 or 3 years ago, it was not clear that electricity demand was really going to be boosted that much. We haven't been very good at anticipating that demand and at making the investments in advance. And in fairness, it just reflects the fact that economic actors act when they have clarity on the demand side, which remains an issue also for some parts of the electricity market, like for hydrogen, for example. And I think to a certain extent, the grids have actually suffered from that. I would add a second point, which is that grids are very particular because they are managed by monopolists, and that these monopolists sometimes may have had the tendency to also optimize locally for local situations. And now we just also realize that we have a systemic problem. And I'm coming back to my issue on fragmentation, which is very dear to my heart, not only for the energy, but also for many other parts of the European system, including the capital markets. What we see is that with the huge investments going ahead, and the fact that indeed these huge investments are going to trigger a continued pressure upwards on the cost of energy, we cannot afford to continue to plan locally. We must plan globally on a European level, and especially when in some parts of Europe, indeed, it is possible to produce very competitive energy using the local power sources. We must absolutely improve in our ability to start thinking about the system on the European global scale, even though indeed the energy mix is very different in different parts of Europe. We have to absolutely make sure that the cheapest possible energy can find its way where the consumption is actually required. And on this, let's face it, we are still not very good. I mean, I don't know whether any of you has actually seen that amazing picture of how green investments are decided in Europe and the coordination mechanisms, but it's an absolute labyrinth and maze. And you know, there's no wonder that it's difficult for us to actually take supranational decisions on that. On this, we must absolutely continue. So, in short, grids are going to remain absolutely essential. Amongst the grids, one is, and I completely agree with you, we need to push the industrialization agenda, in particular for grids, also at the European level. The deindustrialization of Europe at the moment is becoming absolutely critical. So helping a number of manufacturers to develop the capacity that we need, to develop the cables that we need, to develop the technology and the goods that we need to expand the grid is absolutely critical on the one side. On the other side, we need to absolutely make sure that we develop new solutions for transmission system operators in particular. Because what we see in Europe, I mean, we have increased, as I mentioned earlier on, we have tripled. We have a very large balance sheet, right? $500 billion balance sheet in EIB. We have very large limits on these grid operators in particular because they're very low risk. So as any banks, we have our internal limits, but I can guarantee you in a few years' time, our limits will be reached. the trees do not grow up to the sky. So there is a maximum that even a very large institution like ours can do on transmission system operators and grid operators. So there will have to be a relay with new solutions to finance, including these regulated assets and these grid investments. I mentioned some of them, hybrid solutions to also increase the equity of transmission system operators, financing some of these assets off balance sheet. We need to really start thinking ahead, which means also that the regulation must be adapted to make this off balance sheet solutions and these new novel solution possibilities a reality and something which is readable also for private sector investors.
The importance of grids through industrialization, of course, finding those TSO solutions and getting creative with how we bring in different types of financing in the years to come. I hear those were your main takeaways on what you'll be working on. And to build on that, Dorota, if I can come back to you, because you raised the very important issue of just transitions, perhaps even there's a link to be made there with social acceptance also from the projects that we intend to multiply. I immediately want to think of permitting issues there as well. It still today takes longer to permit a wind plant sometimes than it does to build it. And we have queues of renewable energy waiting to come online. So there's again a big role for countries there. We know that it can be accelerated, but how can we do that? It's been done in other sectors. How can we do it here in particular? What would be your take on that?
Of course, my institution is not responsible for permitting, but we finance a lot of projects, and it takes really a lot of time for permitting and to closing the agreements in the end. What I think is absolutely crucial, first of all, to prepare good projects. I mean, once the projects are really well prepared and you have really the support, and that's why I wanted to mention the Elena support, and we will sign today the agreement with AIB about the support, and thank you very much for this, because really a lot of projects which are in a queue, they are not well prepared, so they do not have support in terms of preparation of concrete documents, in terms of concrete processes, and we want, as the National Fund, also support future beneficiaries with preparing really good projects which will be implemented in a very short period of time. Second point in terms of course, permitting is to increase the number of civil servants which are delivering this sort of services and specifying concrete areas where this support should be implemented. And I know that already in Poland, in terms of many institutions, this goal has been met. But nevertheless, it's still some time to be needed to see the concrete results in terms of shortening the time of permitting. And the third very important point, which we also haven't mentioned before, is the stability of law. If we change the law at the European level, at the country member state level, relatively, how to say, regularly, thank you very much, it does not help to really to deliver permits and to deliver good projects in the end.
So stable laws, in that sense, well-prepared projects, and supporting in that also from the institutional capacity perspective. That's loud and clear. Nicholas, maybe moving back to you from your clean tech perspective here. We know from the Draghi report that Europe has a scale-up problem. It doesn't have a startup problem, we have a scale-up problem. And the Clean Industrial Deal, in fact, now a year old, sees clean tech competitors or companies like yourselves as a building block in that. That requires financing, it requires ecosystems to give those clean techs wings and maybe essentially make 1,000 clean techs bloom, right, in that regard. What would be, from your experience, the advice you'd give here to policymakers to make clean techs really take off in that field that you're defending so well?
Right. Oh, very broad question, isn't it? may I just pick up on what Dorota said?
Absolutely.
Giving us a reminder here, the importance to prepare your documents before you file for a permit in Poland. We did that. And we failed the deadline with 1 day. So we've learned that lesson for sure. And that lesson is even harder to make for a young company, for a scale-up company, you know? So being subjected to the rigidity of regulatory frameworks, this is now coming back to your question, Anna, is more difficult for young companies that do not have the infrastructure, that do not necessarily have their own compliance officer, for instance. You need to make sure that you have good advisors and that you make a sufficient effort understanding the legislation where you are to sit. So that's very clear. There are some good initiatives going on from the Commission, in particular the 28th regime, which has been quite a lot talked about already. That is the idea that as a scale-up company, you would have, as an impact scale-up at least, you would have a certain legal status and be able to have a fast track in a number of legislations nationally. That would be fantastic if that would come to play. At the end of the day, what can we expect here in terms of time frame to that to be realized? I'm not really too optimistic about that. That's a major change in legislation for a lot of companies, and I think I fear that it will take many years before that can happen. So meanwhile, it is important that Europe continue focus on innovation even more. There are other initiatives here, the Scale Up Fund, for instance. We have a commissioner now that is not only responsible for R&D, but also for entrepreneurship and startup scale-ups. That's fantastic. First thing since a couple of years back. And as you said, this was very much highlighted in the Draghi report. So movements are underway. I think Europe is moving in the right direction. Still need to do a lot in terms of facilitating innovation. One particular data point that probably not a lot of people are aware of is the, in my view, imbalance between how much we spend on academic technology research in comparison with how much we spend on deployment of new technologies, on those new scale-up technologies. The difference is huge. I don't have the figure for the complete EU here, but just looking at my home country, Sweden, 98% of that total bucket of money is being spent on academic technology research. About 2% is being spent on scale-up funding. That's a major problem. And one should question whether that balance is the right one. I'm not saying that academic research necessarily should have less money, but the imbalance is there. If we have identified that we have a problem with scaling up, maybe that is something to discuss and have a conversation about.
A specific point on that scaling up. I see Marcus and Jean-Christophe have a comment before I go to Francesco. Marcus, please.
Yes, so 2 quick reflections. So on Dorota's point, Poland has been very determined in what it wants. And as Fortum, we have actually businesses in Poland, and we have developed district heating systems in Częstochowa, Zabrze, Płock, Wrocław, to actually match the Polish targets. So we have decarbonized previously very fossil-fired systems to be CO2-free or CO2 neutral. I wanted to build on Niklas's point as well. So on the permitting, also one thing we need to explain to voters and national countries that if we think we're competing against the US and China, then we have quite a disadvantage if we have 27 different regulations. And I take nuclear as an example. So every country has its own nuclear regulation. US has one, China has one. So scaling up is completely different in these areas. And scaling up is then, the modularity is the solution for low-cost new nuclear.
Thank you for that, Jean-Christophe.
Yeah, I had 2 points, and Marcus already took my first one, which is indeed what would help our scale-ups, and I'm sure, Niklas, you would agree, is if you had the same standard everywhere, right? Instead of having to learn every time to adapt, especially for young companies and for scale-ups. But my second point was to really reinforce the particular need that you just expressed to position a number of choices in terms of economic policy and economic support mechanisms around this notion of investing into companies that are behind first of a kind. I mean, we have supported really over the years through something that the audience might be fairly familiar with, the venture debt product, which is actually Niklas and his company were supported with, which is a non-dilutive equity type investment. And we have now a portfolio of nearly 10 billion euros on this. And in the clean tech space, what we see in particular is that we have quite a number of companies that now are beyond first of a kind proven technology, and in particular in the clean tech have got a lot of trouble attracting enough capital to grow and to industrialize their solution and to actually project their solution at the industrial level with some of the clients and some of the contracts that they potentially have the capability to generate. So you mentioned the Draghi report. The scale-up issue is a general issue that we have in Europe, but it is particularly acute in the clean tech sector. And I would totally agree with you that we have, I mean, you were saying public institutions should be there to do, you know, the really risky and innovative stuff, but let's not be too restrictive in the way we define innovation and we define market failure. We have a proven market failure in technological deployment when it comes to industrialization. And this is part of the mechanisms that we also as public institutions deploy must be oriented towards that particular market failure, which at the moment is still not really the case, or at least not enough.
So to bridge from that to you, Francesco, here, because we hear about research and development, of course, as necessary, going from startups to the scale-ups beyond the one-of-a-kind level. I can imagine the investment decisions that happen at your side of the table have to do with existing assets, of course, and then the new technologies to be brought online. You highlighted them before, CCUS, hydrogen, there's a lot of different things on the table here. With this as a backdrop, with the discussion on energy prices, with the carbon neutrality goals that Europe has, that your company has, how do you make a distinction between those two? What do the decisions actually then look like based on current, what exists, what needs to be invested in to maintain production, also a reality, and then the new technologies to come online that you're betting on?
Clearly, what you describe is the complexity from the financial point of view of the transition. Transition is substantially a 5-variable equation. You need to ensure environment target, you need to ensure security target, you need to ensure competitiveness for economy and industry, you need to ensure social affordability, and you need to deploy technology at the best of the different options. So this is the overall spectrum. Actually, so far, I think that the recipe we adopted was just to pick one of these variables and to concentrate just the result on that specific variables. Environment, and eventually something else, and trying to, we never thought on a maximum balance between these 5 variables. Actually, once we work as an oil company, energy company, in the transformation that we did, we try to keep all these variables in account because we work with different countries. We are exposed to Africa, we are exposed to Europe, we are exposed to Far East, we are exposed differently in different technology, and we have to move towards new technology. So we are probably also one of the largest investors in nuclear fusion, for example. And this without relying on public support or government support. This is just the way we work is substantially to think all these different targets or different business opportunity as a standalone, able to finance itself. So I don't use the pocket, for example, generated by the upstream business or by the legacy business. I think this business have to continue to invest. Is impacted by a natural decline, so you have to invest to keep even the same level. And if I want to grow, I have to invest a bit more. So I need to use the cash generated from that business in that business. And I need to find a way to finance the new business by using something else that is substantially as was described. There is a lot of opportunity. The market is rich of savings, looks for opportunity, looks for good assets, a good company where to bet and to put the money in. And they are paying a very interesting multiple to the growing business relating to transition. So you have to present this business. We create the concept of satellites. So for us, the transition is a transition from an integrated model, the Rockefeller model that was following the molecule from the birth to the death, so from the well to the refinery, to a cosmopolitan model, to a satellites where there is clearly the upstream, there is renewables, there is CCS, and there is, in these different businesses, different logic in terms of financing, different bankability, different metric, different partner. I do not work with the traditional majors or NOC if I want to work in this. There is private equity that likes to invest in this business. And we have to be flexible from the point of view of contractual capacity, or from the point of view of being able to accept a certain degree of, let's say, of distance between what you were used to be in a traditional integrated measure instead of this different approach. And I think that it works. It works because it doesn't sacrifice one of the various goals in order to reach just one of the main target. In this way, we are able to improve and to grow, for example, almost for 6 gigawatts of capacity in 5 years. We are the second renewable capacity. We are the second player in terms of biofuel. We are the first player probably in terms of CCS in Europe. And as I mentioned, one of the most exposed. And with depth that was lowered in the meantime. And we continue to grow in the upstream. So this is the recipe. We are not, let's say, splitting the world in good and bad. The world of energy is good for humanity. It's good because the humanity needs energy in different sources with different mix, and you have to be able to provide that mix in the best possible way, economically, environmentally, and from the safety point of view.
Yes, and in that respect, you bring us back full circle to where we started, the complexity of the sector and what it means in terms of different speeds, different partners, different implications for who you start projects with, where the financing comes from, and how that goes forward. Now, as a moderator, I could keep asking questions clearly for a very long time, but I do have to share with the audience, and I want to create some space for that, because we've heard from our panelists here. I would like to open the floor for questions with the remaining time that we have together before I try to wrap up our conversation here. So I'm looking towards our EIB colleagues who have very kindly helped us out in the first one. I see a question in the back and a question over there. Could I just kindly ask you to stand up, state your name and where you're coming from, and a clear question for our panelists. I have 2 questions here. Well, the gentleman first. You were right.
If it's okay with you, of course. My name is Eugen Pajić-Kariga. I'm the CEO of Dalekovod PLC from Croatia. So the company that is building overhead transmission lines since 1949. And basically, listening not only today, basically the problem of building an overhead transmission line, especially of the high voltage, all the problems that we have today, because the average time to market is in between 10 to 15 years, as we all know. And we are coming back to all the problems of permitting, etc., and projecting and building itself. But basically, my question is, in Croatia and basically in ex-Yugoslavia, the 400 kV transmission line network was built 50 years ago. And basically, within the couple of years, so I think that was from the idea to the realization was 7 years. Okay, I understand. It was a communist country. Probably nobody was taking care about landowners and environmental issues, etc., etc. But we, all those, as in Western Europe, have those networks today that brought, at the end of the day, I'm quite sure, positive social benefits or social value to all of us today. So my question to whomever panelists want to take the question, how can we build from those benefits to today's, basically creating, as one of the panelists says, positive social let's say, feelings around building all those networks or grids that we need today?
Very clear. Thank you for the question. How do we go from previous existing outdated an old infrastructure to the mature new infrastructure? Who would like to take that question? Marcus, please.
Yeah, so this is the dilemma that it takes 10, 15 years, and it is exactly a question of actually getting people who own land, whose land has to be bought or taken over. So how do you do that? And at the same time, if you have the need for an investment at the other end of the line, the companies are not going to wait for 10 years. The business case is gone already by that time. So the way we have solved it in our end is that we recognize this, and we see that our customers need the access to power much, much faster than that. So we have started to zone the sites and permit the sites in advance, generically, without knowing exactly what kind of activity will come there. And we work very closely with the transmission system operators to find where is there redundancy on the grid, and then start acquiring land 1 to 2 kilometers from substations. So and then pre-agree already with the landowners a couple of years in advance that is it okay to then get the right to pass through your land. And this is my recommendation to regions, cities, municipalities, and countries to actually do that. Otherwise, it's very difficult to solve the problem. So think in advance, think what you want in which place, and build redundancy in the system that can then be utilized when it's needed.
Thank you very much for the question on grid planning. I saw there was a question in the back over there, if I may. Yes, please.
Yes, I'm Eva Schwab from FEANSA, that's the European Federation of Organizations working with the homeless, and I'm working on energy poverty. I wanted to take up the thread on just transition and ask you a question. So the EIB has now quite an important role in handing out the first ETS2 revenues with the front-loading facility. And we see a lot of resistance in the member states, particularly in Central Eastern Europe, against adopting the ETS system for fear of social impacts in households. And we know from Eurostat there are around 14% of European households who live in buildings with leaky roofs and drafty windows. So that is not the first buildings that you think of when you imagine these flexibilized electricity markets that also your colleague from Eurelectric has been talking about. These households are simply not able to participate in that and will probably bear the higher costs then. So my question is, how do you make sure that the front-loading facility is going to really reach the households who live in these leaky buildings, and especially also with a view to the report by Danuše Nerudova, who proposes now to exempt the building sector from the ETS too. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for the question. Who would like to take that?
Well, I can say a word about this indeed, and thank you very much for putting the question also in the broader context. And first of all, since you have commented on it, indeed, one of the things we have recently decided is to put money available to member states in order to front-load the social programs that will be deployed by member states in anticipation of the credits generated by the ETS2 system. And it's actually not the first time we are doing something similar. We have also, in the context of the just transition mechanism, we have partnered there also with the European budget to have blended finance mechanisms that allow to smoothen the cost of finance for a number of social objectives. I think when it works well is when there is a good symbiosis between the wholesale bulk finance that we provide as a European institution and the use of that finance locally by regional and national, generally regional governments. So the role, when it works well, is when we can actually lean on our scale as a European institution to provide bulk finance at conditions that are difficult to get regionally, combine them with a number of these mechanisms, whether they are the just transition mechanism, the number of grants. It can also be sometimes other things like technical assistance to prepare the projects that you have referred to, one of the initiatives, and where we then lean on effective government, local government and regional government action. So I think you have mentioned some of these mechanisms. We will continue to deploy them at European scale to make also sure that there is a level playing field in Europe, that no member states is comparatively advantaged compared to others, and try to continue to partner with regional authorities to make that work.
Thank you. I know we're out of time, but Marcus has one final comment that you'd still like to add to this.
To the question about energy poverty, yes. So extremely important question. So in Fortum we have 2.2 million customers, a lot of students, small households with low income, and how can we help our customers, especially with low or unpredictable incomes? So one is what we can do as companies is to provide visibility into the pricing with fixed price contracts. So today we offer a fixed contract at 7.5 cents per kilowatt hour, taxing like the VAT included. What governments can do is to be reasonable on the taxation on energy. In Finland, it's 2.5 cents. It can be 5 cents, 10 cents. It can be even more across Europe. So this is what governments can do. And then to make it possible to get the electricity contracts, to give guarantees to people actually who otherwise cannot even get a contract or cannot get a fixed contract. So a very topical thing. How I personally engage is I weekly talk with in our call center with our sales agents and ask what are our customers saying, what are the customers' problems that they are facing. So very acutely on my agenda every week.
Thank you so much for the final touch. We're wrapping up our panel just now. Please do join me in a round of applause for our fantastic panelists. Thank you. And thank you for the questions.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you very, very much for a wonderful panel discussion. I won't take your time because I know we're over time, but we're going to start back on time. So it's a coffee break and we'll recommence at 4:45. back, everybody. I know we're losing people to the sunshine and the conversation outside, which is a terrible thing. So I'm just going to speak in a loud voice to try to encourage people to come back into the room for this wonderful, wonderful final section of day one, because it's definitely worth being inside this room, not outside. So while the bell is continuing to ring outside the door, please come and take a seat in the front rows here. We have a wonderful, wonderful conversation coming up now. It will be outlined and directed by Sharon Wheeler, who's the Principal Communications Advisor at the European Investment Bank. And she's going to lead the conversation with Valdis Dombrovskis, who's the European Commissioner for Economy and Productivity. So I'm just going to keep talking before they come to the stage while the doors are still open. Encourage everybody to come inside the room and take a seat in the front two rows. And with that, Sharon, the floor is yours. It's yours. If you so wish to take up the opportunity. Thank you. Thanks. Of course.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And great to be here with you again, Commissioner. It feels like not so long ago that we were sitting on this very stage, but so much has happened since then. Not all of it good. We've had a lot of discussion this morning about the importance of competitiveness, of security, of how Europe can rise to the challenge. It seems like Europe has to rise to the challenge a lot these days. Let's imagine that members of the public are watching our conversation, and I believe that it is being live streamed at the moment around Europe to broadcasters. What can you say to people who are feeling more anxious these days about what the European Commission, what the EU as a whole is doing to make them safer and to protect their jobs in case things go a bit pear-shaped?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this invitation to the EIB Group Forum 2026. It's always a pleasure to be here, and especially this year to see such an impressive lineup and such an impressive participation in this event. In terms of European security, more than a year ago when this European Commission took mandate, we set two main priorities, which is strengthening the competitiveness of European economy and strengthening our security and defense capabilities. And now, more than a year in a mandate, if anything, those two priorities have become more urgent. Russia's war in Ukraine continues raging. We see now a conflict in Middle East. We see other geopolitical developments. So therefore, it's important that from our side, we keep strengthening both European economy, both our defense capabilities. Of course, we had long since been involved in both supporting Ukraine and putting pressure against Russia as an aggressor. And now, in these very days, we are engaged in intensive diplomatic outreach to seek de-escalation in Middle East, to ensure protection of civilians, maximum restraint from all sides, because it's clear that sooner we are able to end this conflict, less both geopolitical and economic repercussions there are going to be.
Yes, and as you say, the priorities have become even more urgent, not just the most immediate things, which is to protect people and end the conflict, but of course to reinforce Europe's capabilities in security and defense and also competitiveness. Now, we're delighted to have you here on the eve of the proposal on the Industrial Accelerator Act, which, face it, has been taking a long and rocky road, Commissioner. We hear stories about being up all night, 44 changes. You look quite okay. You don't look too sleep deprived. But would you give us a bit of an insight into what those discussions have been about? Why were they so difficult from the Commission side?
Indeed, one could say we are now in a final stretch of preparation of Industrial Accelerator Act, and the intention for the Commission is to present it tomorrow. So, I would say there had been some fairly broadly agreed work streams like fastening, simplifying the permitting procedures, creating industrial acceleration areas in member states, and things like this. So where probably there has been most controversy is this question of European preference made in Europe, because that's indeed where we need to get the balance right.
And what are the potentially conflicting, not necessarily, if you get the balance right, what are those issues that you've been grappling with?
First of all, it's clear that we need to strengthen our economic security, that we need to strengthen our strategic autonomy, develop strategic sectors for our future economic development, also ensure access to necessary raw materials, for example, and so on and so forth. But when we are debating all those issues, it's important that we remain targeted and focused, because there is all too easy a tendency to slip towards broad-based protectionism, which then can be actually harmful to our economic development and our competitiveness. So that's, in a sense, the risks and the challenge to watch. So personally, I prefer not to speak about made in Europe, but made with Europe, to make sure that we work in an inclusive and a constructive way with international partners which are willing to cooperate with us on fair terms.
And of course, you were in charge of trade, the trade portfolio in your last job in the last Commission. So you really do have two hats. Which one do you like wearing most?
I would say economy and trade are closely interlinked, but when we discuss our economic security, also in a context of current geopolitical developments, trade and diversification of our trade relations is part of the response. That we, especially when we see fairly unpredictable tariff policy from President Trump administration, even though we are now working in a sense to secure our agreement from August last year and to ensure that there is a predictability and stability for businesses on both sides of the Atlantic for our transatlantic economic relationship. We see more assertive China, also with strong industrial overcapacities and so on. And US and China are our two largest trading partners.
Yes.
So then it's important that we diversify those relations across the world. And in recent months, indeed, we had seen quite a major moves, concluding the agreement with Mercosur, concluding the agreement with India, with Indonesia, a modernizing agreement with Mexico, and so on. And also we are engaged in quite a few major trade negotiations.
I think the EU has 74 free trade agreements alone. But let me also ask you, so the other side of that is to let's not use that word, but to support, reinforce European companies to make sure that they're able to thrive and grow in Europe. The EIB group is doing a lot of work in this. Earlier today, President Calvino announced some new measures to advance the Savings and Investment Union, measures we're working on, I think, at the EIB. How important is that role from the EIB group in supporting that strength of Europe and building on areas where Europe could lead globally as well?
Yeah, first of all, you mentioned the word protect, and there's no need to be there's no need to be afraid, because if we look at our economic security strategy, it has three pillars: promote, protect, and partner. So we need to work along all those dimensions. But for the EIB group, first of all, I would acknowledge EIB as really a good cooperation partner for European Commission in actually helping to promote and to leverage European priorities and European policies both within the EU and outside. And I would like to congratulate the EIB group on the another record year of 2025. Indeed, generally, what we are now looking how we can leverage our international engagements also to promote our values, our economic interests, and therefore it's important that all partners, including our European financial institutions and EIB, are working along the same priorities, same approaches when we want to develop certain strategic industries, where we want to diversify several
what kind
relations.
of areas would those be, do you think?
In terms of strategic industries, those are obviously a number of digital industries, semiconductors, it's batteries value chain. It's also importantly access to critical minerals and raw materials, where we will have to partner across the world. And again, EIB Group can help us also, for example, in helping to advance this strategic agenda.
Indeed. Let's just turn to Ukraine briefly. We unfortunately don't have as much time as I'd like, but Ukraine is obviously has been, apart from the horrible cost to the Ukrainian people and those who live on the border as well, it has catalyzed a lot of change in Europe, much of it very good in terms of competitiveness, defense and security. But we would have liked to have been celebrating today the approval of the 90 billion loan package, a new fresh package of sanctions. Unfortunately, the same member state, with some hiding behind, have blocked that. So what can you do you think, at the European Commission? President von der Leyen said to President Zelensky the other day, we're going to look at options to get round this. What could those options be?
Yes. First of all, if we discuss Ukraine, once again, I would acknowledge EIB's contribution to financing Ukraine for quick repairs in energy infrastructure, transport infrastructure across different sectors of economy. So, and again, we are working very closely together with EIB to advance our engagement in Ukraine and supporting Ukraine in this difficult period. Obviously, Russia's invasion in Ukraine has been a wake-up call in terms of our own strengthening of security and defense, and we have passed a number of major initiatives in this from the European Commission side, and also the EIB group is moving more assertively in this area of defense. Then when we are discussing Ukraine support and sanctions against Russia, on Ukraine support, the EU is by far the largest contributor to the Ukraine, having mobilized some 190 billion euros of all kinds of support so far. And now, indeed, we have this 90 billion euros Ukraine support loan package. And we are right now working also on a 20 sanctions package against Russia. And indeed, as you rightly mentioned, we have, in a sense, hit the roadblock with Hungary again. But it has to be said that it's not the first time we have difficulties and discussions with Hungary on those particular topics. But nevertheless, we were able to deliver all this very sizable financial support to Ukraine so far, and 19 sanctions packages against Russia so far. So I'm confident we'll find a ways to unblock also our further support and 20th sanctions package. But obviously, it also shows certain institutional limitations, how the EU is functioning, the principle of unanimity across number of policy areas, and that's where we'll have to look also when we are discussing now EU's enlargement with Ukraine, Moldova, Western Balkan countries, that the difficulties we have already now functioning as EU 27, we need to take this into account and find solutions when we are talking about EU of maybe 30 or even more than 30 countries.
And I guess what this crisis shows us, well, a number of crises, the Ukraine war among them, is that when Europe is agile, when it does have the courage to review the way it does things, it can actually succeed. And we've seen that in the area of security and defense, not just with the EIB, but generally within the EU as a whole. Do you see a danger, though? I mean, this is something journalists often ask, that the security and defense agenda blows other priorities off course?
I would not formulate it this way. In fact, if we do the work on strengthening our defense capabilities smartly, it can have positive impact also on our broader economic development. If we focus on European research and innovation, if we focus on developing European defense industrial base, it all can have positive contributions. Of course, if we discuss now increase of defense expenditure, it does create fiscal dilemmas for member states. That's why we came with this initiative of temporary flexibility for a period of 4 years, so 1.5% of GDP per year, so that member states can increase their defense expenditures without, in a sense, hitting those imminent fiscal dilemmas. But it's clear that we will need to have, in a foreseeable period of time, substantially higher defense expenditure than we had in previous years. So member states also need to use this 4 years period and this additional fiscal flexibility to prepare for a structurally higher defense expenditure.
Right. Which brings us very neatly to our next panel, Commissioner Dombrovskis, which is actually about security and defense. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and so honestly as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shirin. Thank you so much, Commissioner, as well. And as has already been outlined, we have a panel now on security and defense. This will be moderated by
Elena Lazaru, who's Director General of the Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy.
And joining her on stage, we have Philippe Herrera, Executive Vice President for Safran Group, André Denk, Chief Executive European Defense Agency, Ricardo Mendes, CEO of Tekever, and Yara Yakola, Assistant Secretary General at NATO. And with that, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm thank you to the European Investment Bank Group for inviting me to moderate this very important panel on security and defense. We've just heard from Commissioner Dombrovskis the relevance of security and defense, and more than ever, I can say, flying in from Athens today, the feeling was that from the north to the south to the east to the west of the EU, we are in a moment where focusing on security and defense, as we have been doing as the EU for several years. There is not a moment to waste, and it is felt everywhere across the EU. Now, it is my big pleasure today to have an extremely high-level, esteemed, and knowledgeable and diverse panel to discuss the future of EU security and defense today. I won't mention again, they've been introduced just now. But what I can say is that we have a very interesting conversation coming up, since we have a mix of not only the European Defence Agency, but the view from NATO. So we'll be addressing Europe more widely than just the EU-NATO cooperation, and representatives from industry, perhaps some of the most important capabilities for the European Union at the moment, which have to do with airspace, space, aviation, drones. So we'll also be touching on, of course, this most important issue for investors, which is technology, innovation, and dual use. And it is perhaps most important to discuss this here in the European Investment Bank Group Forum, because arguably, and we've heard this, I think, throughout the day, the European Investment Bank has made a step change in its way of approaching investment in defense in recent years. For all of us who have been following the expansion of lending into the dual use and defense industry, the modification of the definition of dual use, the expansion of the scope of eligible activities beyond dual use and into pure defense, but also the intense engagement with other stakeholders in the EU defense environment. I think these have all been extremely visible in recent years. And it is worth saying also that, you know, the approach has evolved as the necessities have evolved. So supporting Europe's critical infrastructures, strengthening industrial capabilities, investing in emerging technology, which we'll be talking about, and also, most importantly, perhaps, supporting not only the primes, but also the small and medium-sized enterprises, which form the basis of the EU's defense industrial ecosystem. And a big part of the supply chain resilience is through investing in those SMEs across the European Union. So with all that in mind, and keeping our topic very much, well, it's hard to not think about security and defense these days, as Commissioner Dombrovskis have just said. But I want to turn to my panel to sort of start by a big sort of macro question, which is essentially, what are the prerequisites for the EU to achieve the level of defense union, the defense ambition that it has stated, given the current pressures that come from time, but also the economic environment and the various crises in the EU's neighborhood? So really, what are the prerequisites to achieve the priorities from your perspective? Andrej Denk.
I cannot provide you with a definition of the defense union. I think I heard the term already 10 years ago from Jean-Claude Juncker. But what I can say is what I have in mind, and that is definitely to have more unity in defense in Europe, to take more joint action, to do things together, to go for joint development, joint procurement, and that is now more needed than ever before. So a stronger EU pillar in NATO so that NATO can remain transatlantic, so to speak. And that's exactly what the European Defence Agency was created for 20 years ago. We are an intergovernmental agency. We belong to the 27 ministries of defense, and we orchestrate defense cooperation. And while this was not en vogue 20 years ago, and probably not in everybody's mind 10 years ago, things have definitely changed throughout the last 3-4 years. So the interest of member states in cooperation has significantly risen. And let me just give you 2-3 examples of our current work. As you may know, the White Paper for European Defence identifies 9 priority capability areas. It's basically almost everything that is needed, from integrated air missile defense, drones, counter-drones, military mobility, artillery systems, ammunition, you name it, 9 priorities. Everything is a priority right now, but this is the logic in which we now operate. 9 areas, 9 capability coalitions, where member states, with the help of EDA, come together. We have lead nations that push very specific projects ahead. And this is now, that has kicked off. This is in the making. This will be supported by Commission instruments. And the second example that I would like to give is that in the context of the 150 billion SAFE loans, Security Action for Europe, we supported the member states by creating transparency. So if you want to ramp up now your military capabilities, then you'd better use what exists already. So you use contracts that are already there, that are negotiated with the industry, and we have offered a government-to-government platform. Within the meantime, you could even call it military Amazon. In the meantime, 500 contracts that can be used by others. So German contracts to be used by Malta, French ones by Bulgaria, Slovakian ones by Italy, for instance. And this is a very concrete example for organizing joint action, which is very much needed now.
Thank you very much. Assistant Secretary General Jaakkola, we talk a lot in not this city, the other city, Brussels, about the awakening of the EU as a defense actor, and truly rearm EU and all its components, which I'm sure we will talk about in detail, do form an incredible change in what the EU was created to be, with the commitment of 800 billion additional spending in defense coming up. But there has been a step change in NATO as well, following Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, and also in NATO-EU relations. So from your standpoint, what is now in the horizon? What are the priorities to reach the necessary level of NATO and EU cooperation and ambition in defense?
Thank you so much for the question, and of course, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great pleasure to be here today and talk together with my esteemed colleagues. Indeed, step change. If we look back last year, there are two key decisions that the allies made. Of course, each and every one of you is aware of the Hague Summit decision, 5% of GDP to be invested in defense. I don't like to talk about defense spending. I talk about defense investment, because for me, it's investment in our security, our values, our democracies. So out of the 5%, 3.5% should be on core defense, 1.5% on defense related. But this is not a separate decision from the June ministerial decision when the ministers approved the new NATO capability targets. And those both are very much interrelated. So to be able to deliver against the targets that the nations have committed to, the nations need to invest in defense more, and up to the 3.5% that they agreed to. And indeed, nations and allies are now continuing to step up, speed up their efforts to invest in deterrence and defense. And this is very kind of important as we prepare now for the next summit that we will have in Ankara in July. So this also goes hand in hand with the what we talk about is the stronger European defense within NATO. And European allies are stepping up. They are investing more in defense. They are ramping up their industrial capacities. They are looking at their industrial base, but also how innovative solutions can bring added value in our battlefield. So there's quite a lot of ongoing at the moment, and perhaps few points from my side on where kind of our priorities and focus is at the moment. First of all, it is to continue to strengthen our deterrence and defense, to implement the NDPP targets that were agreed in June, but also to implement the investment pledge that was agreed in Hague. And this we in NATO HQ support allies to do through a multinational collaboration, but also through our large-scale complex armaments programs. So this is about developing jointly capabilities, but also procuring jointly. And of course, we have the NATO defense planning process that runs in 4-year cycles. This sets the kind of the targets, but at the same time, we see new kind of threats and new kind of incidents emerging, and we need to be agile and ready to respond quickly. And that is also what we have been doing. For example, if you keep in mind the cable breaking in Baltic Sea in December 24, and now also the drones incursing in the Allied airspace, but also hovering over some of the airports. We are addressing all these topics through different means, like establishing what we call Task Force X initiatives, testing new solutions, but also looking at different measures. So we are also then looking at the industrial base. How can we have better prepared industrial base that is also resilient? And there we talk about transatlantic industrial base. We have a specific NATO defense production action plan through which we support nations to ramp up their industrial base, but we also work on critical supply chain issues, very much focusing at the moment on critical raw materials. We issued in 24 a list of 12 raw materials, and now we are looking at actually how nations could cooperate in procuring, stockpiling together these critical areas for their supply chains. So there's quite a lot of ongoing in relation to industrial base, but it's not just a traditional defense industry that we are working together. We are more and more looking on the new tech, on what kind of innovative solutions emerge in the civilian side, and how can we adopt them faster in our defense systems and in our defense forces. So last year, what we also developed was it was called a Rapid Adoption Action Plan, and through that action plan, we try to help nations to procure faster these new innovative solutions, but also facilitate testing and experimentation together with the end users, and so that we will give kind of a pathway to the end users for the innovators. So this is just a few elements that we are addressing, but since this is an EIB forum, I cannot forget mentioning access to finance, which still is an issue, not necessarily for the OEMs or primes, but for the SMEs, both in the traditional defense sector, but also for these new innovative companies who need to be able to scale up their production, but also kind of avoid the traditional valley of death. And it's very good to see that the private capital providers are more interested on defense sector as well. And of course, the EIB group's work is very, very beneficial and very much valued by us as well. So I will stop here now and pass the floor back to the moderator.
Thank you. And you've really set the stage on the elements needed to move forward, which in many ways are speak to the continuity of investment, of ramping up capabilities and production, of support for industry and cross-industrial collaboration. And it's a good point to move over to Felipe Herrera, who is the Executive Vice President of Safran. Safran is a known high technology group. It operates in aviation, in defense, in space, some of the most required capabilities in the planning process. But from your perspective and looking at the plan set out by the EU, the impact that the war on Ukraine has had, what is the necessary step forward to reach the level of production, the level of procurement, the level of regulatory facilitation that is needed?
Thank you very much. At the risk of stating the obvious, I would take one step back and just make 2 points, because I think they frame the whole discussion that we're having and we're going to have. The first one is that Europe's strategic predicament is dire, probably has not been so dire, certainly has not been so dire for many decades, in terms of the intensity of the threats we face, and of what I would call strategic solitude. That is not to say that NATO is not important, that the US is not a key ally, but in terms of the US considering that its strategic interests are aligned with Europe's strategic interests and Europe's security, that is, I believe, part of the past, and whoever is elected after President Trump. As far as the threat present and future coming from Europe, as far as the threats that are coming from our immediate environment, whether it be in sub-Saharan Africa, obviously in the Middle East, all of the challenges associated with China, that is not something that is going away. So, long way of saying that the sea change we have seen in Europe in terms of European nations, in the EU, in NATO, that is very welcome, but unless it is sustained, and unless it is, I believe, substantially increased in terms of the defense spending coming from European countries, and in terms of the pace, the speed, in terms of what we see coming in particular from the EU, I think we will always be in catch-up mode. Second point, defense industry is first and foremost about industry. That is to say that if we want to be able to have a successful ramp-up, and we do, and we are having the successful ramp up, we need to make sure that our supply chain will also be able to ramp up. And there's no such thing as an exclusively defense supply chain. Almost all of the companies in the supply chains produce for both civil and military purposes. And this means that the overall competitiveness of European economies, of European industry, the ability for these companies in the supply chain to hire, to invest, to innovate, to deliver, is critical to the ability to carry out this ramp up. Which means that if we don't see as intense and as effective an effort in all of the areas that define this competitiveness, then you can put all of the effort you want on European defense industry and on instruments geared towards supporting European defense industry coming from the EU or from NATO, but it's not going to be effective. And here I would say that we have seen we have seen a sea change, and as industry welcomes it, but I think we need to go further and faster. In terms of Ukraine, I'm sure we'll come back to it very much in the discussion. For a group like Safran, it has meant several things. First of all, it has meant multiplying by factors of 2, 3, 4, 5 our production on certain key capabilities that are used by the Ukrainian armed forces successfully in defending Ukrainian sovereignty and pushing back the aggressor, whether it be air-to-ground munitions or whether it be optronics or many other equipments. It has also meant accelerating very much the speed at which we design, develop, and integrate on platforms our equipments. And that is something that is, of course, essential to Ukraine. That is why we have, in a sense, broken many of our internal rules, not in terms of reliability of the products or safety of the products, but many of the processes to make sure we deliver when it's still useful. But it's being used also for the way in which we do business beyond Ukraine. Many other points to address, but I think those are the key ones. Finally, I would just like to emphasize that if, as Europe, we are in a strategic predicament that is like none in the past, and that it's here to stay. I think it's important that we not only think in terms of what the EU is doing. We have a community of values, of interests, of a strategic location, if you want, with countries like the UK, with countries like Norway, to mention but two, who are not part of the EU, but with whom we need to work effectively together, because our future and our present are linked in a way that they're not linked with other countries.
Yes, and thank you for bringing up that point, because I think in a later stage we should also discuss the security and defense partnerships and what they can offer, both in terms of governance, but also in terms of industry-to-industry collaboration. And you've mentioned Norway and the UK, but clearly there are these partners in Asia, Western Balkans, obviously Moldova, Ukraine, and then Canada. We see a proliferation of those agreements. It will be interesting to talk about what they mean also in terms of access to financing. And you also mentioned competitiveness and defense industry going hand in hand, and there's an interesting point there about the next multi-annual financial framework and the competitiveness fund and the ways in which this will reconcile the two even more. And I'm sure we'll talk about all of this, but I want to move to Ricardo Mendes from Tekever, which is by now Europe's leading provider of AI-driven autonomous systems, and Russia's war on Ukraine has really raised the relevance of those capabilities to beyond any expectations of their importance in warfare, as seen before. So from your standpoint, a unicorn until recently, how does the EU's approach to building up its defense industry, to rearming, if you want, look, and what do you see as the next steps that the EU should be taking?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me and for inviting us to be here. And it's a very broad question. Maybe I was thinking, as I was hearing you, and this is a finance audience, right? And I was thinking, what are the useful messages that I could bring? Because it's not easy to add value to this panel, which is amazing. And I think a good starting point would be to give you a bit of perspective of what changed. technologies that we are seeing today have been around for a long, long time, right? Drones have been around for decades. What we saw was a wide adoption of this type of technology and really changing the economics of what's behind it. Now, obviously, you still need everything that you're producing traditionally in defense, but just connect CNN, and you'll see what is completely disrupting our lives today, right? You have a cheap, slow drone coming in and just changing the entire equation, right? And so basically, what changed is that the use of this technology is now available. And actually, we saw the spin into defense of technologies that matured on the civilian side and now are available to everyone. This is what we saw, and this is what the Ukrainians did. They showed us how to use this. They didn't come up with very elaborate technology. They used what they had, and this was it. Now, the characteristic, and I think this is one of the messages I can bring, is the characteristic that marks the use of this technology is that the speed at which things evolve is tremendous. If you stop innovating for a couple of months, it's useless. Maybe not useless, but almost. Which means that you need to keep innovating. But at the same time, you need to keep growing the scale, right? Which is, it's easy to do one thing. Startups, nobody iterates better than startups. They don't have the legacy, the mass, the volume to deal with. And nobody scales better than traditional industrial companies that can produce vast amounts of something. What's difficult to do is both. And the Ukrainians are doing it, and everyone that's adding value in Ukraine, and we've had the opportunity to do that since the first month of war, that's what's difficult to achieve. Now, this is a wartime environment in Ukraine, so the regulatory environment is suspended, basically, right? If it flies, you can use it. If you bring that into Europe, if you bring that into building core capabilities, that's not what happens, right? You have to adhere to a number of regulations, and rightfully so. You have to follow process, you have to follow procurement process, you have to have tenders, you have to have this and that and the other, which all make sense, but actually slow us down. And in a war or in a scenario where the agility makes the difference between being useful or not, this is a big concern. How do we solve the problem of being agile, at scale, and complying to the multitude of regulations? This is problem number one. Problem number two is we have, and we speak a lot about the competitiveness of Europe. Companies the war in Ukraine is here. It's on our door, right? We've been involved since the beginning. But we are not one market. We are, as companies, we need to look at the market. We are not one market. We are 27 markets, which means that we have a tremendous difficulty in scaling. So the aggregation of demand, the consolidation of requirements, standardization to the degree that's necessary to leave room for agility, that's what we need to do, to be able to scale companies that can actually do something about this: agility, at scale, complying. Right? So this is a second point. It's extremely difficult to do because we cherish our values of differences, right, between all the countries and the respect for all the regulations, etc., and need to deal with the sovereignty of every country, but that slows us down. Look at our US partners, for example. A company to scale in the US can scale in any state, and it's in the US, right? We have to scale in multiple countries at the same time. This is a challenge. Lastly, to give you just to leave you with another thought, we focus a lot on input. We focus a lot on how much money is coming in and what the investment is. What I'm really concerned about is the output, is the building of capability. It's not about buying drones. It's not. We work very deeply today with multiple armed forces throughout Europe and outside of Europe as well, but throughout Europe, we're profoundly European. And there's a big gap in capability. And it's not by buying drones that that gap is closed, right? It's really rethinking how capabilities are built, and that is focusing on the output, not just throwing more money at it. Of course, you need more investment, but you need investment to build the capabilities on the right things. And I think that's a message to people financing innovation and financing projects. I think the output is really important. Technology is really cool. Look, I'm an engineer. I love technology, but right now it's about technology in action. It's about the output. So I think those are the three messages that I could leave to add value. Thank you.
Thank you. All very important and all in some ways already embedded in the various papers and strategies, including in the Draghi report, with the sort of trying the nexus between competitiveness, aggregation, and regulation, which is at the core of the EU identity, and at the same time, in many ways, incomplete or still to be addressed. And as you mentioned, I think what you're speaking to is the need for a structural change, a structural fundamental change in the European defense industry in terms of skills, in terms of technology, in terms of output, in terms of industrial capacity and infrastructure, if I'm right.
If I can add a thought, I think that it's not only a European issue, right? If we look at defense industry over the past decades, we were trying to optimize for risk. Essentially, we were trying to optimize for, spending as little as possible, building stuff that can't fail. That's not what we need. That we also need to do that. Okay, don't take me wrong. We also need to do that, but there's a new world of technology here that is completely disruptive, and that we need organizations that are optimized for a different thing. This is, by the way, what we're trying to build. It's not about the technology. Technology is the easy part in all of this. It's dominated. None of this is rocket, well, some of it is rocket science, but it's dominated. We know it, right? It's about organizational development. You need to optimize companies for a different thing, which is agility at scale.
Thank you. And I think a lot of these things are the European Defense Agency's job, right? To prioritize, to focus the investment in the right places, to make sure the right capabilities are procured and collaborations are guided towards that. And that's even more important in a time when defense budgets are going up. But how to do that?
So let me perhaps first react to Ricardo, and I would fully subscribe to what you're saying. That is exactly what we need now, to be agile, innovative, to be able to scale up on the defense industry side, and at the same time, unfortunately, to follow a whole bunch of regulations. I know that our Commission colleagues, we do not belong to the Commission, we are intergovernmental, as I said. They are working on a whole bunch of regulations to really cut red tape, to get rid of many barriers. I don't want to touch upon this, but rather revert to my own topic, and that is to organize joint action. And now, if you ask yourself, I mean, if you were to, for instance, agree upon with your 26 brothers and sisters on a Saturday evening on a Netflix movie within your family, this will become difficult. So cooperation as default is not easy. Doing it all alone is already complex. Buying a main battle tank all alone is very complex and requires hundreds of different contracts if it goes wrongly. So cooperation is difficult, but we are all aware that it has a whole bunch of incentives, of advantages. You can achieve economies of scale. If you buy the same, if you use the same, you get interoperable, so you are able to exchange spare parts, you are able to communicate. So we need to get there, and the European Defense Agency is one tool. Now, how do we do that? Our main task is indeed to prioritize on behalf of the 27 member states, by the way, always in view of fulfilling NATO capability targets. So that's our ultimate benchmark to support the 23 EU allies to fulfill their capability targets. So prioritize, harmonize requirements to agree upon what is needed, aggregate demand towards joint procurement. EDA so far has not been a procurement agency. We did procurement of artillery ammunition, I reported 1 year ago here, and some other things, but this has to be done in a more systematic approach. There are procurement agencies out there, OCCAR, the Joint Armament Organization in Bonn, for instance. They are doing rather complex things. There's NSPA in Kapellen nearby, a NATO supply and procurement agency, which is with UK, with Turkey, with US, which is not my mandate to also strengthen the European defense industry and the one of specific partners, Norway, Switzerland, for instance, but EU focus. So who's going to do it? The national procurement agencies, an option, but they are currently all busy like hell. So we propose to do more procurement to get there. And just to give you an example, on loitering munitions, for instance, we achieved political consensus a year ago with defense ministers, 18 member states interested to procure this. We harmonized the requirements, provided a definition. We conducted a market survey, aggregated demand. It's now almost ready to be procured. So this is something very concrete, but I would say it's not easy. And that requires more instruments. Let me take one example, the European Defense Industry Program. That is a regulation from the Commission. It's, one could say, only 1.5 billion euro right now that incentivize financially joint action. So if you procure together, then you will be granted, you'll get extra money to do that procurement. And I think this is a good approach. And for the next multi-annual financial framework, we will see far more money. And this has to go into the incentivization of joint action.
Thank you for that. You spoke about aggregation and sort of harmonization and standards, and I think this is a good lead to Assistant Secretary General Jaakkola, because obviously the issue of EU-NATO cooperation also comes into play when you talk about standards and harmonization. And perhaps to broaden the question, I would like to ask you, we are speaking about, defense industrial and capability development efforts. We're speaking about scale and speed and long-term resilience of the defense industrial base. And we cannot ignore the fact that 23 members of the EU are also members of NATO. So how do you see the NATO and the EU better aligning their policies on this? Or do you think we are at the optimum point now on that?
That is a very good question, and I'm reflecting a bit back first. If I look back some 10, 15 years ago, what was the NATO-EU cooperation then? I would say very limited staff-to-staff discussions on defense industrial issues. If I recall right, I was working at that time at EDA, so at Andres organization. The discussion was very much on how actually we jointly can support SMEs to enter into the defense market and prosper there. When I look now, we have a very much discussions, staff-to-staff level, on various kind of areas that pertain defense industry capability development. And when I look at the NATO kind of EU cooperation, and I think the same has been said by our Secretary General as well, it's better than we have seen it during the earlier years. So we are making very much progress. From my perspective, we need to look, how can we be complementary? How can we complement each other when we talk about ramping up industrial base, improving interoperability? Because that is something that hasn't been mentioned so far, which for me is critical, because in case we need to fight together, we need to be interoperable. So when we look at this kind of the complementarity, for me it's also looking at what are the strengths of these two different organizations. NATO, like Andre also kind of pointed out, we have the NDPP process setting the capability targets. We are also setting what we call technical or material standards. We have forums, we have processes to specifically set the military standards. And we have heard also Commissioner Kubilius saying that that's not for EU, it's for NATO. EU will then kind of implement the NATO standards. And the standards, of course, are one mean to increase interoperability. But one of the things that I have been mentioning in my previous several engagements with nations, but also in this kind of discussions, is that we can write very good standards, but if nations don't ratify them and implement them, they will not drive the change. The third area where I see NATO strong is the NSPA, so the Kapellen-based procurement agency, 1,600 procurement experts who are able to conduct procurement from, I would say, off the shelf to very complex programs. EU has the financial power, but also the regulatory power. And when we talk about the regulation, I think the comment what our industry colleague Ricardo mentioned, that's very valid at the moment. So kind of ramping up the industrial base, accelerating our production is very much kind of hindered by very bureaucratic long processes. I just heard a few weeks ago one industry colleague mentioning that they are conducting much more test fires at the moment than earlier. By September, the environmental permit limits are already full, and it takes 7 months to get additional permits. So 7 months, so then you are in the next year already. So these are the elements, I think, where EU has very much kind of potential and power. But when we talk about EU, one of the elements that I keep underlining now very much also is that we cannot look European security and defense separate from those nations that are at the European continent but are not part of the EU. We have in NATO countries like UK, Norway, Turkey, very impressive industrial bases, very innovative ones. And these three nations, like the other European allies, are committed to European security and defense as part of the NATO. So we need to keep them on board as well, and therefore it's kind of need to have as inclusive approach also from the EU side as possible. And my last comment is that when we look at the industrial base, companies are already working globally. They have in their supply chains several companies across the Atlantic. We need to ensure that we are not breaking this kind of collaboration, that we are supporting it. And that's why I very much like the Commissioner's comments about work or build with Europe.
Thank you very much for that really important comments. And they remind me of Filipe Pereira. In your initial comments, you mentioned that you would like to follow up with a discussion on cooperation with third countries, non-EU countries, and I think the comment on the UK is perhaps something you'd like to address from the industry perspective. I mean, third countries are competition, but they're also an essential part of supply chains. So how do you see that whole discussion about European preference? What does that mean? And perhaps more broadly, if you'd also like to address the issue that has been mentioned by both André Denk and the Assistant Secretary General about the ramp up. What does it mean from the industrial side? How has this affected Safran specifically?
Sure. So I'll take a slightly different tack than the Assistant Secretary General, because I think that you can, and actually I think that you must, preserve these international links, whether they be in supply chain, whether they be in terms of export markets, etc., and establish, as a European company, a firm European preference. And the reason for which I say this is not that I'm French. When we say European preference, it doesn't mean French preference. We don't want to put barbed wires around Asterix's village. But it comes to the point that Ricardo was making. It's about output. If you want equipment that you can use as you see fit, that you can export as you see fit, and therefore you can bring in unitary prices down because you have a broader market. If you want equipment in a sense that is yours to use as you wish, then there's something very important that needs to take place. It needs to be designed in Europe. I'll take one example that is not about the Trump administration. At a time when the US administration under President Biden opposed giving long-range strike capabilities to Ukraine to defend itself, we were nevertheless able to integrate on Ukrainian Air Force planes the Storm Shadow Scalp, the Franco-British missile, not manufactured by Safran, even though we make the engine. This was possible because we had design authority over it, because it had been not just manufactured under license, but actually designed in Europe. And the more I think we think of potential scenarios about Europe's present and future, the more we will want to be able to have this ability. So that's the first point. I think that design authority needs to be taken clearly into account for the definition of European preference. The second reason for which I think it's important is that if this isn't just about buying equipment, but procuring capability, then it means that you need to have a defense industrial base that is robust enough to produce what you want and what you need today, but also that has the ability to ramp up. And this ramp up is part of the deterrence. I think if Putin or whomever else is thinking about the future and about a risk-benefit calculation where he may think it is worth attacking or threatening this country, he's not only thinking about what this country or the allies of this country could respond with today, but about the ability to last. And this is one of the areas, one of the many areas, where we have been so impressed and sometimes surprised by Ukraine's incredible resilience and strength. It has been the ability to last. And you cannot have this ability to last only if you have your warehouses full of American or South Korean equipment and that you have bought with higher defense budgets. You need to have the defense industry. And so I think that's why having a European preference in terms of European procurement isn't just about protecting European industry. It's also about consolidating and developing the industry and in such a way that the value coming from the ability to design, to innovate quickly is in Europe. Final point, this does not preclude or exclude cooperation. Safran is a pretty atypical French company in the sense that we are deeply French in terms of our technological roots, our design. We're the first patent holder in France by far, whatever the sector. All of our equipment is ITAR-free, which means that it was developed in France, and that's why it's so attractive also for many customers outside of Europe and even in Europe, even if they don't say it publicly. But at the same time, we're profoundly transatlantic. With our partner GE Aerospace, we power 70 to 80% of the world's commercial airliners. But in the defense field, there's also this cooperation. But I think you can and must do both. And after all, the US is doing the same. It has a Buy America policy. It does have a clear preference for US suppliers in terms of the equipment of the armed forces, but it also has cooperations and markets abroad.
Thank you. Ricardo, I want to ask you to comment on some of the same issues because I know you also wanted to discuss transatlantic issues and also global competition, but I also wanted to ask you, since innovation has begun to echo in our panel, and clearly your sector, AI, drones, counter-drones, they are at the center of innovation. As you said, the technology evolves rapidly, but they are also some of the main areas that are identified as priorities in, I think, all EU-related documents, for CARD, capability, the defense planning processes, the ReArm EU, everything does include your area in areas that are to be financed by the EU projects as priorities. But what should an investor be looking at when they think about innovation in AI and drones? What is the way to look at that? What should we be focusing on for competitiveness and given the global environment?
That's a difficult question.
I started with the easy one, so I would go to difficult ones.
There's a lot of angles to that. Speaking first about something I wanted to convey as well, which is what we're talking here and what we've seen in Ukraine is basically we haven't seen profound low TRL innovation, right? We haven't seen like profound scientific breakthroughs, etc. That's not what we've been seeing. What we've been seeing is a great capability to constantly integrate and bring to the field and make operational technologies that have been around. Mostly this is what we've been seeing, and in very clever ways to figure stuff out. The Ukrainians are extremely resourceful, and that is something we can learn from. Even this weekend, right, where you have all the air defenses, etc., and then you have a Shahed coming 150 kilometers per hour, something like that, and disrupts everything, right? So it is about how you. There is an area which is about how do you integrate and how do you constantly integrate. And one thing that I wanted to mention that I forgot to mention before was that, and I hear this a lot talking to people in finance, for example, which is we're very formatted to think you iterate and iterate and innovate until you have a product that's ready, and then you scale, and then you go and produce it, and that's fine. And you have a prime company that can take that and just produce it at scale. It's kind of nonsensical, right? If innovation is part of the product, then actually, if you do that, you're by definition scaling an obsolete product. I think that these technologies are much more about, and actually I think this is the key for unlocking procurement in this area, is that these technologies are much more close to a process than a product, right? Because it's iteration and spiral, etc. Whatever methodology you use needs to be factored in. And I think this is something that actually changed significantly, which is you used to have a classical model where you had development, trial and error, and the early stage investment, and you can have risk, and it fails or it works, and then, okay, got it, that's it, let's mass produce it. Well, that doesn't work anymore, right? And so I think that's a critical point I wanted to make. So obviously there's exceptions, and Safran has amazing technologies and amazing products that come from basic TRL into TRL9 into the field, but most of what we've been seeing is not that. I think there we have a unique capability to overhaul what we're doing as an industry and as a society in general to adopt this. Then I think that we have, on a completely different subject, coming to a different area, how do you bring these new ideas, these new technologies that are still very immature through the maturity cycle? And that is a lot about talent, and we have a tremendous talent. Actually, I think we're seeing a lot of talent come back to Europe, which is a very interesting byproduct of geopolitics. But there's a fundamental thing that we need to scale there, besides infrastructure, et cetera, is risk. We need to be able to risk more, especially on early stages. When you look at the amount of money poured into AI in the US versus Europe, and I don't mean scaling compute, I mean betting early on technologies that might or might not succeed. We really have a lower appetite for risk. And that is the problem we have there, which is a different type of problem. So I think that sometimes all of these things are mixed, and it's important to divide these two worlds. The higher TRL type of problems, which is one type, and a lower TRL type of problem, where we need venture capital that actually takes risk and is not secured in a thousand different ways that everyone in the audience knows much more about than myself. So I'm incompetent to talk about that, but we need to really have a risk appetite if we want to have not this wave. I don't think we can catch this wave, unfortunately, and I'm an optimist, but the next waves of technology, we need to be able to catch them, and for that we need really to be risk takers.
And I think that's a perfect pitch to pass to the audience for questions. But I know André wants to come in shortly and comment on something that has been said. So if you can be brief on that, and then we'll turn to the audience. So please raise your hands, those of you who have questions, and then I'll call on you if I can see you, because it's quite difficult from here.
A short reaction to the two previous interventions that I basically concur with. The first one is we need to change a little bit the approach towards the procurement, the contracting. I see here three elements that are relevant. The one is if you negotiate a contract with industry, you have to look into an initial operating capability, so number of products that is available for the military forces to react immediately. The second thing that we definitely need is to buy in already research and development for the products. And then the third thing, and this will be a difficult one, we need also to buy the capacity or the ramp up possibility. And that's where we need to land, to not really put everything into our military inventories and then find out after a year when we take it out that it is obsolete, but to be always up to date. On innovation, because this is also one of our core elements, just to demonstrate, we might not be as quick as the Ukrainians, of course, but what we have now ahead of us, together with the Commission colleagues, is to take Ukrainian operational challenges that they might not be able to face themselves. That's the BraveTech EU initiative. To go to the European defense industry, European startups, SMEs, and so on and so forth, to find European solutions. EDA will test and evaluate these solutions, provide vouchers for them to further develop, to mature these products, probably not products, but ideas, and then hand them back to the Ukrainians and to the EU member states, of course, for their respective use. This is a logic that we now apply this year, and I hope we will be very quick. And my last comment, made in EU, if you want to credibly deter, then you need both well-trained, well-equipped, well-supplied military forces, and of course, a defense industry that is then able to deliver on time. And that is something we really need to, as Europeans, concentrate on, and together with other partners.
Thank you. There's a question by the lady in the second row. So if a microphone can be provided. And then if you can please stand up and identify yourself. And if your question is for one of the speakers specifically, please let us know.
Thank you very much. I apologize for the voice. Thank you very much for the excellent conversation. I truly enjoyed it. Francesca Grandi, Director of Defense and Security at Transparency International. It's a general question. We started the morning talking about values, so I would like to maybe circle back a little bit and ask you where in all this that we have been mentioning in this conversation sits the system of governance, the safeguards that are going to emerge together at scale and at speed with this European defense architecture that we are all, I guess, agreeing that is needed. But I would like to hear, at the same time as we talk about capabilities and investment and predicting and foreseeing large-scale flows of money coming into the system, I would love to hear a bit more about your thoughts on how we preserve the integrity of that system from waste, from corruption, from fraud, etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to take that one? Is there any? No. Philippe, you want to start? Yes.
I can just give my perspective. The first one is that safeguards are important first and foremost, and they're not exclusive. It's the ability to safeguard our independence, our freedom, our security. And in order to do that, we need to massively increase the capabilities we have at our disposal. I think we have been very fortunate as a Western European, I say this as a Frenchman, more broadly as Europeans, to live in a very particular geography at a very particular time. It was not the case of our parents, it probably won't be the case of our children, where we're able to focus on our prosperity and in peace. Unfortunately, I think that is over. And another way of saying this rearmament has to be the first priority. Second, of course, it must be done, and I think it can be done, and I think it is being done in a framework where we're not sacrificing our other principles, our other values, our other rules. So first we have all of the rules that are there at the national level and at the EU level in terms of the integrity, in terms of the transparency, which we obviously comply with. There are areas, because they're new, where the rules aren't completely written. So for example, in Safran, we have a very large and growing defense artificial intelligence sector based on a very successful startup called Preligence, which we are now scaling up without making it lose what it had in terms of agility. In terms of defense AI, not everything is written. We have an internal ethics committee where we debate and decide on these discussions. Obviously, this can and should be done with cooperation and exchange with the outside, because nobody has perfect solutions. But I'm confident that we can continue in that direction.
Thank you. André Denk.
Yeah, probably because you touched upon the EU governance issue, and that is a very interesting question. Governance or security and defense is first and foremost a member state's responsibility and prerogative. So member states ultimately decide what they spend their money for, what they buy, what they need, which capabilities they, and it's not only equipment, of course, which capabilities they ramp up. But still, I think that the EU institutions, the Commission here, can do a lot with all the regulatory and budgetary power they have, and that is already ongoing, that is planned for the near future. I think it's a good path, but here probably we need a clear delineation of roles and responsibilities to avoid any confusion.
Thank you. I know Ricardo wants to come in, but Assistant Secretary General, would you like to come in as well on this one?
Well, thank you, Anne, and it's a very kind of important and very pertinent questions. As you mentioned, since there is increased defense spending, how actually do we make sure that we spend the funding that we get wisely, correctly, and also follow all the rules? I look at this from perhaps more on a national perspective. Each and every nation has their own kind of scrutiny and auditing mechanisms in place when they look at, for example, defense procurements and defense spending, or as a whole, the government spending. But in addition to that, what I would perhaps like to highlight also that when we talk about the defense industry, that sector is actually very highly regulated, much more regulated than many of the other industrial sectors. So in many cases, the governments are not just, let's say, customers, but they are also owners of the industry in some cases. And the ownership of defense industry can be regulated. In many countries it is. Exports are regulated. So in that sense, there are also kind of, I would say, different mechanisms in place which kind of provide new type of kind of scrutiny and governance also to in this sector.
Thank you, and Ricardo Mendes.
Not much to add. First of all, thank you for the question, because I think for us, and I can only speak for us as a company, values are where everything starts. And ours are written on every wall. And it's really, really important that the decisions are made from there. A couple of interesting examples that we face every day. Our systems are fully autonomous, which means that and many of the missions that they fly, are completely from the beginning to the end autonomous, no human intervention, actually no communications, no GPS, etc., and done very far away over vast amounts of land, which means that there's a lot of decisions that need to be made. One of the important things is what decisions do you allow the AI basically to make or not make, or even what recommendations can you accept it to be done or not? And this is something that everyone working in this area is today facing, right? We are talking about not a command line, but something that is flying, that has, it's embodied in an equipment. So that's a product-related question. From a European values point of view, not speaking about product, but speaking about the organization, one of the things I'm most proud about on TechEver, and I know there's a number of companies that feel the same, is that it's very difficult to scale, and I complained a little bit about that before, saying, you know, it's more difficult to scale in Europe, but actually, the fact that you have a company that's built, we were started in Portugal, we now have people all over Europe, more than 300 people in the UK and France, etc. It's actually really rich from a cultural point of view. And that, I think, is the very valuable thing that we have in Europe, which is, you know, the biggest challenge is we're not one, but the biggest advantage is we're not one, which, you know, it's super funny. On our executive committee, we have French and British. So it's always very, very funny to have the most complicated topics debated. And I think that's a very important part of the values that we as Europeans share, which is the diversity of our society that I love profoundly.
Thank you. And if I may add, because I think this question is close to every citizen's heart, I think, you know, also the debates in the European Parliament, but also in the Committee of the Regions and the Economic and Social Committee on the, you know, on the planning on how to spend the upcoming spending in defense. I think the focus given on building skills, on encouraging economic growth and infrastructure development in those less developed regions of cohesion policy, I think also internally in the member states, it lies at the heart of thinking of defense policy, but growing alongside cohesion policy, economic equality, skills growth. I mean, I think these debates in those institutions, I think, could be a way of thinking about how to do this in a values-based way, in a societal approach. There's a question in the second row, the gentleman in the middle.
Hello, my name is Michel Sermon. I'm a consultant in strategic marine. I have a question which stems from personal research into European capability architecture and long-term maritime resilience. My question is for you, Mr. Denk, also. You stated that the EU needs a defense industry able to develop, produce and deliver everything it requires. My question for you, if the EU must deliver the full spectrum of defense capabilities, would EDA consider offshore platforms as scalable, cross-functional capability assets, enabling persistent maritime presence, force projection and interoperability in support of member states' coastal security?
I mentioned the big range of capability gaps that prevail in Europe and that are now addressed, by the way, by many member states nationally. A lot of things are currently being done. And for us, the maritime domain is not only one of the 5 operational domains in the military view, but one of our really main efforts. I mentioned loitering munitions a couple of moments ago. We had defense ministers agreeing upon 4 big projects, out of which we had one maritime one, a European combat vessel for the future. And that is now being discussed at the European Defense Agency together with the representatives of the member states, and the agreement on, let's say, high-level requirements is almost there. So this will for sure take time, but this is one example of how we address this maritime capability. Second one is that we have PESCO projects, an anti-torpedo torpedo. It's very technical, I know, but this is to illustrate that there are many, many highly valuable projects, politically sometimes probably not visible, but it's ongoing. In Portugal, we have an annual exercise in Troia to test maritime systems together with the Portuguese Navy. NATO is also there. That is probably the third example. So maritime domain is really a crucial one, which we can now see in the ongoing conflicts.
Thank you. I don't know if this was specifically to Andre, so unless someone else wants to come in on this, no. I don't see any more questions. Oh, there's one question on the fourth row on the right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Simon Pickard, the Network Director at Science Business in Brussels, the media platform focused on science, tech, and innovation policy. Last month, there was a meeting of the SEDE committee in the European Parliament where a very familiar topic came up again, which is MEPs calling for Europe to embrace a defense innovation accelerator, a DARPA-style or Diana-style, high-risk, very disruptive investment vehicle. Do we need that in Europe, is my question to the panel. Do we need a really radically new approach to financing high-risk, defense-oriented tech investments? And if so, what do you think it should look like?
Good question. I think everyone might want to chip in on that, but maybe I'll start with you, Andre, or yep.
Yeah, I'm absolutely convinced that we need a new way of funding high-risky, innovative solutions. That is now not directly my mandate, but one of our tasks is to provide innovative solutions, to mature them. And going high risk in providing financial means to SMEs and startups that provide innovative solutions is exactly the way we are going now with the Commission colleagues. Brave Tech, that's what I meant a couple of moments ago. So taking operational challenges, searching for innovative solutions, funding them to mature their products, and then I'm now coming to your point, we need the sourcing, the financing of these solutions to overcome the valley of death and to make them really assertive on the European market and beyond.
So Tarja Jaakkola, and maybe on the duplication perhaps with NATO structures or not.
So, of course, I'm looking this from the NATO perspective and looking from the transatlantic also perspective. What we have in NATO, as many of you know, is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, which is funding through its challenges kind of innovation, and also we have the NATO Innovation Fund, which is a venture capital, which also provides funding for innovative startups as SMEs, also for scaling up. So there are within NATO mechanisms also already in place when we talk about funding. I think I mentioned earlier that last year we issued and the nations approved what we call Rapid Adoption Action Plan. And that action plan very much look at how actually we can bring the new innovative solutions within the defense forces faster. So it looks at faster procurement cycles, but also looking at testing and experimentation together with the end users. And for that purpose, we are now setting up what we call innovation ranges. There are countries like Latvia, Italy, and also Sweden and Finland already kind of putting together this kind of ranges that are more kind of, I would say, permanent structures than the REPMUS operational exercise that Andre mentioned that takes place once a year in Portugal for 3 to 4 weeks' time. So this is also, I think, important in addition to kind of a risk funding is also testing, experimentation, getting the feedback from the end users.
Thank you. We have 2.5 minutes left, so I want to hear the perspective of industry on whether we need such a structure, and maybe together with that you can add your concluding remarks. Philippe Herrera.
I have no strong views. on whether it would be critical or not. I do think that if something is created, it's important not to just to add complexity, but to add value, and also not to undercut the existing instruments. Coming from a company, and Safran is 110,000 people, so we have the resources to understand and read the regulations and navigate our way through Brussels. I can only imagine, but it's tough, and I can only imagine what it's like for SMEs. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, as we say in good French. And if you're going to add something, you need to make sure that it brings something that doesn't exist today.
Simplification. Thank you. Ricardo, your concluding remarks and any comment on this?
No, totally agree. I think we need more risk. We need to consider the private capital. In the US, this is a lot. There's obviously DARPA, etc., but there's all the private capital pools and we in Europe tend to think about more on the public side and subsidization, etc. But I think it's a lot of pull. How do we pull these capabilities instead of pushing them? I think it's a lot how we think. I just wanted to leave one word, which is we typically think that we are from an innovation point of view at a disadvantage, but actually we are at almost a structural advantage because actually this is happening on our doorstep, right? That's the very bad thing and a good thing from this perspective. And so we have this advantage.
Thank you. And 20 seconds each, Andre Denk, for your final thought, and Assistant Secretary General Jaakkola.
On EU-NATO cooperation, our cooperation, dear Tarja, I agree duplication is not the right way to go. It really has to be complementarity, and I'm very happy, Tarja, that we are in so close contact, also on innovation. But still, there is a different set of shareholders in NATO and in EU. That's a matter of fact. And then it's now to EU institutions and NATO to try to really align the different efforts.
Thank you. And final word.
Thank you. There were so many topics that I could jump on, but I will jump on one thing that Andre mentioned in the very beginning. He said that collaboration is difficult. I claim that if there's a will, there's a way, and that collaboration is a must. We have joint security challenges, and we can address them only through collaboration, working together, and getting all the different benefits that I think I mentioned earlier. Interoperability, but also then a unity and strengthening our defense. And I will not go further in details.
Thank you very much. I think this wraps up very well. It echoes the comments made by Valdis Dombrovskis. Thank you to the excellent panel, and thank you to the audience for your questions, and thank you to the EIB group.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for being perfectly on time. Now, I know it's a long day, but we have a fabulous session to end the day before you have the chance to have further networking over a cocktail and a walking dinner. So if you want to stand up and have a stretch, that's fine, but I see some movement. I hope that movement is coming closer to the front seats because our next panel and the final panel of the day is on Europe's tech and industrial security. I would encourage you also to take conversation outside the room or to wait an hour and then have the conversation and just sit down near the front. But definitely for those who are remaining in the room, please come towards the front because we have such a great panel to end the day, and I really don't want them to feel lonely because a lot have moved, come from different places as well. So I'm just going to blather on for about a minute until people either decide to stay in the room or to leave the room. But I would like to ask everybody to not talk in this room, if you don't mind. And with that, I will introduce the moderator of the next panel. It is Anne Mettler, Distinguished Visiting Fellow at Columbia University. And joining her on stage, we have Gordon Bainai, CEO of Campbell's Lutins, Laura Pjovison, Director for General Projects at the European Investment Bank, Eva Maydell, Member of the European Parliament,
Peter Winnick, former CEO of ASML, and Dario Scannapieco, CEO and General Manager of Cassa Depositi e Prestiti. And with that, I hand over to you, Anne. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to have to be tough now. Can you close the doors? Anyone who still needs to speak, please leave the room, because we're going to have a really important discussion now, and I need your attention. So a warm welcome to this session on Europe's tech and industrial security. I saw that the previous session was on security and defense, so we're still staying with the theme, but really looking at issues that will demonstrate that security these days really extends beyond the battlefield, and some of the issues that were discussed in the previous session. It really increasingly targets economies, technologies, and industrial capacity. I just want to mention a few examples to kick us off. So we all know Russia weaponized natural gas in the run-up to, and also, of course, during the war in Ukraine. And Germany had a very high dependence on Russian natural gas. Over 50% came from Russia. So, and when that was cut off, of course, it left its industry very exposed because prices increased eightfold in a matter of weeks. I remember saying at the time, we're not going to be seeing a deindustrialization in a matter of years, but really quite literally in a matter of weeks. China, for its part, imposed export controls on germanium and gallium in 2023. These are critical inputs for semiconductors, fiber optics, and power electronics. And these export controls, of course, directly and adversely affected a large number of European firms. In 2025, the Netherlands temporarily intervened in the Chinese-owned chip maker Nexperia over fears of illicit technology transfer and supply chain risks. And China then retaliated by restricting imports of said chips and thereby severely disrupting, for instance, our automotive industry. So this was resolved, but this standoff really clearly demonstrated how Europe's strategic dependencies can make us subject to economic coercion. More broadly, technological leadership has become an expression of hard power. Over the past 2 decades, we've witnessed a dramatic shift. According to the Australian Strategic Policy Institute's Critical Technology Tracker, China now leads in 66 out of 74 critical technologies, 66 out of 74, and that's up from just 3 out of 64 that were measured in the year 2000. So we're witnessing truly extraordinary times when basically the technology frontier has shifted from the West and the United States in particular to an autocratic country. So there's much to talk about in this session, because I think that we as Europe, we increasingly feel sometimes crushed between the interests that are asserted between the United States and China. So it's really of critical importance that we regain agency and restore sovereignty that we have lost. Now, I look forward to discussing these challenges with a truly stellar panel of not only deeply informed, but actively engaged people that are shaping Europe's response and safeguarding our security and technology leadership. And with that, I first turn to Gordon Bajnai. He is CEO of Campbell Lutyens, and Gordon brings to this discussion a very rare combination between sort of public leadership and private sector expertise. We all know that's not always easily found. Before joining Campbell Lutyens, you served as Prime Minister of Hungary during a period of, I think it's fair to say, quite profound economic crisis. You guided the country through financial stabilization and structural reform. And his career has consistently focused on economic resilience, competitiveness, and navigating very complex global interdependencies. So this is all very relevant for the purposes of today's discussion. Now, Gordon, your company basically provides advice to investors in European infrastructure. And what is the role of security in the decisions that you take and in the advice that you give to these companies and investors that are investing in infrastructure? Do you pay attention to supply chain resilience and ensuring Europe's strategic autonomy in your investments? Or is it, as we so often hear, is price always the overriding factor? And I'd also be very interested in hearing from you your perspective on this Made in Europe discussion that is really quite vibrant right now. And if you could add to that as well, sort of what you think about Chinese greenfield investment, because in your country, we know that CATL is building a plant for $8 billion, I believe, BYD as well. So, and we assume that we are witnessing the type of tech transfer and knowledge transfer that the Chinese once benefited from when we went to China and engaged in these joint ventures. Do you think this is the same now that it's sort of going the other way? I'd be very curious. Over to you.
How much time we have? You also want to speak in this panel? It's a lot of questions. Thank you for asking me. So, in my current role for the last 8 years, I'm advising globally some of the largest infrastructure and private equity investors around the world. So it's an interesting view to look at Europe with a global look. And what I see is not just price that drives these decisions, because these investors put their money in for a long time. So it doesn't matter too much what's the price now, what will be the price 5, 10, 15 years from now. So what I see, and that's probably a good way to approach this, is that the long-term investors in any sector, including infrastructure, are investing into megatrends. And there are probably 5 megatrends today that are critical here. One is the longest cycle one, which is demographics. The second one is climate change. The third one is digitalization of the economy and the world, of which AI is just the latest phase of that. These are the kind of the better known ones. And there are 2 more recent factors that really drive investors thinking when they put money up for long term. One is the geopolitical impact on trade, first trade, then on technology, and it's up and coming now on capital flows, which is probably the most disruptive short term. And then the 5th megatrend is resilience and defense, the emergence of defense as a key driver of the economy and autonomy. But there's a broader phrase, resilience. And resilience, which is your question about, has become a key factor. And sometimes in this new geopolitical environment, investors say, I'd rather go into a place which is more expensive, but secure and resilient, because long-term the cost of disruptions in supply chains or technological access are much more costly than short-term price differences. And in that respect, Europe has recently emerged hugely in global capital flows. 3 years ago, when President Biden had his climate change policies, the Inflation Reduction Act, as it was deceptively called, politically called, everybody invested in the US. European pension fund flew to the US, Canadian, Australian, Japanese. There's huge sea change there. And when I speak to these investors, they look at Europe as a relatively safe haven of rule of law, calculability. Yes, it's growing slower than the US, but at the moment it's better to park our money there until we find out. And that's the big question for Europe. That's why the Draghi report and the Letta report is so important. Until we find out is not a long time. So can Europe anchor these capital flows and invest it usefully into its own economy? Or we lose those capital flows back to the US or elsewhere?
That's really interesting. Thank you so much. A quick follow-on question and also a confirmation. When I went to the Munich Security Conference, I went to a dinner with very senior investors, and they all expressed great interest in investing in Europe, actually, partly because of rearmament and partly because there is a perception that things are finally moving in the right direction, even if not at great speed. These investors, are they American investors that you are advising? Who is so eager to invest in Europe?
We're advising everyone where there is money, so from Australia to you name it. So we have Middle East, Asia, Canada, US. I think the US financial investors, so the pension funds, the endowments in the US are still dominantly locally focused. Partly that's the biggest capital market. It's still 60% of the global capital market is the US. So it's very difficult for anyone to significantly underallocate to the US, but it's with the incremental dollars, it is happening. But all the others, the Canadian who are worried about becoming the 51st state, the others who were hurt by trade agreements are, and also people who are very much worried about the weakening US dollar, except the last 2 days. If the dollar is down 10, 12%, then it's effectively a huge loss.
And can I say, because the definition of resilience is always interesting, because resilience to many means diversification. So are you saying that sort of, to put it mildly, some of the erratic nature of policy making on the other side of the Atlantic is now actually to Europe's benefit?
That's what I'm saying, yes. That
Since
Liberation Day, this process has accelerated, but I don't know how long-term it is. And that's where Europe has a chance to grab or lose it.
Exactly, and this was also my takeaway from MSC, is if we could really demonstrate some successes, companies that can actually scale and make it big in Europe, it would be transformational for Europe as an investment destination. So thank you for that. I think that those were really important inputs. Now, let me turn to Laura Piovesan. She's Director General for Projects at the European Investment Bank. And I need to say, being in that position is a really important job because the EIB has many projects. So it's actually perfect. We're turning to you. Laura, you have a very central role in really shaping the EIB's strategic investment agenda at a time when Europe's resilience and technology leadership have come under pressure. I just mentioned it. And when the EIB really, as the EU's long-term financing institution, has really never played a more important role in strengthening innovation, scaling, and industry. So we'll be very interested to learn from you how the EIB treats these questions of technology and industrial security. And you've been with the EIB for some time. I mean, have these issues always been on the agenda, or is it more recently that we're starting to pay attention to this? And do you observe a loss of technology leadership as well as industrial fabric in Europe? And if so, what is the EIB doing about it? So over to you.
Thank you, Anne. And I think when opening the panel, you said it very clearly. I think these years have taught us that what we consider efficient, the dependencies that we consider efficient in good times becomes vulnerability in bad times. So I think the question for Europe is not if we need to address this issue, but how we address the issues of dependencies and vulnerabilities in a way that also supports growth, jobs, and competitiveness. So as at the EIB, we finance many projects, you said so. We also see where Europe is strong, but also we see where there are vulnerabilities and what are the investments that have the greatest strategic impact to address these vulnerabilities. So let me go through these two areas, where we are strong and where we have dependencies, and what EIB is doing in both areas. So I think Europe starts from a position of technological and industrial leadership. There are areas like clean tech to a certain extent, aerospace, quantum computing, equipment and machineries, biotech, where Europe is a global leader, and these are sectors that are driving the future of industry in Europe. ASML is a key example of technological leadership on which the world depends on in order to be able to manufacture advanced chips. And this technological leadership is anchored skills and talent, strong European research and development ecosystems, and European value chains. So I think it's key to reinforce and strengthen and build on where we are strong. So here, what EIB is doing, we have launched last year the TechEU program, which is the largest financing program for innovation and for innovative European companies to support them to grow and scale. As you said, if we manage to do that, I think it will have a big knock-on effect. And we aim to mobilize 250 billion by 2027. However, indeed, we do need to recognize and address the vulnerabilities. As you said, I think we have seen clear example of how Russia, China, and potentially US are really not hesitant to weaponize and use these vulnerabilities to drive economic coercion. So I would like to talk about 3 areas specifically where I think these are particularly important and what also EIB is doing to address these areas. And area number 1, I would say defense. I mean, we just had a panel on defense. Second, energy. And third, critical raw material. So on defense, we speak often from the point of view of vulnerabilities, but we also need to see it, I think, from the point of view of an opportunity to grow a number of industrial sectors which are the future of industrial, of warfare. So AI-enabled drones, secure communication, space, these cybersecurity, these are, I think, all areas where we do need to build and strengthen our leadership and to scale, to continue to scale our industry. So the EIB has, in 2025, grown 4 times what we are doing in terms of financing on defense. We have broadened, and we are addressing dedicated military equipment and infrastructure. And we are scaling up companies. And if you were in Munich, you saw we had Quantum Systems, which is a very interesting European company which is engaged in drone for surveillance, but we have financed and helped them scale up over the years. On energy, I think energy security is a critical choke point. And we have seen it with Russia, but we also see it these days how much it matters. So there, EIB has been investing across all areas, renewable energies, grids, as well as energy efficiency. And we have reached a record of 33 billion last year, mobilizing 1/4 of all European investments in energy. And finally, let me come to the critical raw materials. Now, critical raw materials is a general name, but in fact, there are differences between rare earths, where we are fully dependent on one country, China, which has all the processing facilities, and other like nickel, cobalt, which are more globally traded. But in both cases, I think it's very important that on one side, inside Europe, we build our refining capacities. We build also recycling, substitution. And on the other hand, outside Europe, we build partnership, value-based partnership that allow us to diversify and strengthen our supply chain. And EIB is involved in both areas. And it has been a change. We mentioned defense, we mentioned critical raw material. This is something that has indeed changed in the last few years. So let me conclude by saying that indeed I do see both. I see we need to double down on supporting European strength, European technologies on one hand, and we do need to address these vulnerabilities. And players like EIB, which are in between public and private, have a key role as multiplier, as de-risker, but also to bring together the whole European ecosystem.
It's really interesting. Thank you so much. Also to you, sort of a follow-up question, since you are, broadly speaking, sort of the public sector representative on this panel. Something I grapple with is, what is it when issues fall in between, let's say, defense and energy? So one of the issues I'm working on right now is actually energy is super important in the rearmament of Europe. So we're going to be spending hundreds of billions of euros on drones, on new fighter air jets, on tanks. But no one seems to think about how we power this, because Europe is a resource-poor geography. We don't have oil and gas. So if we are cut off from oil, you know, that stuff can't go anywhere. You can't fly those planes. The same with these drones. We're super proud of these new drone companies, but we have almost complete dependence on Chinese batteries, and these drones fly on batteries. So are we seriously going to be flying these European drones with Chinese batteries that can be easily cut off? So my sincere question to you is, who in the public sector is thinking about these issues, and not just thinking about it, but ideally also acting on this, you know, and devising some plans, because we have not only one, but two wars on our doorsteps, and these issues are becoming dangerously close to us.
I think that's an excellent point, and I do see that there is an increase, really a shift in paradigm. Also, when we talk with the Commission, when we talk to the member states, on attention on this point, whether it is about cybersecurity, so de-risking and mitigating the risk that comes from being dependent on certain components, whether it is about where do we invest to a certain extent, no matter the price. So there is a real value in economic security, but it's really compensating the price. So I see really a shift in movement there, and of course, the public sector needs to be a big driver, whether it's defense, where I think we do need to focus on European-made drones and value chain, supply chain. You mentioned energy. It's very important that we develop our own energy solution, whether it's fuel or heat or electricity. But I see that there is this attention, and we should double down and use it really to build our industries.
Thank you so much, because as someone who also used to work in the public sector, the sort of silos, you know, you work on defense and you work on energy and you work on digital, is a real stumbling block to innovation, but also to drawing up some of these solutions that we need. And that's actually a good segue to our next speaker, Peter Wenning, former CEO of ASML. If we have a crown jewel of European technology, it's certainly ASML. So Peter, during your decade at the helm of ASML, you led one of Europe's most strategically important technology companies, and really a true global champion in semiconductor equipment. Under your leadership, ASML became really indispensable, and we don't have a lot in Europe that is indispensable, but you have really turned that company into something indispensable in the global chip industry through cutting-edge lithography systems. And I think it's fair to say that few executives have had really such a direct insight into the intersection of technology leadership, global supply chains, geopolitics, and industrial policy. And that's why I want to go back to for a moment to my earlier statement, technology is the new battleground. So if that's true, semiconductors are certainly at the heart of this battleground. And what are some of the lessons that you draw from your experience at ASML? And do you feel that our IP and tech leadership are protected? There were certainly cases of industrial espionage at ASML that you had to deal with. And can you tell us a little bit about that? Because we don't often talk about these matters. And also in view of the recent policy report you wrote for the Netherlands, some call it the Dutch Draghi report, Do member states and the EU need to raise their game when it really comes to providing much more conducive conditions to those that operate at the technology frontier as ASML does? Over to you.
Wow. Thank you very much. Big questions, but the first one, what can we learn from the ASML story? I think the most important is that there was, within ASML and our partners, a very clear focus on what we needed to do. Create clarity on the goal was critical. And the goal was driven by the needs of our customers. And you can also translate that into the needs of society if you want to take it broader. Be very clear on what the top priorities are. And I think what we can learn from ASML is it's not a global ecosystem, not a global supply chain. It's a European supply chain. ASML is a European tech company. It's a system integrator, a system architect. And there are 4,000 suppliers, predominantly European, delivering this technology that's unique in the world, of which many people, especially in the US and in China and in Japan, said, it's impossible. What these guys are doing cannot be done. Well, unless it's unequivocally proven it cannot be done, it can be done. And that's European. And as a system integrator, we work with roughly 100, 150 top European suppliers, that each one of them is unique and I would say capable of making the best of what they provide, which is available in the world. Examples are companies from Belgium. There's a research institute, IMEC. There's nothing that comes even close to IMEC, which is a big partner to ASML. At Zeiss, Carl Zeiss from Germany. There's no optical company in the world that even comes close to Carl Zeiss. And so I can go on and on. And that is the result of collaboration. When I think what sets us apart in Europe from the rest of the world, in my experience, is that we're willing to share. And we're willing to share because we're not leading. You know, under the right pressure, everything becomes fluid. And that's what I learned with ASML. And that also applies to Europe. I mean, we are under pressure. And I can only hope that Mr. Trump and other people across the globe have provided the right pressure so that things can become fluid and we can work together. And working together and collaboration is based on this one common goal and our ability and willingness to equally share, fairly share, not equally, fairly share the risks and the rewards of what we're trying to do together. That built ASML. And that means that we have to leave money on the table, which we did in the ecosystem, so that the ecosystem could flourish and could innovate. Because capital is critical. And I can also assure you that ASML would not have existed, would not exist, if the Dutch government 40 years ago didn't put the equivalent now of, if you include inflation, 120 million euros into the company as risk capital. That made the company. And this is why ASML exists. The lack of risk appetite in Europe to innovate and to help innovative companies and scale-ups is a major problem which we need to solve.
Peter, can I ask a follow-up question? Because not everyone knows. So ASML was a spin-off from Philips. It was loss-making for quite
10 years.
How long?
10 years.
And then you got this investment, so...
We got, during those 10 years, we got the investment, which basically created the core technology that made the company.
How did you get it through the competition officials in Brussels?
So, well, you know, there's a Dutch saying, perhaps it break me de bek niet open, which actually means, you know, don't force my mouth open because when I start talking about the competition law, I won't stop. I think that is a disaster, not the competition law in itself. I think the purpose of it and the design of it has probably helped. But I'm also the chair of the Dutch National Growth Fund, 12 billion fund, which we allocated 12 billion to very early stage moonshot projects that where the money was reserved by the government. The Minister of Finance has a special bank account that has the 12 billion. The money is not spent because it is tested against the European state aid rules. And it means that there's one test that says if a company is in difficulties, you cannot subsidize. That's against the state aid rules. Well, give me a startup, a moonshot initiative where the money flows through the streets. It doesn't. Of course they're in difficulties. And this is why they can't get the money that's been reserved in the bank account. Now, if you tell this to a Chinese or an American, they will just laugh at us. And then this is why I called the Netherlands fat, dumb, and happy a few years ago, because we are. And that applies to Europe also. Now, these are the kind of things that we need to change. If we don't change these things, we're doomed. Now, on your other question, just on a lighter subject, yeah? That's espionage. Huh? Now, if you do something well that other peoples can't do, and for other countries it's critical, of course there's going to be espionage. Of course you're under siege. So you can do a couple of things. I mean, one, you have to stop being naive. Well, I think we stopped being naive some time ago. And then you need to protect yourself. And there's no 100% protection against cyber crime. Cyber security is not 100%. Well, what you can do, or what you should do, what every company should do, you should step up surveillance. You have to really understand what goes on in your company, on your servers, what goes on in the company, who does what, so that you know. But the most important thing is that you go faster. You go faster than the people who are after your intellectual property. And that doesn't apply only to one particular company that's always mentioned. In my experience, when things happened and we lost certain elements of knowledge, they were Irish, Americans, Russians, Koreans, and Chinese. So it's everywhere. And it means the best protection is to innovate and to innovate faster. And I come back to some of the points that I made earlier. We need to step up our game in terms of supporting innovations across what I think are the four major societal transitions, which is digitization. It's not only AI, it's semiconductors, it's photonics, it's quantum, it's AI. Life sciences, demographics are against us, we've just heard it. Energy, we've just heard it, and climate change, and security. And those are the areas where I still believe, as I wrote in my report for the Netherlands, that we have all the boundaries, let's say, the building blocks to create innovations that will create value, that are going to help the prosperity, the future prosperity of our countries. Because this is what we need to protect. This is what security is all about. So espionage, it's there, it's been there for centuries. You just need to go faster. And your last question was, help me, Anne.
I'll check and I'll come back to you because we now actually need to move on to the next speaker. But it was fascinating. Thank you so much, Peter. And really, I mean, congratulations to everything that you have achieved there. What I take away is that these ecosystems basically create innovation that is not easy to replicate, even when you have espionage.
Yeah, I think let me give you a bit of an analogy, just a little story, short. It's like, we at our family, we love at Christmas buy a jigsaw puzzle, 2,000 pieces, yeah? And you throw the 2,000 pieces on the table, and you put the box, which is the front of the box in front of you, so you know that the blue piece goes there, the green piece goes there. Now think about a very complex system of 600,000 pieces, and you don't have a box. But you're an integrator because you know where the pieces go. Now, if you want to build that jigsaw puzzle and you don't have context, you don't have the box, then it's going to be very difficult. And this is what we're good at in Europe.
That's extremely interesting. We'll come back to that because I would argue in addition to ASML, the other ecosystem that we have that's not easy to replicate is basically around aerospace, right? And the whole Airbus ecosystem. But we come now to Dario Scannapieco. He's a CEO and General Manager of Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, Italy's national promotional institution, so very important. And Cassa Depositi Prestiti, apologies for the terrible pronunciation, of course, plays a pivotal role in financing infrastructure, supporting innovation, strengthening strategic sectors, so everything we're talking about here. And I would have to assume you're also now focusing on how to shore up economic resilience. So let me ask you, as the head of CDP Group, what is your opinion? How much have you, or how far have you contributed to supporting and strengthening Italy's industrial base and technological competitiveness? Because I note in passing that the Italian economy is now really doing quite well, so you must have done something very well. And also looking ahead, and also in your capacity as president of ELTI, which is the European Association, which brings together 33 national promotional banks, and that you chair, what recommendations would you make at the European Union to really help member states enhance economic resilience and also promote the investment that is so urgently needed? So over to you.
Yeah, many thanks. First of all, national promotional banks are a very important institution, and to understand the kind of work we do, it's very important to start from the method we adopt. We typically do analyze where there are market gaps. We want to complement the market, not to substitute ourselves to the market. And we try then to develop some plan of action to fill these gaps. Now, let me move back to some elements. And I mean, when we talk about Europe, and this was probably in the speech of Nadia Calvino today and also of others, Europe is a powerhouse. We have our households' wealth is 33 trillion. Our household saving rate is around 15% compared to the 3-4% of the US. But we have a huge amount of money, 35% of this 33 trillion, which sleeps in current accounts with zero or very low interest rates. Still, 30% of the startup every year are created in Europe. So let's not start always from the negative point of view. Europe has the possibility to play an important role in the current juncture. And I will go back to the point of what should we do more. Now, let's move to the national promotional banks. In Europe, we are 33 institutions with total assets under management of 3 trillion, doing a lot of investment and financing every year. We are mentioned 29 times in the Draghi report as a key actor to improve the resilience of Europe. Now, how do we make a system more resilient? I think, and to be honest, what I'm saying now, it's probably valid for many, many countries. Let me start from Italy, but this applies again for many countries. First of all, we need to strengthen the presence of EU's company in new market. Many of national promotional banks act as an export bank. We have export activities and support also when companies decide to open new offices abroad. So Europe's company has still the potential to increase their presence in markets where they are not present. So diversification, as you were mentioning before, is an answer. And as a matter of fact, when tariffs were applied, we have seen a swift reaction from many EU companies that were able to relocate their exports in other markets. If I look at Italy, Italy is now the 4th exporting economy in the world. We surpassed Japan recently. Why is that? Because we have a very dynamic system of mid-sized companies. So it's very important to act as a system and to access new markets. So this is the first element or ingredient of resilience. Second point, we are clearly now familiar with the concept of friendshoring, nearshoring. So we have to strengthen national and international supply chains. The world is changing still. I mean, I can make the case of Italy. Again, we were able to reduce to zero our dependency on Russian gas. Clearly, I mean, we are not rich of natural resources. We increased our dependency on other sources. But it's very important that we control and our supply chain. We can deal with new states. I mean, Italy is projected towards Africa. There are a lot of things that we can do in this region altogether. Just to make an example, we recently are financed the Elmed cable. It's a high voltage transmission cable from Tunisia to Italy. Potentially in the future we can have more cables, and there is a huge potential of production of energy in North Africa potentially. So we need to create a network to increase our resiliency of infrastructure. Both within Europe, still the market has not been completed, and we better work on it as soon as possible. There is a lot of potential of growth that can come from completing the single market. And then we should reinforce our activities, in our case as the Italian DFI, Development Finance Institution, so opening new market, be active and present in many, many regions, and we should act more together, because you see Italy, you see KfW in Germany, Agence Française de Développement, very rarely you see the European flag. This is something where we should work together with the other DFI, with the EIB, with the EBRD, and others. Third element, we need to promote and support a sound innovation ecosystem. This is crucial. It has been said before. We have the financial resources, we have a good venture capital system, but when we end up to the startup, to the scale-up phase, we see companies relocated on the other side of the Atlantic. Why is that? We do not have a single market. If you are a company and you want to list your company on the stock market, you go to NASDAQ. You don't go to Euronext. We are a shareholder of Euronext. Euronext is a federation of many national financial markets. It's not a single European market. You have Deutsche Börse, but you have not a single European stock market. And this is why many companies relocate abroad. And we have good research centers, we have good research system. So we need to put together this innovation ecosystem in Europe. Another element, which is the fourth element for strengthening our economic system, internal social cohesion. Reducing the differences within European countries and among European countries is key. I always remember my colleagues that there is a nice word which is at the foundation of European concept, which is solidarity. Solidarity comes from the Latin word solidus, which means strong. And it states essentially that if we bring all together at the same level, we will have a more solid and stronger society. Fifth element, we are a continent of SMEs. Small from time to time is not beautiful. SMEs in my countries are 1/4 of the size of the SMEs in Germany, which means they lack the financial strength to innovate, to grow, to expand to new market. So we need to support the growth of SMEs, and we need to support their acquisition, the merger with other companies, because we need more European champions and potentially world champions. Last point, which is frequently neglected. We need to utilize better the public resources, being they European or national. And in this case, I mean, national promotional banks together with the EIB can play a role. The EIB has developed a very sound advisory activity. We do the same. We are supporting the Italian government in implementing the National Resilience and Recovery Plan. It's very important that we bring our methodology to measure impact, our capacity to address market gaps, to say, you know, there must be a priority in the utilization of these resources. And this is also where we, together with the EIB, can play a role. Now let me move to the second question, and it will be very short. What do we need? We need to combine better private resources, national promotional bank resources, EIB resources, and public resources. What we need is equity. You cannot finance innovation without equity. And we need de-risking financial products from public resources. If I have to ask something to in the new MFF is to increase the InvestEU envelope. It has been reduced compared to the past from 29 to 17 billion. We believe it should go back to around 40 billion because we need portfolio guarantees. we are all supervised and we all need to use wisely our capital. If the public sector, if European resources provide us with portfolio guarantees, we can do more products in the equity field, which is exactly what is needed to support companies like yours and many other startups. This is what is really needed. So my request to the policymaker is to utilize us, but also listen to us when you need to think about the financial products that are needed by the real economy.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I mean, you raised a number of really important issues. I want to quickly take you up on this issue of scale, because that's a real challenge in Europe. You know, sometimes ASML is mentioned, but that's not a real startup per se, because you were spun out of Philips, right? So it's fair to say that Europe has not produced a deep tech startup that has a market cap above 100 billion and is listed in Europe. It's exactly what you say. So we have created these companies, but then there's no exit. They don't list in Europe. So that is a big loss. And this is why I'm looking at my phone, because I wrote about this today, and I'm asking here, what would the US be without Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Tesla, OpenAI? What would China be without Alibaba, Tencent, ByteDance, CATL, BYD, Huawei, Xiaomi, Shein, Temu, DeepSeek, just to mention some of these companies? They are all, with the exception of Microsoft, younger than 50 years, and they are global companies. What are we doing about this, that this is changing in Europe? Because I think what we have neglected is these companies are now an expression of sovereign power. The United States is more powerful because they have these companies. China is more powerful because they have these companies. By definition, Europe is weaker because we don't have these companies. And this is precisely the reason why everyone's just talking about ASML, but it's just one company. Why have we not focused more on the issue of scaling up and looked at it from the perspective of power, of sovereignty, of autonomy, of having lever against others?
No, I mean, I fully agree with you. I mean, big companies are very important. They are powerful, but they are also an important source of innovation. We frequently believe that innovation is linked to a garage and, you know, 4 smart young boys and girls that decide to do something. Innovation is frequently, I mean, consistently done by big companies, big corporates. I mean, think at the pharma industry. This morning we had a representative of Merck. You need scale. And that's exactly the problem that we have to address. I mean, to me, the answer lies in 3 words: capital, market, union. We need, I mean, you know, every year we have 300 billion of European Union savings moving to support US startups and funds. Why? Because there is a more liquid market. Now, where do we stop here? You know, on the debates on whether the market authority should be based in one country or in another one. But we have already, you know, lost sovereignty on currencies. Yes, we created the euro, which is a success. We could do the same for creating a single financial market.
I see that Peter wants to come in, but can Eva speak first, because she's been so patient and she is really a key person here on this panel. So last but not least, let me turn to Eva Meidel, a member of the European Parliament and really a strong and impactful voice on innovation, digital policy, and Europe's global competitiveness. In the European Parliament, Eva has worked extensively, and let me say tirelessly, on legislation shaping the EU's digital single market, emerging technologies, and regulatory frameworks that aim to balance innovation with trust and security. So, Eva, let's dive right in. As the rapporteur for the EU AI Act in the ITRE committee, you're really a key voice in advocating for greater European technology leadership, especially with regards to digital tech. But the fact is that Europe is far behind the US and China in developing and investing in AI, as you know. So where does that leave us realistically? Because this is the technology that's shaping the future. And what are the security implications of China and the US being in the lead? And what will that mean for Europe's industrial base? You have been so sharp on these issues for so long. I'm really looking forward to your intervention. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for having me. I will be and try to be as precise as possible because these are big questions. So first of all, because you particularly mentioned AI, and you particularly mentioned the efforts that the EU has been doing in that domain. I need to make one clarification for the audience here. 5 years ago, I called upon the Commission and I said, look, perhaps it's a little bit too early to come up with a legislative proposal on AI. Could we delay it? Could we discuss, debate about it? Could we have a forum in the European Parliament where we're going to meet, talk about it, form our own thoughts on it? But there has been a very big ideological push to go ahead and to go ahead as fast as possible in having those negotiations concluded. I was very fortunate to negotiate from and on behalf of the Industry Committee because I was able to put in place the most innovative parts of the AI Act, if I can say so, related to sandboxes and related to the way we can support SMEs and startup companies in that domain. But every single step of the way, I was always calling for us to have a proper investment strategy in place, or maybe better to formulate it, to find a way of how to support our companies and not to think of the AI Act as an instrument for punishing those that do not comply with it, but more about as an instrument that can, yes, it's put out there to protect our citizens, but we should have had the same tools and instruments to empower in the same time. One could say we are finally waking up to those ideas because now we are trying to find ways on how to mimic others and copy others in order to have growth in AI in Europe. But I think our recipe should be different. We do not need to copy others. We are quite late in that race, if I may call it. The race is also very unclear. There are not any clear rules, and the race is unclear for what it is. Is it just for AI dominance, or is it for super intelligence? And these are two quite different things. And the reason why I say we need to have our own path is because I've been in the European Parliament now for quite a while, and I remember the discussions we had 10 years ago. My colleagues were saying we need to have a European Google and a European Facebook. And this is not to say we need to have the scale of those companies in Europe with their own potential and with their own implication. My colleagues do really believe we could copy and mimic those companies and have them in Europe. And the way many thought that this could be done is through legislation. I have always warned that it's neither desirable nor wanted, nor we are going to achieve it. I hate to say that to a very big extent, if not entirely, I was right. So it would be, in my opinion, quite of a big mistake if we go down the same path on AI. This is why I do believe one of the advantages and edges we could have is to focus on implementing AI in our strongholds, in our industries, and a number of those industries were mentioned throughout the panel today. We do have some projects and some ideas from an EU level related to factories, AI factories, which I believe make quite some sense. There are gigafactories which probably make a bit less sense, in my opinion, to invest that much public money as private money is already there investing in this sort of same facilities, but I basically want us to think on the big questions, and I think we didn't do it 10 years ago when we could have had some sort of a chance in leading in certain applications. When we legislate as policymakers, we never ask ourselves the questions, what it is that we actually want to achieve? What is the end state that we want to provide for our companies and for our citizens? We do it the other way around. And this is why today, it's more than 10 years that I sit on similar panels and we come up with the same solutions. So my question to the institutions is, why did we lose all these years and we did not implement some of those ideas already that could have propelled our industries, could have helped our startups to scale, and ultimately could have positioned us better in that race and in those critical technologies which we are currently not leading. Could that have security implications to your questions? Yes. How big? Huge is the short answer. If we do not act very concretely and very fast. There's a number of ways, of course, how to act, but I think we are risking currently, speaking of what the implications are, of between being caught by a US-led cloud service model and a Chinese-led cloud source open model, forcing us to choose either or forcing us to choose both. This could lead to certain vulnerabilities, particularly when it comes to Chinese influence. A lot of countries could potentially choose to use those Chinese models because of the cost advantages. And I mean, we are again going to the same mistakes we made, whether it's electric buses that are bringing our kids from school back home, or it's, you know, the European ports and airports where the scanners are again provided by Chinese companies. We could be, with AI, going in the exact same direction. So it would be very wise if we can learn from the past here, because AI is definitely, and it's no news to say it, reshaping national security, reshaping economic competitiveness, and overall the whole balance of power. So if we would like to position Europe in a position of less vulnerability, it would be really important to make sure that we align our defense, industry, and digital sectors and invest in scale into them. Perhaps that could grant us more security, but also in the same time, more competitiveness. Whoever has control over compute, over chips, over cloud infrastructure, data becomes a security asset nowadays. These are no longer just commercial application and commercial technologies. AI is no longer optional for our strong industries like aerospace or automotive or energy and so on. So we really do need to make sure that our defense, innovation, and civilian industry are aligned, are interconnected in order for those dual-use technologies to position us in a less vulnerable position. And perhaps finally on what we can do next. I mean, I'm sure that was already mentioned, but I think there's more urgency all of a sudden within Europe and European capitals to understand that the single market being our strength, the euro being our strength, Schengen being our strength, these big ideas that have created Europe being so attractive for foreign investors, but also citizens to come and be European and live here, is because we doubled down, but we doubled down many years ago. And so now it will be crucial to make sure that our single market is as strong as it could possibly ever be. And that will not become possible with more compliance and more regulation. It would only be possible with removing barriers. And you can have regulation that removes barriers. You can have regulation that enables. So my appeal to the European Commission and to member states is, let's focus on regulation, fine, if that is what we can do best, but an enabling one that can remove some of these barriers to make sure that our companies can grow and can be stronger. And of course, speed would be of the essence here when it comes to removing certain permitting hurdles, and public procurement mindset has to also change. And there's a number of other things, but I see time is of the essence here. Yeah, so in order to have more dynamism on the panel, I'll stop here.
So no, but it's super interesting what you raise a number of. I'm really, really important issues, including the single market, which today are called the security imperative, right? I mean, if our companies cannot grow in the single market, we will only ever become more dependent on Chinese tech, on American tech. I mean, there's just no way out. And can I say what you raise about Chinese AI, and just having come back from the Munich Security Conference, it's very important to understand that these are open source models. They are free. They will be adopted, whereas the Americans have a closed model. They're spending a lot of money. By the way, what's holding back AI in the US is not computing power, it's energy, right, which the Chinese have in abundance. So there's really, just quickly, what is your verdict on who will win this? And just very quickly, if I understood you correctly, you say Europe can distinguish itself by basically deploying AI. Is that's
correct, yes. Deploying, applying AI into our industries, making sure that in the application use of AI, we lead. Because after all, we are proud of those companies, such as whether it's ASML or it's SAP or Siemens or our automobile companies and others, but we need to make sure that they will lead in introducing AI in their operations. So on that point, yes. Then on the race, I don't like to talk so much about the race because, as I said, there's no clear rules, and I think different companies in different countries are racing for different things. And to a certain extent, that race is out there for a number of reasons. And one of them is also to justify the huge investments that have went into AI in the United States, which no other country can match. And it also tends to intimidate everyone else that would like to be part of the race. But I think the promises of the race are different. And I don't think in Europe we are ready to make sure that we win the AI war in defense, because we are simply not there and we do not see it in the same way as some American companies, or more importantly, the way the American government sees that. So the races, I think, are different, and we need to be able to distinguish and better understand them. And this is why I always say we have to craft our own way. Otherwise, we are in somebody else's race without being prepared enough to take part in it.
So these are very good points. I'm looking at the clock as well, but Peter, you wanted to come in very quickly, and then Laura.
Well, I think Eva just gave the answer of what I wanted to, what I wanted to say, because scale that you talked about, this is what triggered me, is just the result of a situation where the boundary conditions need to be fulfilled. And Eva talked about the boundary conditions, which is the right level of regulation, which is also sure that, why are all these American companies that you mentioned and the Chinese companies, why are they so large? Because they have a huge home market. They started there, and this is what built those companies. So we have the internal market, which we don't use. So Eva made all the points.
Yeah. Very good, excellent, thank you. Laura.
Indeed, building up on this, I think we started talking about security and we ended up talking about scale, because clearly scale, it's quite crucial to address the security issue. We have good examples in Europe, whether it's Airbus, so enabling an European champion in aerospace, whether it's public common procurement on vaccines to support also vaccine manufacturing during COVID. Now it's the time of AI. So you mentioned, we have choke points on AI, which is cloud infrastructure, which is, for example, on large language model. Not only Europe are adopting DeepSeek because it's more efficient, less costly, and it's open source. It's also American companies. So I think we are a clear turning point, a clear cross point. And I do see the power of a joint European market to develop European AI solutions and a joint public procurement for European solution. If we keep buying Chinese and American, we really need to work as one single market, and we have the strength there.
Very good, thank you. I mean, let me say on the vaccine issue, push back a little, because BioNTech couldn't manufacture the vaccine. That was Pfizer, right? So we did the innovation, but then actually the scaling and the production was with an American company, which is really if you take one thing away from this session, for me, it is that scale needs to be connected to European security, sovereignty, autonomy, regaining agency. Quick question for the panel. In Brussels now, the Industrial Accelerator Act has been pushed back 3 times because of one provision that's called Buy European, so local content requirements. Show of hands, who thinks that scaling is possible without Buy European provisions? Show of hands. Can we scale these? Can we produce these big companies if we don't buy our own stuff, if we don't have?
I don't think so. You know, if it was simple, people would have already done it. But it's difficult. These things and these innovations are new. They're deep tech. They take time. And we know at ASML how often you falter. You don't know what you don't know. So you need to have a customer, a launching customer, that's going to stick with you, that's going to help you to develop the product. So if we say we can buy cheaper anywhere else, just forget it. You will not get these innovations to scale because you need to falter. You need to fail, and you need to have a customer that is willing to accept that and is going to help you to get better and better and better.
But Peter, people say it's protectionism.
Yeah, what do you think China and the US is doing?
Laura.
Yes, but I think it's crucial by European, but it's also where we use it. Because if we use on legacy industry, I think we miss an opportunity to scale up the new company. We need to use it on the champion of the future.
Sure, Gordon.
I just wanted to more broadly comment. We talk about Europe, we use this word, Europe does this and US does that and China does that. Europe is a fiction in many aspects of its activities, and it's competing with real actors. The United States is a sovereign state, China is a sovereign state, and others are. Europe in foreign policy is a fiction, and it has created a lot of half-baked products. So the euro is an excellent common currency, but without a common capital market and a common instrument, it cannot become a reserve currency, and it's vulnerable because it doesn't have a fiscal capacity behind it. Schengen is fantastic, but you refer to that as a major resource. But Schengen is fantastic, but if you let everybody move around and you cannot control your borders and say who comes in and who doesn't, you'll buy a political crisis for yourself. You create a common foreign policy with veto rights, and then for individuals, and then if you don't have a common defense policy, then your foreign policy will never have a tooth. And most important for this discussion, you can only scale if there is a common market, including services, capital markets, and goods, and that is completely missing. So Europe is a fiction in this sense and trying to compete with real states.
That's a really good point. I mean, in Brussels, oftentimes people say that Europe grows in crisis, right? So never waste a good crisis. But that begs the question, I mean, how much worse does this need to get before we actually take some action? Eva and Daniel.
I mean, you raised the energy point in the beginning of discussion, and the war in Ukraine didn't start last month. It's 4 years now, and one of the main takeaways we had in the very beginning is our energy dependency and how we need to diversify, how we need to strengthen our own energy capacities, and where are we exactly today, is my question.
We asked the Ukrainians today to allow Russian oil to flow again.
Yeah, so I believe that if we have, ministers, commissioners responsible for these topics, we need to be able to prioritize. And we need to say there's one thing that impedes the growth of our companies and our industries, makes it very difficult for citizens as well to be able to afford the high costs of living, and that is energy. How many new nuclear power plants did we open in this past 4 years? How many of those that we closed, we reopened for a little bit? it? How much more did we invest in clean tech? How much? I mean, I can continue on and on and on.
We did invest in clean tech in China, made in China. We bought countless solar panels
I
made
don't
in
want
China.
us to end in a not so positive note, but I think we need to be self-critical, and if a minister or commissioner has 30 priorities, well, then it would be difficult to deliver on all of them. I think you need to be able to boil down the 1-2 things that truly impedes growth and security in Europe and act on those until you do not resolve them. And I have not seen that sort of mindset and that sort of actionable leadership among our governments and institutions.
Thank you so much, Dario.
If I look back to the last 15, 20 years, we've had a lot of crises. Now, starting from Lehman Brothers, sovereign debt crisis, Trump 1, COVID, Ukraine, Trump 2. I mean, we should have grown a lot. I mean, if your paradigm is right. Still, I think we made a very important step after Lehman crisis. We reinforced the European financial architecture. That was good. I mean, we created some new entities. But I believe that we should act in 2 ways. First of all, our policymakers should be more ambitious. And this means, giving up some sovereignty to do something bigger. European scale is needed now. Is this doable? I'm not a politician. I think it's hard. Second, we frequently meet in this context, in this very nice forum, and we bring always the same example, which is Airbus. We need more Airbus type of stories, truly European. Airbus was born as a consortium driven mainly by government and then became a company, fully fledged company. We need to work on energy. I don't know, maybe controversial, but we are discussing about small nuclear reactor, advanced nuclear reactor, fusion. We need to work together, member state, National Promotional Bank, European company, to create the next Airbuses that Europe needs to have scale.
Excellent, thank you. I recognize I'm standing between you and a drink, but if anyone has any questions, but it really has to be just 30 seconds. Do I see any hands? I think everyone wants a drink. So we'll wrap up the panel, but I'll ask everyone, if you could change one thing in Europe, what would it be? Who wants to start? One thing, one sentence, just. Peter?
Deregulation, because companies know what to do, just give them space.
Very good. Daria?
I think the implementation on the drug and letter reports is the recipe. Everybody agrees.
Piece of cake.
But then we meet after 1 year and very little has been done. So more ambition and implementation, execution.
Execution, very good. Eva?
Transformational institutions with real leadership.
Awesome. Gordon?
True single market across services, goods, capital, and banks, and energy, and everything, copyright, innovation. Yeah.
Fabulous.
It was exactly what I was going to say, through single market, because this gives us scale, and that's what we need.
Excellent. So you two need to have a drink now. I will add my own point, which is, I think I've worked in clean tech for a long time. And in clean tech, we spoke about a green premium. And it was completely understood that clean tech made in Europe wasn't going to be competitive from a price perspective, let's say with the Chinese, but we were still going to do it, and it was important. I think we now need a sovereignty premium. This will cost a little bit more, but boy, will it be worth it. If we care about our industry, if we care about technology leadership, if we care about sovereignty, agency, strategic autonomy, we have to go there. We have to think differently about these issues. I can really only warmly thank my panel. You raised so many interesting issues. My mind is spinning. I think everyone's now really eager to continue the discussion outside. Please give a warm round of applause to this amazing panel.
And Anne, please give a warm round of applause to Anne, who's been absolutely fabulous. I did warn everybody who left the room that they were missing something very, very special indeed. And you have given us so much to talk about over cocktails now. And my last duty of the evening is to say thank you so much for remaining. It has been a marathon afternoon, a very long day. Tomorrow's even longer, but it's going to be brilliant as well. So certainly just get those calories in through a drink or two tonight. And tomorrow we start at 9:20 and we have Antonio Costa, the President of the European Council, with an opening address. Thank you very much.